all the way to barista.
Two people in the waiting room.
What? So now we're back to that number. It was because of the parklets.
Oh, that's you logging in. So do they have to do anything?
But
I don't think so. I think they just log you in.
That's it? Okay. Do we want everyone to have a name?
East.
It didn't say it's recording. Oh, it's connecting. Mute you.
Yeah, I would too. And I thought that comment about the restaurants being at the, or the food being at
What did they say?
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you need one, Marty?
The new handles guy.
Yeah.
I saw.
Oh, no, I haven't. I didn't know.
It was very.
Oh, I didn't know if that was it or not.
So
Yeah, yeah, it's way at the other end.
So that would be, you know, but that's just my own. Yeah. Okay. The other thing that I realized is that, which is such a minor thing, in reading the rules and regulations, that not only do they have to have to do years, the village that says they will collect tablecloths. It's gonna be 8 this week. Yeah, and we tried to find, it's funny, whenever Urban and I go there and meet, we always meet people who are visiting from New York, and then they want to sit with us. Like, so that happened this weekend. These two people who I think would have become our best friends if we let them. It was packed. I was saying how packed this week was, Faith at Village Fest.
I
It was
know.
jammed, it was great.
Hey Mitchell, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay, great.
Hi, Mitchell.
Hello. Just so everybody knows that I'm doing this call from my client's house, but I have to take him to a doctor's appointment at 10 o'clock. So I'll stay on the call, but I'll have to mute my video or hide my video once I'm in the medical office just for other people's privacy. But I'll stay connected so I can hear you guys.
Great.
Sounds good. All right. We're ready?
Roll call. We have Chair Roberts,
Present.
Vice Chair Alvarez.
Here.
Board Member Martin. Board Member Reed.
Here.
Board Member Battersby.
Here.
Board Member Idell. Here. Board Member Anderson.
Here.
And Main Street Meredith.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Yeah, my name changed to that. Main Street Meredith.
Okay, so report of posting of agenda. Agenda was posted on Thursday, right? Yep. And then we have no public comments, right? All right, so good morning, everyone. Thank you for taking time out of your early Monday morning to be with us for this special meeting. Just so you know, we confirmed with the city clerk, we do have to record these types of meetings, even though this is going to be like a working session, but it is recorded. It will be posted on YouTube as in compliance with the Brown Act. And so we have a lot of stuff to kind of go over with you all today. So we want you all to really kind of just be present, be engaged as much as possible. Feel free to pause and ask questions if you need clarification on anything. And then we'll just work through the agenda. First thing that we wanted to kind of do, which I think we might be doing every time we have a new kind of cycle of board members coming on the board, is we wanted to go ahead and give just a kind of a board member overview of what Village Fest is and what is really expected out of the board. As you all know, the Village Fest board consists of 7 members, which are appointed by the city council, which of course are all of you. And the board was, the intent of the board was established to review and approve the Village Fest vendors, interpret and apply the rules and regulations that are approved by the city council. Those rules are adopted by resolution. So ultimately, the city council has final say on what those rules are. The board suspends and revokes any permits and advises the council on any matters related to Village Fest. Fest. So that's kind of just an overview of what the Village Fest board, your main duties are as part of Village Fest. Now, Village Fest is a program that is operated by the Department of Parks and Recreation. While you all work and oversee Village Fest, anything else related to the Parks and Recreation system is done and overseen by the Parks and Recreation Commission. So there's a separate 11-member commission for Parks and Recreation that oversees all the other stuff, fun stuff for the department. Now, as far as being on the board, what we really kind of expect as board members that you all do is that you share information about Village Fest with the community, right? With your own community, with your family, with your friends, with anything that you are seeing to kind of promote the overall intent of Village Fest and this weekly street fair. What we also hope that you do is that as you're hearing feedback and information and otherwise kind of things that staff need to be aware of as part of what you're hearing from outside of in the community about Village Fest, is that we hope that you're sharing kind of that positive or things that we need to improve and adjust on back to staff. That way we can always make sure that we're making Village Fest relevant, that we're following any safety precautions that we need to, that we may not be seeing as we're walking down the street, and other things like that. What we also hope and expect all the board members to do is attend Village Fest. We have special events that we do at least once a month. In December, we have something every week. But we want you to be out there and be as supportive of you as you can with Village Fest. We know you all have personal matters and things that you need to attend to, but we want you to be as active as you possibly can so that we can overall just enhance the overall Village Fest events. We want you to be an advocate for Village Fest also. A lot of you already do that great work and just advocating for what we're doing as part of the Village Fest program, but we want you to kind of continue to share that with your city council liaisons, other boards and commission members, of just all the great work that we're doing. We'll get into a little bit of this later as the ad hoc subcommittees, and so there will be kind of special projects, any kind of subcommittees that you may participate in, and so we ask for continued engagement in those committees, and then recommendations to city council with staff oversight. So there will be times where we will present things to the city council, and we will do that in tandem together so that it's coming as kind of like a department item to the council. And when that comes, we ask that you are present at council meetings, similar to when Greg and I did a presentation a few months back. We saw many of you there, which is really great to help just overall show the commitment from you all for the Village Fest program. And then we also, we've adopted now a calendar of meeting schedules for the entire year, so that we hope that you all have those meetings on your personal calendars and you know when those meetings are. And if you're absent for whatever reason, you just let us know so that we can make sure that we have a quorum in anticipation of the meeting. So that's kind of just a general overview of the expectations from the board. Now, board meetings, we do meet twice a month. And so when we are preparing for the board meeting, we will always send out an agenda packet prior to the board meeting. These packets have the applications and any additional materials from the vendors. And so we hope that you are reviewing those materials in advance of the meeting so that you have an understanding of what the vendor is going to present. I know you already do that, but this is just kind of a friendly reminder for all of you all. We also want you to make sure that when you're reviewing the vendor applications and in those vendor packets, that you're ensuring the vendor application fits within the current rules and regulations for Village Fest. At times, we may have a certain, bias or certain kind of just, personal attachment with the vendor. We want to remove as much of that as we possibly can and just make sure that we are paying really close attention to the content that's listed in their application, the materials that they're submitting as part of the application process, and that making sure that it fits and it aligns with the rules and regulations.
Can I ask you a quick question about that? Just because we were just talking about it outside before we came in. What do you do with the applications, like prior, because it gets basically through a vetting process right, that you go through?
They just have the checklist, so they just have to have everything on that checklist. I don't vet them. I do
Right.
give them advice if I feel like their product is not something that's 75% handmade, if that's one of the if that's the category they're in. But ultimately, that's up to you guys to go from there. I can't tell anyone that they can't apply.
Right, that is what I meant. So you do go through each one though, to
Yes.
make sure that they've included the pictures and the description of how they
Right.
make things.
And you guys can
that
look at it
whole-
if you feel like you need more, like, I'm not really feeling like this is enough of you showing you're making your product. I would like some more pictures. You're welcome to do that as well. So I just do, what's on the checklist, and then you guys take it from there to make sure that you're comfortable with what's in the application with what they're showing you.
But then we generally, because it would be a ton of material, you're not sending us like the photos
Right.
of everything and all
I
of
just
that. That's
do
in those
the-
folders when
That
we
gets
come
passed
in.
around.
Yeah, so I just do the application and the letter of intent. And then you guys go through the folders when you're here.
But that's a really good clarification, because staff is not allowed to make the recommendation saying, that you should approve this. Ultimately, that's your decision. There have been points in time where Faith has said, I don't know if the board is going to approve of this or not.
Right.
But we can't deter someone from submitting an application. So ultimately, it is on you all to make sure that you're reviewing all that content, looking at the file folders that are passed around during the meeting, and just making sure that it's a part of the rules and regulations.
And that's another thing. Previously, some of the old timers here will remember Faith would invite us to come to the office prior to the meeting to go through the files.
Oh.
You can
Which-
still always do that.
I know.
They're always there.
Which I thought was a great exercise because it gave you time to review everything that was
You're
in
not so
the
pressured.
files. In the meetings,
Yeah.
as we pass around files, that's not a whole lot of time, if any at all, to really review and understand what they're presenting. And certainly for the newer people, I can see where that would be very confusing, as part of the process if you're trying to read and listen and do all that. So that may be an area that there could be a process that would better help the board
Yeah.
be informed when it.
More prepared when they're here.
Could it be as simple as having all the folders here a half an hour before the
I was
meeting?
gonna suggest that too. I like that idea. It's
Yeah,
hard
this
for
way you
those
can
of us that are
show up
working and
earlier
traveling.
if you want to review
Yeah,
them.
I am usually here I usually come around 5. So if anyone's here early, whoever's here, I'm like, here, if you want to review them, I always kind of hand it to them.
Yeah, but if we do that as like knowing for sure that
Yeah.
you'll be here or somebody
Yeah,
else
I
will
can
show
make
up
sure
with the
that I'm here at
folders.
5 and that, you guys can, that might be easier than taking a trip to the office.
Yeah.
A separate trip.
And you may not have everything together, like if, somebody wants to come 2 days earlier.
Yeah,
and everybody hasn't
exactly,
gotten it
yeah.
in.
I'm wondering so when you get all the files, if we just upload them and put them like in a shared folder and then share the link of the folder to everyone, we at least have the application, all the photos and everything with the agenda packet. That way they have everything and you don't have to individually send all
Yeah.
those applications.
Well, I'd still have to copy all that other stuff too.
Do they send it electronically or they drop it off?
No, it's a physical application, yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff.
It's-
While we're on that.
It's a great idea.
Relatively similar to that, is it possible that the vendor proposers have the list of when they're going? Did we ever consider that?
When they're presenting, you mean?
Yeah.
The agenda, when it's published?
Yeah, the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah, has that.
And they all know that in advance?
Do they know that? Do you
I
send
don't
the
think they
agenda
do.
to the vendors in advance of the meeting?
Well, I schedule them for the meeting. They know they're scheduled for the meeting. I
They don't know which
think-
order they're going
I
in.
put an extra one out here,
Yeah.
and I always say, okay, we have one here if you guys want to see where you are in the meeting.
But in advance of it, you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, didn't we have some people that said, like, I wish I could have gone first, or my ice cream's gonna go melting, or, I don't
I
know.
always put those vendors first.
Oh, okay.
They have something I try to do food first, so that's why
Go back
Handles
to
was
what
first.
Jose said, I think it's worth discussing. Is it now time to go to the vendors and say, when you apply for Village Fest, you must do it electronically? We're not gonna take paper anymore. I mean, in this day and age,
Some people are not very,
well, then maybe we say, sorry.
There's gonna be a
Just
point
to
when
make
that
life
generation-
simpler
Yeah.
and
That might be something that we need to table on, because I want to have further discussion when we talk about marketing, because we need a full website haul overhaul where that might be something that we embed as part of the website update as an electronic application, but still also allow vendors who still need to come in the office
Yeah.
and print it out.
Some
obviously
still
to do
mail them
that.
in, some
Yeah.
still bring them to the office.
That's a real value add to our process, in my opinion.
Yeah, and sometimes it'll be like 10 emails just to get one application because they're missing this or they're missing that. So it's not like it's all in one email. Like, that would be wonderful if everything was just there, but it doesn't quite work. Sometimes it takes months for me to get everything from the vendors that are a little more challenged with
But if that was done in a web application, then it could be a process that,
Sorry, Mitch, you just came in, well, you came in very hot.
Voice
It
of
sounded
heaven.
like very loud
Yeah.
and it scared everyone.
sorry, if it was done in a web application, you could actually have it where as they're uploading things, whether they take a week or a month or 2 months, as they're uploading, they're getting their check marks of the things they needed to upload, and then it's a completed folder, and then everything's in it. So it could actually cut down on time.
Yeah, and it does say in the description of the rules and everything else that they can bring it into the office, they can mail it in, like, all that's in the rules. So that would be something that we have to be changed. And just because they send me pictures that they think are appropriate, don't mean that they are what I need. So there's a lot of back and forth with the vendors. Not saying that it can't be, but, we do have some that, like I said, don't use a computer very much, so.
You probably want to check legally to see if that's possible too.
Right, we may not be able to require it 100%.
Encourage it, but.
Right.
Yeah, of course.
It's a healthy conversation
Well, yeah, the
to have and to
city, the city has
explore.
resources for free computer use. I mean, you can go to the library and we are getting full, so maybe it's now time to,
That's now, that's not.
well, I know, but there was a time when we needed to
pull.
pull, now maybe we can push a little bit.
I think that's great as an option, but I don't think that everybody could do it. And so I'd rather just have the more options for the people, the better, in my opinion. Especially even for the payment option. I don't know how it works with Village Fest and stuff if you have a good online payment system. But like for the picnic, we don't have any payment system that's online.
don't either.
A lot of city stuff doesn't. So they wouldn't be able to pay their application fee. They'd still need to mail in the check.
Or call me and do a credit card over the phone.
I swear it's true. Hard to
Yeah, I mean,
believe,
people
but
do
true.
still mail their applications in, some people FedEx it, some people UPS it, like, they send it all different sorts of ways. Some
Yeah.
people are just walking by and come by the office.
We do have a way to do
Do
that,
you?
it's just not set up yet.
Okay.
Yeah. We've done an overhaul of all the Parks and Rec registration system, and Village Fest
Great.
ties into that. But Village Fest will be next down the line to make sure that we're setting that up properly. But these are all great recommendations and something that we will further look into and have additional conversations about.
One more question, is
Nicholas,
that,
can
I'm sorry, when they pay their fee, they pay it in advance, and whether or not they're gonna be accepted into Village Fest.
Correct.
And when when you're looking at their application, that they just don't have enough there to show us, do you tell them?
I do.
You do, so that they don't waste their application?
I tell them, I don't know that if they would approve you or not, you risk your application fee because it's not refundable if they don't approve you. I do.
Bonnie?
Yes, so as you all know, I'm the new member here. And, I've been observing each week how people do things. And, when I saw this list here, it's apparent to me that, we need to do homework before we come in here. And I watch Antonio, he's on it over here with his cell phone checking people out. And I think we just need to be more prepared when we're coming in here. So it would be helpful, the main things that I struggle with in listening and approving is this, how are these products made? And Greg usually asks that question if he's in doubt, or somebody. So it would be helpful if we just had that page to me. I don't need to see all the photos because I'm assuming you're checking their booth size and you're checking their sign size and you're doing all that
Right,
phase.
so again, that's not my job to do that, that's your guys, you
Oh,
have
to
to.
check the size
Everything,
of
that's,
everything.
I just,
Good
they
to
hand
know.
it to me how they are, and if there's something that, you know what, your sign is not this, or whatever's, like, we're not real strict on the signs, but, you know, if you don't like the way that their booth is set up, if you don't feel like it qualifies for a Village Fest booth, you know, that you can tell them, you know, come back to me with a better photo, you know, so that looks like it's very presentable and it look, you know, because some people can make it look like a swap meet, and so that's why we have a booth photo, because, and we don't want illustrations of it, we want to see what their product will look like and how they will be displaying it at Village Fest. So that, again,
Do we have anything in the application that asks them to give us a description of how they make their product?
Yeah.
Yes.
Isn't
Yeah.
it-
So, yeah, so I mean, we're seeing, I mean, we're not, unless they're gonna, unless, and that doesn't come to us when we get the agenda. Correct?
no, so again,
Letter of intent usually
It
details
doesn't-
that, doesn't it?
it's
Some do, some
Sometimes.
don't. That's the whole point of seeing if we can at least see the folders prior, because this whole conversation is about how do we prepare better
Correct.
before the meeting, and so whether it's coming a half an hour early and reviewing those folders so you can truly look at them, or working with Faith to have another way of seeing that in advance, or seeing if there is ultimately a more electronic way to have all of that loaded so you can have links or some combination of all of those things. To me, that's what this whole discussion is about.
And I will say that, so when I do send the applications, a lot of times what Joy does is they'll have either a website on there or their name, and she'll Google it and see if they have a website, and then she's found things out about people that weren't quite on the up and up. So again, when I send you the application, you can do some due diligence and, you know, do some research on them. If they have an Instagram page or Facebook and things like that, there's things that you can do prior.
Do the instructions in the letter of intent say you should include this, this, and this in your letter?
It does not.
That doesn't give them any
No, it's just,
guidance.
you give a description of what some people will write 2 sentences, some people will write 2 pages, like, it just depends on.
But
who
we
it is.
could make a change and say,
Right.
it's our suggestion that your letter of intent include these topics.
Yes.
How your products are made.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
other-
description of how you make, this is 70% how you make it.
Right,
Yeah.
and
I mean, some things are obvious, some aren't.
Right, and that's how it's supposed to be with the picture, so that's why you have the pictures.
Exactly.
Not just them saying it, you have the proof and you get to see it. That's why the pictures are there of the process, so that you can see how they make it. Not necessarily that they have to describe it ahead of time, but you can ask that if you want. But that's why you have the pictures, and those should be reviewed.
And not long ago, when staff added the website address on the application and social media, that gives you the opportunity to just click on that company. And when you see that they're saying, look at all this beautiful stuff that we have made in Indonesia,
Right.
now you know that they
Right.
said that it's made in Indonesia or wherever, no offense to Indonesians. But, you know, it's an important thing to check on there, is on the websites and social media. You could learn a lot about the company.
I thought it was perfect how the woman who did the tie-dye shirts and clothing did her video.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
Watching that showed me exactly what she
Yeah.
did and what she put into it, and, yeah.
There is a process that allows us to do that. Some of the other boards and commissions, they upload all of their materials onto the city's record management system, which is called Laserfish. And then you could just click in those file folders and see all the supporting documents.
Where's
So, it's on the city website. So like Planning Commission does it, we do it for Parks and Recreation Commission, so there is a way to do that. Well, we just need to make sure and double check with legal on, or is any proprietary information
I
or
did-
confidential
Yeah,
stuff?
I did talk to, anyway, because I've been working on the Laserfish, and I'd have to redact a lot of
Yeah.
their personal information, which,
Address,
when I have
driver's
18
license.
vendors, it's a little time consuming to get everything done.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I could do the best I can, but
Yeah.
I'm very limited with my time as it is.
Without committing
So
staff.
that laser program is a public-facing program?
Correct, yeah. Yeah.
But I'd have to go through every single document, make
Yeah,
sure.
no, I just don't think, I think that's a bad idea, so, yeah, because we don't let them see our folders,
Right, so I
Well,
was, I
but
was,
do remember that every document is a public record. So anything that a vendor submits is public record and is available to the public. So
Yeah, I
those
would-
file
yeah.
folders are available.
so I was told
So
that,
that, and none of that would be redacted.
Well, their personal information is redacted.
so I was told that anything that emailed to the board, I have to redact if it's personal information. So that, I'm gonna have to start uploading that, but I have to go through and,
Right.
so, but they said, she just said email, she didn't say like, maybe she means like everything, because some of the documents can be really big.
Yeah, yeah.
So, but,
I was going to say, without committing you particularly, could we say that at 5 or 5:10, the files
I'm
will
happy
be
to be
here
here at
and be
5 o'clock
available
for sure.
for everybody
That's
to
an
come
easy
in
one.
early?
yeah, I'm
and
happy to be
review?
here at
Is that
5.
a
I usually am here at
start
5, so you
to-
guys are
That's
welcome.
the easiest
That's
starting
start.
point.
Yeah, yeah.
This, and then we could work with a goal
Yeah.
of working toward a more fully electronic.
So let's say that.
Absolutely, I'm happy to.
Come in at 5:10.
Well, it's here
and-
anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
Couple more questions.
For sure.
How do we judge the proposed merchandise is unique from what we already have? I mean, it seems like we just approve if you are 75%, make it 75% of it, but it says here that we are supposed to, is it unique to what we already have? So I never really thought of that when I was approving people. Like, I wonder how many people, I've wondered how many people just, that are approved and they just get in based upon their early applications into FAY or their early requests into FAY and their fees being paid. But, I mean, how do you help us with that?
We have a list of vendor types, right?
Yeah, so the way that I understand it is that if you feel that they are 75% hand making it, and that does fall in, you can't kind of pick and choose, like the street will take care of it if it's too much of one thing, or if you, like you said, if you feel like if you have too much body remember there was a time where we felt we had too much candles and body and that kind of stuff, so then they put a hold on it, just that category. Right, so if you feel like you have too much of one thing, you can have a discussion, you guys can vote on it to put a hold on that category, but I don't think you can be like, I don't feel that you can be like, well, I think yours isn't unique enough, I don't know, it can get a little.
I interpreted the rules to actually mean that we can.
Yeah.
And I didn't think, so.
I agree with
I was in your court
Yeah.
initially, and when I was reviewing the rules and regulations yesterday, there is and I didn't note it, but there is a very clear statement that says that the board can do that.
I think in the past, we have limited things, like Mexican food
Correct.
vendors.
Right.
No more.
Right.
We have plenty.
7 or something at one
But
time.
traditionally, what we have said is, we have a lot of that type of item here. You're going to have a lot of competition.
Right.
How are you going to differentiate yourself? But I'm with you, Cheryl. I think it's in our purview to say, no, this doesn't. Or we
Yeah.
just have a lot of that.
But I think to your point, honestly, I think the only way that we can really know that it's unique is not necessarily by the numbers that say we have X number of vendors who do this, because each vendor will explain why theirs is different and unique, and often they are. I think it's like incumbent on us also to go to Village Fest and see the booths
True.
and kind of know what's there.
Absolutely.
Because I think that's the real way to know versus a mathematical, well, we've hit the number.
If you
on
see
this
too many T-shirt booths, come back and report it to the committee at the next meeting or something like that.
Well, also,
But once they're approved and they're on and they're selling what we've approved, we can't later go back and say you can't do it anymore. So after the fact doesn't solve the problem, so.
But we wouldn't approve someone moving forward.
I don't,
But does it mean you
we would
need
have to,
at Village Fest based on other vendors? Or does it just mean that it's something really cool and unusual that we want to bring in? I think that's kind of a wobbly
I
thing
think,
there,
and I
really.
think that you should really let staff know, because if you're like, if I'm accepting application fees for all these people and they are 75% handmaking and they've turned everything in, and then you guys, and if they start not being approved, then that, they do get upset with me. That, so I would want some, you know,
Guide.
We need some guidance from the
absolutely.
board. And I would say, once we get to reviewing the rules and regulations later today, why don't we pay a lot more
that.
close
Yep.
attention
Good
at
idea.
that point? So we'll table that until we get to the
Yep.
rules and regs. Bonnie, did you have further questions?
I do.
Okay.
There's another one here. It says that, are the proposed vendors' merchandise and/or service beneficial to the purpose of Village Fest? How do you determine if whatever people are selling? I guess that would fall into where it's not appropriate.
Yes.
Okay, got
That's
it.
a better way to say it, to take the positive
Okay.
side. Is it
Yeah.
beneficial is better than is it not
I definitely don't want to judge
beneficial?
someone or,
Yeah.
you know, judge someone on their products or anything like that. I want to be certainly fair.
Well, so Bonnie, we've had people that have come in that have sexually questionable products that or lead to a sexual connotation. Like we had a hot dog vendor that we had to ask them to consider a different name because it was kind of questionable. So that's where we're saying, is it really beneficial to the street to have that vendor, or is it going to create a problem? You know, if you're selling candles in the shape that are phallic in shape, that's a problem. Yeah.
Appropriate is a
Okay.
better word than
And
beneficial.
then, I guess my last question
beneficial.
I'm going to ask right now is that the guidelines for the booths, 12 by 12 by 12, okay, but what kind of information can we share with these people when they come in to set up their booths? Is that our place, or how do we know how they set them up? I know we see the pictures of where they do somewhere else. And if they look okay there, we just say, okay, it'll look like that when they come here. But I think, again, to your point, Faye, is that we need to be there. We need to go there. I feel once a month. You know, there'll be various ones, it's some one day, 1 week and others the other, but to be there once a month, just to walk through and see if there's anything that doesn't look quite right, or too many of this or too many of that, and bring it back to the board, not discuss it with the people,
Right.
but to bring it back here, so
Yeah, I
that's.
think that you can, you know, when you're there, you can look at the booth if you feel like, you know, it looks a little sloppy or something, because we have had, you know,
Yeah, I see all the details in here about how they need to set up their tables and
Yeah.
skirts and blah, blah, blah.
yeah, and I do go over all that at the orientation with them.
Okay.
So that is reviewed with them. And that's why we asked for the board, that's why we asked for I asked for the booth photos so that the board has an idea of what their booth will look like, because.
But you never know what could change between,
Right, and sometimes they'll say, you know, and if I think that,
You
you know.
walk the street too.
Yeah, and I can say like, hey, you know, this isn't in compliance, or, you know, things like that. We have had vendors where we brought them back because their booth looked, he was an older man, so.
Sure. Well,
It's a little harder.
listen, my appreciation for what you do, Faye,
Mm-hmm.
and how good that fest looks every week.
People take a lot of pride in their booths, so, and that's what's gonna draw
You
people
handle
in, so I
people
feel like
so
that's not really a
calmly and
huge
nicely.
issue, you know, because they want.
And Faith does a really good job in working with our vendors. And
Yeah.
Faith is on site every Thursday, and so.
do you focus on the newest people on their
always-
first, okay. And that's something maybe we should know when we're there.
Yeah, I like to
Who
go
are-
talk to them and just be like, how's it going?
Yeah, no, I like to do
You don't have
that.
lighting, like maybe you need some more lighting, so I do my own little suggestions, like, oh, where are your lights, you know, because sometimes they think like, oh, I don't need them, and the street will be lit enough, like, you gotta have, you know, you wanna have some lighting, and, you know, especially if you have a tent, you know, you're not under a spotlight.
I just like it when if we can't make a Thursday, a lot of the same vendors are elsewhere in the community. You see them at farmers markets or fundraisers and that kind of stuff. And it's always nice to be able to go up and say, hey, do you remember me? How's it going? Want to hear, you know, it's been 5 months now, 6 months.
Yeah, and they wanna have a booth that's enticing for people to come in, you know, I mean, that's gonna help sell their products, so.
Yeah, and as Faith says this more and more again, is that we do see that, the street, we say the street kind of works itself out, because
Right.
the vendors will start to see what works and what doesn't work for their booth setup, and they may modify or change things to make it more enticing and invite people in, so. But again, Faith does a great job in just working with all these vendors to make sure they are in compliance.
A couple more.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
Faith, would it be
If it's
difficult?
related to the rules and
Yeah, we can save
regulations,
those.
we can save that to later. But if it's pertaining to the structure of the board meeting, you go ahead and ask those questions.
Okay, well, maybe I should ask this later, because
Okay.
I think it's important. People ask me this question. How many spaces are there? Friends of mine ask me, like, how many? And
Yeah,
then people-
I think, I'd have to count them. We did lose a lot with the parklets and everything, so I would say about 200.
200, okay.
And where are
And
we
then-
now with the number of vendors?
We're full.
So, I mean, this is one discussion when we're trying to recruit people to come and be there, but now it's a
I wouldn't
completely
recruit right
different.
now.
Well, it's a completely different discussion now about how lenient or strict we're gonna have to be
Yeah.
looking at the standards going forward because we're full.
I do tell any vendor coming forward that we are full and that they would either fill in a spot when a vendor is absent or, if someone leaves and they may be able to come in. But all vendors moving forward will know this ahead of time. So it's not anything you guys, you don't have to tell them, but they are aware when they are applying. That if they still want to apply, they'll be put on a waiting list.
And then what is the cost of these spaces?
It depends on what type of vendor you are, and on the web, they know ahead of time, because on our website, we do have a price list on there. So it says the different ones, it depends on if you're annual, it depends on if you're monthly, it depends on if you're gonna pay standby, there's a bunch of different rates, depending on what type of vendor you are.
And it's on the website?
It is, yeah, it's called the vendor price list,
And we just had a fee increase.
yes, in January.
What average, what do they run?
So general vendors, 361, I believe,
Okay.
For the month.
for the month, correct, for the 4 weeks, yeah.
But if it's just, somebody's absence, or they can only do 2 a month, it's prorated?
So it's prorated when they first start, and it's, and I would say the new vendors that are coming, if they are filling in a spot, I would prorate that for them, because it's not
Okay.
their fault if they want to pay for the month, and they're not unable to, so. So I'll only take their money if I can get them a spot.
And in reading this stuff, do you really have people who come in and say, I want to be on standby?
Oh, yeah.
So
Oh,
they
yeah.
come in and drop in
Mhm,
for.
Absolutely. Well, plus we're seasoned right now, so we will lose vendors, and there are vendors that are just here for, 2 or 3 months at a time, so it just depends. And if they're not selling, they may drop out, or things like that, so you don't really know, what's gonna happen, so.
Is it possible, Faith, to get a list? Is it possible to get a list either monthly or weekly about who's starting the next week on Village Fest, who's left, so we know?
That's a lot of admin work.
Hire an intern.
I would like to table that to when we talk about the website, because I think there's a lot of that will be able to feature into the marketing plan and how we kind of do that. So if it's okay with you all, I'd like to continue that conversation when we get into marketing.
One more question.
Yes,
Application fee,
yes,
What's
it's $40.
okay.
That's
Just
a
in
new
case,
The new fee, yeah.
in case people ask, because
Yeah,
that's
oh
what
yeah,
I
for sure.
hear.
And that's on the website
It's
also.
all on the
It all-
website.
Oh, here.
It's all a breakdown for them as well, so they can see that. But if they ask you, absolutely, it's
I
$40.
understand, but I
yeah.
think being on the board, we
Sure,
should
you
have
should
some
know.
idea to talk the talk when people
Yeah.
approach us on the street
If you
or
want, Bonnie, I'm happy to send you.
a dinner
party.
party or whatever, they'll say,
Yeah.
yeah, well, what does this cost?
I'll send you a link if you'd like to where the vendor application fees, so you can review all that stuff. Maybe
I would say, you need to check the website, but
Yeah, but you want to
average
have
is
to be able to
level.
give them something. But
Yeah,
yeah, I
you
can
wanna
send
say
it to you,
something.
all the breakdown. I'll send you the price list, and then I'll send you their checklist that I use for the vendor as well.
Okay.
And the fees and the rules are approved by city council, and then we just do what they say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would always follow it up by, if you're interested, you need to look on the website, the actual
Yeah.
fees are there, they change.
This is old. This is the old fee schedule, but that gives you an idea of what's on the website. And then this is also the application checklist, so
Yeah,
the
that's what
vendors.
the vendors see.
Yeah, the vendors see that, so they know what they have to submit prior to submitting their application and paying their application
So it's the
fee.
same as January 2024?
No, again,
This is just an example.
Correct.
Got it.
Yeah,
So
the
And I'm on the
fees,
website right now, and there's a January 1, 2026, very detailed fee schedule.
Okay, just like this.
It is,
Okay.
yeah, that's just our, it's our previous one.
yeah, I'm showing that for you as reference, just to show you what is available on the website.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Okay, that's it for me.
Okay, so back on board meetings, we want you all to continue to engage as part of the board meeting process. We'll get into a little bit of the structure of the meeting. And then also, as you know, at the end of the meeting, you also hear updates from staff of what's going on or what's coming up as part of Village Fest. As you all know, we have a board chair. And the chair is responsible for checking in with staff prior to any meetings if necessary, or we may reach out to the chair if there may be any things that we want the chair to be mindful of in anticipation of the meeting. The chair will review and understand the agenda, keep meetings orderly, and help with staff to make sure that they're running efficiently, follows appropriate parliamentary procedures, and then if the chair is absent for whatever reason, informs staff so that we can make sure that the vice chair can be properly briefed and able to run the meeting. Staff responsibilities.
Can we just compliment Greg for doing such a great job about advising us right in advance? Usually if it's look attention closely at number G, 'cause I got some questions. It's helpful, thank you.
Yes, yeah, thank you. And then from the staff side, staff work together on development of the agenda. We have the oversight of the budget for Village Fest, operations of the events and any special activities that happen and occur as part of Village Fest. Obviously, we oversee the staff that's running Village Fest. And this point is key because it's not just Parks and Recreation staff that run Village Fest, right? There's public works staff, there's downtown maintenance staff, there's police staff, and sometimes there's fire staff. So there's a whole range of city staff that go into producing this weekly event. And then, of course, we will communicate with you all if anything is happening or we want you all to be mindful of as part of Village Fest.
One question is that since we don't see anything about the money part of it, if we decided that you needed an additional staff member, I mean, could we make that recommendation?
We can have conversations as part of the board meeting, but ultimately how that process comes is then as part of the budget process, we go in and advocate for additional resources. So at times we'll go in ask for additional appropriation of funds to help with any kind of one-time special events or activities or things like a website update that we need money for, and personnel comes with that. And so right now, we only have one dedicated staff, about 25% time of a of a manager overseeing it. And then we have one temporary staff working on site. But then we also pull in additional Parks and Recreation staff to help with the oversight of the event. Because one person is not
Are any of
enough.
them volunteers?
We don't have any volunteers, no.
Okay, just wonder. I see people there all the time and I'm like, oh.
But to Tom's question, you can go and see the city financials. They're public documents. And you can see the value stream that Village Fest brings into the city. I mean, it is a revenue generator.
Sure.
And so that's something that we need to be mindful. There's a big cost associated with it too, but that's part of what we need to balance.
Would it be helpful if we gave an overview of the Village Fest budget so you
Yes,
have an
I think
idea
so.
of
That would
what
be
goes
most
into that? Okay.
Absolutely.
Well, and for instance, if we ever pursued, for instance, your pop-up idea about, a store that brought in one of the vendors to do it on a regular basis, how would a project like that move forward? Would it be you guys writing it up with our help to kind of mold it and then put it forward to the council to approve the final version of it?
Correct, yeah. So something like that where it's a new appropriation of funds, typically those types of items come as part of the city's budget process, and that happens every 2 years. So unless something else comes out of that, right? You know, so it would be working as part of the budget process to submit an item to to expand the operations of Village Fest, and that would be for this pop-up program. Or, you know, there are other opportunities, you know, there could be grant funding or other types of requests that we can submit or sponsorship dollars that we can help to run that program. So it would just require a lot more conversations and working in tandem with the board to see how we make that come to fruition. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And then just to give you an idea, just so that you have an understanding, so Village Fest is part of the Parks and Recreation Department, and the department oversees 11 parks with all these different amenities and features, which encompasses about 312 acres of parkland throughout the city. We oversee 7 facilities, including community centers, the swim center, the skate park, and the baseball stadium. 15 trailheads throughout the city, the operation and management of the Tockwitz Creek Golf Course, and of course, the multitudes of programs, events, and community offerings with really this emphasis of programming for all ages. So it's important that you all understand that we're one piece of this whole operation of just enhancing the overall quality of life for our residents and visitors in town. And then the special events in the Village Fest division coordinates approximately 200 special events coming into town. Those are events that we put on ourselves through the department, but also events that we work with event organizers that are bringing their events into town. And so we liaise with all of those event organizers. Any special event stepping foot in the city runs through the special events office, and we make sure that we work with them to make their events super successful. We also assist with production of 5 city parades. So that happens, we're getting to the end of the parade season at the end of February. And then, of course, that weekly Village Fest coordination. So it's a huge operation that the special events and the Village Fest team puts on. But, you know, our overall kind of mission here is just to provide multiple array of recreational opportunities for our community.
Did you mention that you have the Tockwitz Golf Course?
Yep, we oversee the
You
management.
oversee that too?
We do, yeah, we do. Yeah, those 2 18-hole courses, yeah.
You're just amazing.
Right?
All right.
How long have you been here? Like
A year.
A year. In November.
I didn't
It's been
even know
13
we had
months
some of
now.
these parts.
You have this
Amazing.
dialed in.
Time flies when you're having fun.
That's for sure. That's very true.
Wow.
Okay, a couple of other things that we just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of, and I don't like this word decorum, but more of just kind of just general kind of understanding and guidelines for board members is, and you all do this, this is not to put down any board member or anything, this is just a good reminder for all of us, is we want all board members, staff, vendors, and the public to be able to treat one another with professionalism and respect. During board meetings, we should try to limit any side conversations or any interruptions. And really, we're going to rely on the board chair to help us bring us back to order if the side conversations continue. This is really important because, remember, all board meetings are recorded, and Faith has to make sure that she's taking proper minutes during board meetings. So if there are continued side conversations or other notes that are happening as part of the review of vendors, we need to make sure that we're documenting as much as we can. So we want to try to limit that. Say that again?
Sometimes it's hard to hear when there's a lot of
Correct.
conversations.
Yes, exactly. Again, we want you all to focus on vetting the vendors based on the rules and regulations, reviewing the materials prior to the meeting, helps with just the general flow of the meeting. Arrive on time, stay engaged for the full duration of the meeting unless you coordinate that separately with staff so that we're aware of that. And we want you to make sure that you're asking questions as part of the vendor selection and review process of the vendors that are pertinent to Village Fest or their operation, right? We should try to limit any kind of personal questions or information so that we're not skewing away or sidetracking from the review process. And then we should make sure that we have an understanding of reviewing the items as they're presented to you all. So at times you may try food or you may try other kind of products or things of that nature from the vendors. Vendors may give you items, but we want to try to limit that as much as possible, right? We don't want that to be seen as kind of like a gift to a board member. And so just take that into consideration as we're kind of reviewing and selecting each vendor that comes through for review. And
So
again-
are we not allowed to ask each other questions during that review? Or, if we're looking at something on an application and pointing something out? For instance, if I was sitting next to Greg and I saw something that I thought we should discuss about that particular person while they're before us, is that something we can't do?
I mean, you're welcome to do that, but what we're saying is we don't want you all to have full-fledged conversations with another board member, because then we're not accurately jotting down those notes, because we want to make sure that we as staff have an understanding of what's being said as part of the vendor review process. If you're just turning over to your colleague and saying, hey, I think we need to talk about that, that's completely fine and that's understandable. But if you're reviewing some things and making comments that staff can't hear what you're saying, that presents a challenge for staff to properly record that.
We haven't adopted this protocol, but other boards and commissions, after a vendor, well, many don't do vendors, but after there's a presentation, that's when the board members ask questions. But that, oh, you're coming to that?
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Can we go back to, I usually do like to know, how did you get interested in glass blowing, or
Yeah.
where did you learn your favorite recipes from? And it's a comfortable,
completely-
personal.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
And that's not, I wouldn't consider that personal per se, because that has a direct correlation to their work of art or.
Who influenced you? I
Yeah,
mean,
exactly. That's
okay.
completely fine. What I mean by personal is, I don't know, where do you live? You know, like, I don't know if that's necessarily, something that we care, right?
And it's
so-
on their application.
Yeah. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
And those I tend to think those questions put people at ease, and there's a very comfort, how did you get into your interest in whatever?
Oh,
Yeah, that's completely
fine.
appropriate. Yeah.
Also tells us a little bit more background
Yeah.
there that we might need to know with the whole story that's being laid out.
And compliment to you, your questions are always more, draw them out personally and professionally. And that's good. That's, creates a level of comfort too.
Yeah.
Sure.
I've been through a couple interviews myself. Both sides.
All right, so again, on board meeting procedures, we follow the Brown Act. And so each week, or the week prior to the board meeting, we will post the agenda. Again, all meetings are public, open meetings, and they are recorded and available to the public. So every meeting is also posted on the city's YouTube channel for record. So that's just something for everybody to be mindful of.
Quick question. There was an email that went out recently that was about changes to the Brown Act. And it
Yes.
was, I could not make, first of all, could not make my way through that whole thing.
It's a
And it
lengthy
didn't
document.
highlight what the changes were.
Yes.
Are there things that changed that are important for us to be aware of, and you may not be able to answer that right now?
Nothing substantive was a big change, but we're still working with the city attorney's office to confirm exactly what the main changes are. But the normal procedures of the board and teleconferencing, that's all been the same. And we follow that with the posting of, if you're teleconferencing in, I don't know if that's a word, but your location of where you're hosting that meeting, and then, posting all of that accordingly.
So if you discover that there's something.
We'll let you
you'll
know.
Let us know.
Yeah.
one of the- I started trading.
Really long.
But there was some controversy. It was some uncomfortable press that was released by another commission. And that's what's, I think that's what started everything.
No, I don't know.
Here?
Yeah.
Oh.
Statue.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And then
I
it-
just want to know if there's anything in there that I need to know.
No, I mean, no,
That's
these are
changed.
great questions, because I remember when I started, I had no idea what a Brown Act was, and
I seem to remember that because when Cassandra sent that out, she had a cover letter with it that said what changes there were.
There were some things regarding social media commenting that was new. I never
Yes.
saw that before. So, I didn't really get into the whole thing. I actually thought that's what we were going to discuss on social media. But, I mean, that's pretty touchy on the Brown Act and social media. I didn't know that that would be required that way from elected officials or commissioners, that two of you shouldn't comment or even like, you know, or a quorum shouldn't even like the same post.
Does everybody understand what Joy is
It's
saying? Okay.
it was complicated. I mean, it really, if you're on
Well, I figured
social
we would get
media
to
a
it when
lot,
we
it
get to four.
changes
Touch
a
it.
lot of things.
That's what I'm telling you guys,
Yeah.
is I wouldn't touch
We'll
it.
get to it at 4B.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Board member, I would not touch any of that.
Yes, I wouldn't either. Okay, so again, the meeting can only begin with a quorum of the board. If you are running late or anticipate that you would be absent, please continue to notify staff as soon as you can, just so that we can make sure that we have a quorum. This hasn't happened yet, but we would hate to turn away 10, vendors because we don't have a quorum to properly run the meeting. So it's important that we make sure that we have a quorum for each meeting. And then this ties into just the general, making sure like no side conversations and jumping in, is that we want you to really look to Greg to be given the opportunity to ask questions or speak or state any points clearly that you need to make point of, just so that we can make sure that we are jotting down every information as we can as part of the recording of the minutes.
What I was going to say about that is, other boards and commissions, and the Brown Act doesn't address this, but if you adopt certain rules of order, like Robert's Rules of Order, that's where this would come in. We ask questions of the vendors one-on-one. There's a motion to move forward. That's when the board would have discussions amongst itself. We don't have to adopt that, but that's just to bring some sense of order to the meeting, and then there's a vote.
Yeah.
I didn't follow that.
So I'm actually going to get into it right now. So each item is considered a legislative action item. And so we do need a motion for every item so that we can make sure we have proper documentation of how the board wishes to move on with that selection of that vendor. So every action requires a motion, a second, and then a discussion. And then following the discussion, then the board can vote whether you want to proceed to allowing that vendor to participate in Village Fest or not. This is a change of practice from what we have been previously doing. And we need to go back to kind of following this procedure to ensure that we have proper process of how we're moving forward with each vendor. There are no abstentions for a board member unless you have a direct conflict. And if you have a direct conflict, you must notify us in advance because you can't even participate in the discussion. And then once a vote has been made, questioning of the vendors should end. And so we shouldn't have continued conversation from you all once you've already decided how we're going to proceed with the vendor. Does this make sense?
So the distinction from how we're doing it now then would be, right now what we tend to do is they present, we ask questions after they present or while they're presenting. Then we have somebody who makes a motion, a second, and we go straight to a vote. So this is suggesting that after the motion and the second, we have a conversation
Yes.
before we go to the vote.
Yes.
If you want to.
If you want.
If you want to.
Amongst
Might
just
be-
us.
You don't have
Correct.
to.
Right.
Okay, so it doesn't require it.
No,
Correct. So think of it this way. I'm X food vendor, right? I come in, I give my 5-minute presentation, and then based on that 5-minute presentation, you all can decide how you want to proceed. If you want to proceed, then you would make a motion saying, I would allow Nick Gonzalez food vendor to participate in Village Fest. Someone seconds it, and then the motion is open so that you all can have a discussion. You all can have a discussion, and then based on that discussion, then you can decide on how you want to proceed to allowing that vendor, whether to allow that vendor or not allow that vendor based on the motion to participate in Village Fest.
Yeah, so the first and the second, when you do your first and second, it just opens the floor up to discussion amongst you guys. Does that make a little
So
more
that
sense?
seems like yes, it seems like we should be taking a pause before we
Right,
vote
correct.
and saying,
Yes.
is
And-
there anything anyone wants to discuss?
Right, and then also the first and the second doesn't mean you're approving them.
Right.
You're just opening the floor up, and then you.
There've been times when we didn't have a second, right?
Right, and that's what we're saying is that
Yeah.
you have to have, you do have to have both.
Because it is a legislative item, we need a second to figure out how the board wants to proceed. And then we will have a determination of whether or not, like in a case where you're not moving forward with the vendor, then we have that properly recorded so that we can go back to the minutes and say, you were not voted because of X, Y, and Z, because you didn't have enough support or whatever.
But during that time, there could be a request to amend
Correct.
the first
Absolutely, yeah,
motion.
correct.
I may make a motion, nobody seconds it, and you may say, I'd like to amend your motion, you know, and then there may or may not be a second, but we do need to move
So
forward.
you have to have a second.
But that's not an appropriate time to have additional conversations with the vendor.
No.
No.
So, for instance, it's
Not with the
already
motion on the
done.
floor.
So,
Got it.
yeah, so
Got
after
it.
you have your first and your second, after your discussion, you may say, you know what? We want to take this item out, and then whoever made the first, can you amend your
Your motion.
your motion to say, I accept this, but excluding this, and then the board can vote. And then the second person can say they seconded again.
And Nicholas, did you also say that once this vote has been taken and approved or disapproved, there's no further conversation with the vendor?
With that vendor, well, for during this item.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
what I mean, like having small talk, like, good luck and.
No, I mean, that's different. What I mean
different?
is, by saying like a motion passes to allow the vendor in, it's like, oh, I had one more question. Can you tell me about, you know, how you got involved in glass blowing, right? That shouldn't happen.
Okay.
Yeah, that should already be done, and we shouldn't continue on the conversation for that. Because that can change how the board wants to move forward with allowing them into Village Fest. And if they said something as part of that process would change all of your mind, well, we can't go back and revoke them because you just allowed them to participate into Village Fest. Does that make sense?
Well, we do have discussions with them sometimes about, for instance, how they could alter their packaging to be more
Absolutely.
local.
Yep.
And now that's to be done before we ever take the motion.
But
to-
before you take final motion on whether you're going to accept them into Village Fest. That's correct, right?
And during their 5 minutes now, that has changed a little. So in that 5 minutes, that's just their time to
Correct.
talk?
Yes.
And we
It's
shouldn't be
not
asking them questions?
Correct. So this is.
Taking their time.
Yes, so as part of the vendor review and selection, I think this is where something that is also a change, because that initial presentation where the vendor is talking to you all, they are given 5 minutes to present about themselves, their product, how they are excited to participate
their
in
items
Village
around.
Fest, pass their items around. That is the 5-minute presentation. After a motion is made to open them and they'll back and forth with questioning, that is not part of 5 minutes.
Right, you don't have to wrap it
So-
up in 5 minutes.
Yeah, so
It's
the-
just 5 minutes for them, yes.
We tend to start our questioning early. We had this conversation a year or so ago. Sometimes to make them feel more comfortable if we can tell they're nervous or they're leaving out a lot of important stuff. Are you okay with a board member saying, you know, interrupting for 5 minutes? Or should it be strictly no questions asked until I give the 4-minute notice and then prepare for your questions?
Yeah, I mean, I would lean on the chair to help kind of see how the vendor is, you know, doing during their presentation. You know, sometimes you've stepped in and said, hey, take your time, don't worry about it. Like, it's gonna be fine, we're friendly, you know, like, that's completely allowable. What I would say though, if you like the prompting of asking additional questions that would make them feel comfortable, that's outside of this 5-minute presentation, and that's really more
Yeah.
board member questioning.
That's-
Because that can open up the floor where someone else sparks interest to say, well, actually, tell me more about that, or actually what you said makes me pause a little bit, so that's where we want to limit that, because that's going outside of kind of the proper protocol of vetting for the vendors.
I'll try to ask, are you finished? And give them the opportunity to say, yeah, I'm done. But you're good at keeping us on track, and
I try.
oftentimes we go over. But
I'll say, having presented, 5 minutes is a really long time.
It is a long time.
Right.
And more often than not, I've noticed that people just use a lot of filler because they think they have to fill up the 5
and
minutes.
yes,
It's a
yes,
good
yeah.
2-3 minutes, if you're done, and then the board will ask the rest of the questions. Yeah.
I know Greg's really good about saying, you have 5 minutes, you don't have to use all of the 5 minutes, but I think that sometimes the board thinks that we have to finish it all in 5 minutes.
what
That's
about when
not
you
the
hand out
case.
food? That takes up a lot of time.
It does.
And
I think there can be
it limits
exceptions
your
to the
ability to
rule.
talk, so I try to give them extra time
And I
to,
think that's fine, I think that's your call.
Yeah.
It's your call to do so.
Yeah, the 5 minutes mostly is when they start talking.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I don't
Not
usually
when
start anything until
Just get to the table.
they say who they are.
What I see.
Yeah, and food definitely, usually it will take longer.
And more recently, the food vendors have been working with staff to, see like, where am I on the agenda? Because I'm going to run out and prepare as much as I can, or have it all set up, ready to go, so.
Yeah, I think we've done good about that, having a little table for them to kind of put some stuff
It's
on.
much
and-
better.
Yeah, it has gotten much
This is
better.
an aside, but I often thought it would be nice if there were a few rollable tables in here that they could set up, and then when they were ready, just roll up to this table and have everything.
Yeah, that's cool.
All the
That would
tables
be-
are on wheels.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
So are on wheels, but we
Well, that
might
one's on
need.
wheels, yeah.
But
Just some smaller ones that, they could be ready to go and.
Yeah,
It's a good idea.
yeah, because sometimes they have to take everything off before the other
Correct.
vendor can come up
Correct.
and things like that, so.
The staging area.
Yeah, I think we've gotten a lot better with that, so.
Recording in progress.
Sorry.
Just got
No,
into
I-
his car.
Yeah, we just want to make
I
sure
just
that.
need to make sure I order
not
these slides for our
everything
meeting
has
on
to
Drive
be
carefully,
done.
Mitch.
Because a lot of times.
Just
it's
their
like-
talking.
Yes,
They have
just
5
their,
minutes
just
to
their
speak.
time, not the
Up
board
to.
discussion. That can take as long as you guys need. Make sure you make a good decision.
Okay. So we've gone through this process, so it sounds like everybody has an understanding now of the motion, and then the seconds, and then opening up the floor for conversation, and then voting if we need to amend a motion or whatever it may be. And so we, again, abstention is not an option. We do require a simple majority for the vote to go ahead and be recorded and then determine whether or not we need to move forward. In the case of a tie, the vote will fail because there's no majority. And so we need to make sure that it is a simple majority to go ahead and move forward with the vendor selection process. All right, any questions on any of that material that we just went over?
I love that picture.
Thanks.
It is a really good graphic. It's adorable. I mean, it has a lot of elements. in it.
Yeah, good stuff. All right, so moving on to item 3, the review of the subcommittee. So we currently have 3 subcommittees: the marketing and social media subcommittee, survey vendors and attendees, and recruitment and retention, and then compliance, which I think we had talked about or alluded to at the last meeting, of removing compliance and adding another subcommittee. So we wanted to have conversation to have an understanding from the board if there's any new or deletion of these subcommittees, so that we can clearly have an understanding from staff of how we want to proceed.
So you don't want to have any compliance subcommittee anymore with somebody leading that? Is that what you decided?
I think that's a question mark.
Because I think it's a good thing to have on there. I mean, I don't think that we should be really airing grievances about a vendor at a public meeting. I think that that's some dicey activity. I go to Faith when I have a problem. I don't talk about it here, but at the same time, just to have somebody that one board member could talk to one other board member about it, let's say, without being a Brown Act violation before going to Faith.
And
would be-
I think that's kind of the way it started, and it led to us asking Faith to put out a list of for board members to commit to walking the street and observing, and then getting back to Faith, or even speaking to the vendor, but mostly getting back to Faith. And I don't know that we got people to sign up. So it is important, and I absolutely believe it needs to be done. Faith is just one human being, and that really is all part of our responsibility. And Antonio is there every week practically, and he's very good at it.
He does. He'll
He's
come
very
let me
good at
know.
it. Yeah,
if
so,
there's anything.
but we all need to pitch in, and so maybe we don't need a subcommittee to do that, maybe we do, but I'd like to have a commitment that we will do it, and there's something coming out of it.
Yeah, I do know that, I do see board members every month. So, you know what I mean, there's always someone there. So Antonio's there every week. If he has any issue, he'll just come directly to me or email me on Monday, and same thing with Joy. So I think you guys are doing a great job with it,
And then vendors were complaining about other vendors, I know, but you handle that.
Of
so,
course, yeah. Yeah.
Especially if you've complained about a
Yes,
vendor,
and they say,
generally
"Well-"
the reaction is, well, let me give you this list of
Yes.
others that are doing the same, which is the wrong
Else
answer.
under a bus.
So do we need a subcommittee? I mean, do we need that subcommittee, or will we just?
I think it's something you guys do automatically, I think that, you are out there and you do that.
Do you feel like you're getting appropriate help from the board?
I do, yes. Yeah, you always let me know when you come, make sure the gate's
That would be the
open for
test to
you.
me.
Yeah, I think you guys do a really good job with it.
Do you ever actually issue violations?
I usually will speak with the vendor, and that's usually enough. And then I check every week to make sure that, if it was something on their table or whatever it was, that they're in compliance after that. So, but yeah, no, I haven't had to, usually the next step, so we would give them a warning, I would speak with them, and then if they continue, then we bring them back before the board. We have not had to do that, so.
Because I would think that if we were doing that on a regular basis, we would need a compliance subcommittee. But
Right.
if we're not doing that on a regular basis.
Yeah. I mean, I walk the street all night.
They listen when Faith comes. But I mean, there are situations, like when they see you coming, that they throw stuff under the table or put it in a box. I mean, yeah, anybody that's done it is going, yeah, because that's how that happens, unfortunately. But that's why you have to keep an eye on it. And why? Because there is a very thin line between the merchants and Village Fest, and merchants not wanting to have this there with their products the same products being sold.
But we are allowed to ask to see their approved list that they're supposed to have in their booth. What's that?
Yeah, that's their laminated permit that they post in their booth, yes.
Yeah,
But don't argue with them or anything. It could be a violent situation, actually.
Depending, yeah.
Yeah.
Take a
Just
look
come
and
get
then bring
me.
it back, yeah.
Yeah,
Take a look,
Faith,
take a look.
Faith was ready. Yeah,
Then
that's,
confrontation.
the best idea is take a picture of it, send it to Faith.
Yep.
I mean, I've been doing that for like 10 years.
Yeah.
So as a committee of one, I guess I do have some questions and thinking about whether or not this needs to evolve and change from what it started as. Because it really started as the first part of this, right, which was about
Retention.
surveying, I was going to say it was about surveying, the vendors and the attendees. Yes, and it was related to retention for vendors. And I think we've shown that, first of all, the vendor survey, we can certainly revisit on a semi-regular basis to see if we need to do it again, but I felt like we got good information. We, talked about it last year at an offsite. You guys were not members yet. We're full. So, retention is not a problem.
Right.
So I would sort of take that recruitment and retention really off of that. Because I don't think recruitment and retention of vendors is a concern that we have right now.
It definitely was 3-4 years ago.
Right.
Yeah, 100%. And that's why we started this, and
Yeah.
we wanted to make, and so much of it obviously was just related to COVID.
Yeah.
And getting people, getting
back.
vendors back.
Yeah, yeah.
But the results of the vendor survey were, generally they were happy, their sales were the same or better, they would recommend it to other vendors, all of those things. There weren't giant flags. And to me, what's interesting, and we'll talk about it later with the attendee survey, some of their concerns were the same, and they're like very fundamental, you know, wayfinding and things like that. I guess I'd question whether we want to, so I would maybe keep this just as sort of an attendee thing, and then it's very close to marketing, which is just how are we ensuring that, you know, we continue to be as relevant as possible for the attendees of Village Fest? And, you know, do we need more data? Or, you know, how do we make sure that we are taking the data and applying it with our vendors and with the, you know, marketing that we're doing and so on. So maybe changing the focus of this a bit. And, you know, I would love if there's anybody else who wants to do this with me, so I am not a committee of one, although I will say that the name of the agency, Tribe, has also done a great job. So it isn't really a committee of one because they've taken a lot of the work on, but I would love somebody else on that.
So staff has kind of stepped in and taken leadership of a lot of this
Yes.
stuff. And
Which is great.
in my mind, the next step is the downtown merchants to survey them. That was kind of our three-legged stool, if I'm right. And then to your point, so what? Now what do we do with all this? That becomes the next. And in my mind, it was an opportunity to take to the city council and say, here's what we see is the future of Village Fest, and here's what we want. And that's kind of led to the pop-up and those things where this really is more value add to the city than probably what the city realizes. And
Yes.
what can we do to make it that? So that's in a long roundabout way of saying, this committee is about marketing, it's about, well, I think it's marketing, Village Fest, period.
Yeah, and it's marketing.
To
sort of
multiple people.
B2B,
Yeah,
like to
yeah,
the
yeah.
internal constituents and then to attendees.
You've done such a good job, Cheryl, and I think really the best thing that's come out of the surveys is that we're pretty good, right?
Yeah.
The vendors seem to like it, the guests seem to like it. I mean, sometimes you do a survey, it goes in a bad direction.
You know, there were no big actually, I thought some of the most positive stuff I think should be helpful for you with the merchant, with the local merchants, and I agree we should survey them in the hospitality industry, because we talked about that as well. But that generally the majority, I won't say vast, of Village Fest attendees have gone to a store or a restaurant, you know, before, during, or after Village Fest. So there's data that actually proves that it could be beneficial for them.
And I think on a lot of the applications now, we see that the reason that they're applying is because somebody referred them and, you know, another vendor
Yeah.
is referring them. So that's really good news.
So let's use this to our advantage. Let's make it a win-win for everybody. When we did the presentation last June, and I mentioned the revenue stream that Village Fest generates for the city, the mayor at the time said, I didn't know we were making money off of that. I thought, wow, well, that's a good education point, you know.
And that's just, and you and I talked about this
Yeah.
once, and we never
Yeah.
kind of took it any further, but that's just direct revenue.
Yeah.
And we have not had a way of really demonstrating the indirect revenue to the city, which I think would be phenomenal if we had some way of calculating. I mean, obviously it's revenue to the vendors, that's their revenue, and we don't really have a way of knowing what that is, but is there other indirect revenue to the city?
Well, there's no
There
tax
is.
collected.
I was going to say, tax collection would tell us how they're doing in sales.
Yeah, but there's also economic impact that we can have a better understanding of Village Fest,
Right.
right? And what the impact is on the downtown
On the downtown
merchants
merchant,
and,
yes.
you know, the restaurants, you know, all, everything.
Well,
Right,
and the
I would love to
hotels.
be able to do that.
Because one of the
And it would
reasons
help
that
get more, yeah.
That's where we need to go.
One of the reasons that Village Fest is a Thursday was the idea of extending the weekend. That's why some people talked about changing it to Wednesdays, but we didn't have something solid on Thursday. So it was to make it so people will come stay longer in hotels too.
And I will say, like, I get a lot of calls. People always checking to make sure Village Fest is on Thursdays because that's when they're going to start their vacation and they make sure they're here for Village Fest or extend to make when they are at Village Fest. So I know I get a lot of calls about it. So I think it worked for, you know,
It
that's what
does.
their reasoning was, and I think it definitely worked.
I mean, maybe we broaden what the definition of this subcommittee is, because this is so specific, right? Like surveying vendors and attending, maybe we do make it more, I'm not sure what that is right now, but something that's a little broader around the value of Village Fest, you know, demonstrating the value of Village Fest to the city, the business community, and the attendees or something like that.
Maybe it's a subcommittee or a subcommittee, I don't know, of marketing. If we added the phrase education, I know that Joy is a member of the Palm Springs Hospitality Association. My company is now a member, so I'm going to those meetings regularly once a month. Maybe we could sponsor the first 5 minutes to stand up and say, hey, you know, we can offer you and your staff at the front desk of your hotel, a guest house, or your restaurant, more information, more training, you know, come and see it with us and we'll show you around. I don't know, but.
Maybe a QR code that
Yeah.
we could have at the front desks at hotels would be simple, yeah. Antonio, I'm sorry, I don't mean to speak on behalf of hotels with you here, but that could just be a simple thing, maybe, that could be offered, that could happen through wherever.
We've actually just finalized an updated trifold brochure.
Oh,
and that
nice.
would be something that we would want to give to all the hotels so they can have in their kiosk with all the other kind of events. What I was going to suggest, and this is where I think this conversation is going, is so it sounds like the surveying of vendors and attendees in this portion is really, you know, as you're saying, Cheryl, is broadening, but it sounds really like it's more marketing focused. So, you know, there may be an opportunity then to split the marketing social media where you have one that's focused on social media and then the other one is focusing on marketing, and that's including the
Promotions
surveying.
and education.
Marketing and promotions, yeah. Actually, I love that. But that includes the surveying, the market research, the impact analysis, stuff like that.
Or is it Village Fest continuous improvement, you know, or,
That too, however we phrase it.
yeah, however, whatever word we want to use, or what will it be when it grows up, you know, that,
We're not grown up.
we've got a long way to go.
We're middle-aged.
It's just the words we're looking for, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the social media can't happen without all that other information, right? It has to be
That's a piece
based
of it.
on something. So the marketing, or that's, I guess, too broad a word, but the social media or any of the outreach that we do, whether it's to the business community or attendees, has to be based on that input and that feedback, you know, that we're getting. So it does seem like maybe the next step is, we have to know what we want to survey the hospitality and business community about. So would love, you know, input obviously from the two of you, because we can do that relatively easily too. Like the vendor survey was easier because we know who we're going to. And then those ideas, like you've got, Dave, could be tested in a survey like that. Would you use this? Would you use that? What other ideas do you have? Those kinds of things, so that we can bring feedback from the community in. So maybe that is the next
One
step.
more piece of that in my mind is we're now full. You know, this is the place to be. So what do we do with that? You know, that's a tremendous opportunity for Village Fest to market and begin to say, some of these maybe don't fit here anymore, and we go after these, and do we expand the footprint? You know, what do we do? But this is a real
It's a good problem to have.
bellwether to say, it's now time to make some continuous improvement changes.
Put in
There
4
was no
months.
Village Fest, I would just be closed on Thursdays at 7 like every other
Yeah.
night of the week. I mean, why would I stay without Village Fest? But we're open till 10, and we have customers in there until it's time to close.
Mitchell, what were you saying?
Well, we're full now, but in 3 or 4 months, when summer hits, we're not going to be full.
Of course, yeah, of course.
So, you know,
It may make people want to stay, you know, so they can retain their spot, you know? Because vendors now, they're like, well, I want to be there permanently, you know, and things like that. So I'm like, you know, it's how we have, it's our procedure, you know, so.
but I think we allow them by not saying you have to be there 4 weeks in a row. You can just be there 1 week. I think if we want to encourage greater attendance of those vendors, then we need to say you have a minimum 4-week commitment when you start.
That's rules and regulations.
Yeah.
Okay, Okay, so we are hearing marketing social media continue, and then changing this to Village Fest improvements or some other name, but.
Marketing is right. That's the right term.
So then
Yeah.
so then the first one is social media and the second one's turning into marketing?
Marketing.
Marketing and promotions.
And education. It's education.
Education, yeah.
And then we're not keeping compliance?
Whatever you think. I mean, I'm gonna go walk the street and call Faith no matter what, so I don't need a subcommittee for that. It just, you know, if a merchant calls me and I can't get there, if Faith gets there, and somebody's gonna get there.
And the point of a subcommittee is that that subcommittee then reviews somebody who's doing poorly, and that's what Faith does anyways. And she brings it to the council, to our committee, or to our board if there is noncompliance.
Correct.
There used to be a lot more of it, just so that you know. It seems like there isn't. But, I mean, I used to have like 30 pictures
Used to have
that
a
I would
clipboard.
send her. Yeah, I
Used
went
to go
with
with
the
a
clipboard.
Well, then that's good.
So it's gotten,
improved.
yes, it's gotten so much better in the past like year or 2 years.
What's the biggest thing you two see when you see violations? What's just,
Jewelry.
Jewelry, and then little things of people like trying to sneak like stuff that was
Not
specific,
approved.
yeah, and then.
yeah, jewelry is probably.
Jewelry's a big one.
Yeah.
Could we revisit, or should we revisit some of the old grandfathered in vendors that clearly would never make it in now? I mean, I know that
I
we
think
say.
there's 3. There's only like
Oh, is
3.
that it? They're just
There's
big,
not-
I guess.
Right?
that many.
Do you still have, is Rose Anderson still here?
I don't even think,
Yeah.
I don't even know that we have any.
Yeah, there might not
I
be
don't
any.
think they even have any that are grandfathered in.
Is Rose Anderson the?
Guatemalan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she didn't come back after COVID.
Okay.
There's one that's always on the west side of the street, closer to Baristo.
Baristo. That's not grandfathered in, that's just his booth, and y'all are welcome to bring him back.
Because that one looks.
I mean.
I don't walk that far.
So you clearly know the one that I'm talking about.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I come
I
from.
always
I
wonder
walk
why.
from Baristo, so I'm very familiar with what's
Yeah.
on that end.
It's like 5 booths at the very end.
That one to me
I-
just does
I-
not look like it fits.
I,
Yeah, well, there we go.
I think that the street hasn't been full, so we
Yeah.
kind of allowed more. I mean, we do allow him to have more tents because we are trying to fill in that space, but as
Yeah.
we get full, he has to kind of, but
Yeah,
no,
that's real. That's literally like the one I'm talking about.
then I say,
Bring him back in and
I
make
say,
him prove himself.
go walk down there and make your decision.
From what I read here, it says that they reapply every year with a fee.
No, so that is, if you decide to rejury them, they do reapply with a fee. We send them the application and they pay a fee again.
Oh,
If
okay,
they're
but
rejuried.
it wasn't for the vendors who have been there for like 10 years. They don't,
If you decided to bring them back, that's what we do, is we do have them do another application, and bring that in, and then we would take a fee for
but
them.
only if we see an issue.
Correct.
We need to bring them back.
So like this would be a case of.
Correct.
We could come to you and say,
You know what, I kind of want to talk to this.
yeah, I
man,
don't
see
feel
his
like it fits
file.
our current guidelines and can he come back in and talk to us?
Absolutely.
What if they want to add stuff? Do you charge them a fee the
I do
second
not
time?
know.
Okay,
Good to know.
so back on subcommittees, just to confirm, social media is the first one. The second one is marketing, promotions, and education. Would we want to add like community engagement as part of that too, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think
Part
that
of it.
fits in there, but by explicitly saying it, I think it.
Okay,
Yeah, it's good.
okay, anything else?
Yeah, because we were just addressing in the last survey attendees, not necessarily those who are in the community that
Right, we
don't
haven't
know
done
about
that
it.
yet. Exactly,
Correct,
and it was
correct.
you made a good point that we did talk about doing that. So,
Okay, anything else on subcommittees?
anybody who'd like to volunteer to be?
Oh, yes.
We just
Yeah.
Are we
extended
represented at one
the
PS?
scope of it, and yet it's still little old me.
Are we represented at one PS meetings? Can we do something like maybe once a year, every other year maybe?
Like a presentation?
Yeah.
We can ask, yeah.
I mean, I'm on my board for one PS. Nobody even knows what Village Fest is. And I'm like, there's like 8 of us that are
We've,
regular.
We've talked
We have a
about-
booth at the picnic.
We do.
Yes.
I know.
Maybe that would be a good place to survey local residents. 1,000
I like that
locals
idea a
come.
lot, because
Would be.
1PS people are involved in our community, but they just don't know everything that's available to them. Golf courses and swimming pools and
Yeah.
all your favorites.
We'll get with Denise on that.
Okay.
Okay. Now, Village Fest marketing plan. Do we need a break?
That'd be good.
5 minutes? All right, why don't we take 5 minutes, and then we'll have Barbara set up, and then we're good to go. So let's reconvene in 5 minutes, please.
Like a little angel.
I did. I got it. I talked to he said he sent it to, so I said, oh, maybe the other ones did.
To you.
No, to you. Oh, you sent it to me too?
I replied to the email you sent out.
Yeah, I'll just look at you.
I
I'll
can't
just advance
open
the slide.
attachments
Does that work?
on my phone.
Thanks for being here. Good.
It could have been.
They were sent as docs. They were sent as docs, that's why.
From my phone, get a screen soon.
You sent one this morning. I got
Okay, good.
Oh, but it's sandwich spot.
How do you do? Who are you with?
I'm with Happy Smith.
Oh, okay.
Are you feeding me too?
Good, awesome. I figured somebody would be here that we didn't know, so that's why I wore my brat.
Try to keep those that are gonna piss off merchants from happening for them.
I sent it.
I didn't get yours, huh?
Okay, let me find what I sent
My
you.
husband was on Village Fest for
You
7
usually,
years,
I'm not
and I was on
because whenever I send you an email, you usually do acknowledge.
Yeah, so you know, we just met Joy, Cheryl, Antonio, and Bonnie.
I
Bonnie
forgot
said
the
she had
name
an
of
appointment at
it.
12:30. What time are you ready?
Probably probably like 12:30, because by the time we start this.
Are you staying for the whole meeting, Bonnie?
I'm leaving at 12.
Okay, so
I gotta be somewhere
Are you
at
been
12.
strict
Okay.
on your
Okay,
calls,
so
right?
So then,
then just Antonio and Cheryl.
Do you want me to email it to you?
if you have it, I can just write it down.
Okay.
Who knows what you're gonna be
I
talking
want
about?
the number 10,
Number 10.
which is the Dream Killer, with everything.
Oh, who
Swiss
could sit
cheese.
next to you after that?
No roasted peppers
I have another presentation.
on Dutch
Just a
crunch
garlic
bread.
sauce, just got onions.
No, it's actually virtual.
Right, so if we do, sometimes ask.
The only
like,
place you could ever
when
get
we have
Dutch
a
crunch.
Time, if it's
the
a
best.
jury event, sometimes I'll, and that's when they
So
do.
Dream Killer, everything on it, Swiss cheese, no roasted red peppers.
We ask them to reapply.
Well, yes,
So that
I
we
have
have a
a
current
small
application.
business right
But that's not something.
And then Joy, what did you like for lunch?
It's the meatball sandwich, I don't remember the name of it, and I can't open attachments on my phone.
I know, no, it's
Pull that,
time.
I think it's like the third thing on the menu.
Just keep an
I
eye
think,
on
I
it.
could
Oh,
be
yeah,
wrong.
yeah. And if you rejury them, then we do.
These monthly fees are actually so
This
weird.
morning, putting out fires at that
Some
hotel,
other
which is ever
things,
there
it's
right
like-
now.
You
so.
must be just.
Attractions,
so busy.
$361
Seems like
a
such
month.
a good time to get into representation.
$216 for a month for the summer. They're just such
Well,
odd
they
numbers.
go up a percentage.
That's probably why.
Yeah.
It's just such a
Yeah,
weird.
like random number.
Yeah.
Hi, I want to introduce myself.
Tom.
Barbara, nice to meet you. It's a pleasure to be here and share more.
Nice to see you in person.
How
Good
are
to see
you?
you. Good to see you in
Thank you for
person.
all your help with everything.
Same, I can say the same to you.
Yeah,
Is there
it's
certain kind of sandwich bread?
just soft.
Just soft. And I've actually continued to chat.
Oh, good.
As well, just
Pull that
because
sucker out.
wonderful human.
Yes.
Then I had to go to the
Like
dentist.
such opportunity just to make an impact.
Oh, yeah, but you know, you can get it inside out. Yeah,
That's what I'm gonna do.
that's the best way.
Is incredible.
They were so excited and eager and just,
Antonio, which one did
the
you
energy
want?
that they brought was really refreshing. And they really made
Board meeting at the same time, so.
Started working
Did you want
with
chips
them
and
a
drink
year
as well?
ago. They were so
No.
thrilled because, like she said, normally they don't get real world problems.
Thank you.
22.
You know, somebody makes up something that doesn't matter.
Let's see if they can
They
deliver.
come in, they were to present to us, they knew
The
that
chips
they
and
were
a drink
doing
too?
something that was.
Did you want?
Boy, when they take away all our parking, it's gonna be a problem there.
a really,
Good.
it was a
What do
treat.
you want?
That's great.
Whatever.
And it's a free resource, which is
Free.
really nice, right?
We love free.
Just sourdough.
Nice to see you.
Same here,
Station back
same here.
there.
Oh, they are?
Yes, we're gonna lose most of our.
I interviewed you on.
gonna call them.
I remember, how are you? I saw you sitting there.
Salads, they have green Caesar,
I know.
tuna or chicken.
That parking lot is always
I'm
full.
fighting hard on this. Yeah, they need a new fight. Hi, honey. How are you?
Is there a reason that you guys never got back to us about how bad his ankles were getting?
Not realize that he's not on mute.
I sent a message through my.
They can probably do it, whoever's.
It's real hard.
Maybe so.
Get it like crunchy, crunchy.
Yeah, oh, yeah, for sure.
I know, I just found out and it's like the best thing ever. But flip side,
Yeah, but
do it
where
inside out,
we
I
have
think
the
it's
park
called.
across the street.
So you flip the
Underground,
top so that
can't
you
even
get
come
the
up.
soft
It
part and
used
you're
to
not
be you
biting that
parked on
hard.
the
crunchy
highway,
part.
and
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
like right on my
Because it hurt,
block.
it'll
Now,
rip up your,
yes,
your.
I always get
But now
caught.
that's their elevator, it wasn't before.
You as well.
And so
That's a very
the
good
other
I
place
know,
you
right?
Come
Can you
up
order mine that way?
is,
Figure out how.
escalator that is blocked off right now, yeah. And that other elevator.
Yeah, sorry, I kicked him out.
No, but it is if you're.
I can sit over there.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not staff, let me go over there. I don't want to be perceived that way.
But I said, why don't you just make it two-story, at least, we could at least make it half
You want to sit right here?
size and get a fireman pole, everybody's a fireman.
So Nick, how
pole.
close does your job compare to the show Parks and
But
Rec?
the facility there is totally.
You know what's funny? Here,
Really
a
bad. I
lot
was
more
shocked.
than my last place.
Like,
More because it's like small town.
that old fire station, yeah, well, I went there and brought my property manager there and,
I'm sure.
yeah, so when the fire
It's such a good
department
show.
talks about. the
But you, I'm sure,
they
looking at it
have
with a completely
urgent,
different
it was me
lens
and
than
my
I do.
And that
It's
kind of
super
pissed me
funny.
off.
I mean, but there are definitely some things where I'm like,
We're being recorded.
totally like this one.
I re-watched it again, like, within the last couple of years, and I, just from being on this council, had such a different view, because I'd never been involved in any level of local politics or local.
Yeah, because for so long you didn't.
I think we're ready to start again, right? Yeah.
Same systems.
You want to just say?
It would be the
or-
same
oh,
systems.
So this is what you're talking about. You see this, this is on the website, it's the process checklist.
Well, we've come a far
Basically,
long
what
way.
you want to do is make this interactive.
Discussion.
Upload your letter of intent,
I just
upload your marketing
wanna
materials,
work it.
and have it, and it sounds like the city actually has,
Yeah,
yeah.
And there's, I mean,
there's no
we
money.
have no-go settings, so like, you can upload something, or if you don't have it, it won't let you advance.
1990.
And to your point, there were free computers, there were ways for people to do it, and look, if there are people who can't do it, there's gotta be a way. Well, some people, it's difficult for, I mean, it
Just
just.
because nobody else wants to.
All right, want to
They
reconvene?
might need some guidance, but.
All right, we'll go ahead and turn it over to Barbara with your Peppy Smith.
Good morning, everyone. It's so nice to meet you and speak with you all. I'm so excited to be here today. So again, my name is Barbara Baran. I'm representing Trippepi Smith, your communications consultant. This project is especially meaningful to me as a Palm Springs native who has just returned after many years in San Diego. So I am very grateful to be leading this project with the support of my team members who are not here today. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to update you on our work at this point with Village Fest. At this point, as you already know, Village Fest has strong brand reputation, so our work really focuses on revitalizing the brand, elevating the experience, and increasing engagement with locals, tourists, vendors, performers, and community partners. So this presentation really focuses on what has been completed and then where our key opportunities remain. Thank you. So a quick look at our agenda and the topics that we're going to discuss today. And then before we dive in, I'd like to highlight how we approached this work. So it was very intentionally sequenced. Every tactic stems from listening first and building a long-term foundation. This is not a one-off promotion by any means. So before we start listening, we ensured that we weren't making any assumptions, and we ensured alignment before execution. It directly shaped the marketing plan, branding direction, and website recommendations. So some of the key themes that we identified was, again, strong reputation, but there are evolving expectations. There is a need to counter the swap meet perception that some people have, and there's a desire for stronger storytelling, wayfinding, and digital presence. And so we applied these insights into our strategy and developed a marketing plan. And we established 4 seasonal campaigns to keep Village Fest fresh year-round, 5 metrics to measure success, We defined our audiences as attendees, partners, performers, and again, those community partners in order to understand how to tailor our efforts. So this plan is not just for this year. It's a repeatable framework with seasonal campaigns designed to re-engage locals who feel like they've already been to Village Fest. And this plan gives direction to your staff well beyond this contract. While simultaneously creating our marketing plan, we also conducted a full website audit. We delivered a detailed page-by-page improvement checklist outlining usability, accessibility, and storytelling gaps and opportunities. So it's important to remember that the website is the front door to Village Fest. It's next to social media, the website is often the visitor's first impression. So our recommended improvements really focused on modern updates and what can realistically be done to maintain and support tourism and vendors and those community partners. And while the recommendations haven't been able to move forward, we still see this as one of the highest impact investments available to Village Fest at this time. This is a larger project. There are limitations here, but the adjustments do need to be made. So currently, I think one of the biggest things that sticks out to me at this point is the website really pushes audiences to visit Palm Springs Facebook versus our own, which we know we're trying to grow our own social media following. So pushing audiences elsewhere is not our best strategy.
Can you say more about why this hasn't been able to move forward? You said this is.
I can speak on that. The website, the current website that we have is 10 plus years old, Faith?
It's old.
Yeah, it's and so with not even doing a lot of maintenance since the inception of the website, a lot of technology has changed, and so we've been just band-aiding it over and over again. And so our current vendor that oversees this website has to do a lot of kind of just trying to code in certain things if we need to make changes. We can't even edit items on the webpage because it's that old. We've actually looked at Trippepi Smith to ask for an idea of a website overhaul and how much that would cost. And I believe it was about
15-ish,
okay,
I think.
yeah. And so it's gonna take a lot of work and some new appropriation in dollars that we don't necessarily have at this time. And so that's why we haven't been able to move forward. We are non-compliant in a lot of the areas that we need to be really compliant of. And this is where I mentioned earlier in our conversations is we need to really make this a big effort to look at overhauling this whole website, because there are a lot of things that we want to do with just, electronic applications, allowing vendors to pay online, using digital mapping tools so that we can see placement of vendors and where they actually are. And we have a lot of that technology already. We just don't have a website that can support it. And so that's why we haven't been able to move forward on a lot of
Would compliance also include elements such as, I don't know what they're called, subtitles or foreign language adaption?
Yeah, so that's exactly what I'm referencing is a lot of ADA compliance. So there is law out there that you have to have proper names for images and file names, and we don't even have a lot of that right now. And there are a lot of websites now where you can easily go to the website and there's like a translate option, so you can see it in whatever language you prefer. We don't even have the capability of doing things like that. And so we want to be able to modernize it. We just don't have the capacity with the current website.
Okay, thanks.
Nick, is this as simple as a appropriation for the expense, or is it much more complicated than?
We don't have the budget for this at this time. This is something that we could possibly look at in July, but we want to make sure and have a better understanding, especially after Barbara finishes her presentation, to have an understanding of where the board wants to move forward, because we want to be able to make sure that we pay close attention to this if that's how you want us to. We know that it's something that we need to do, but depending on what other kind of priorities the board wants us to focus on, we need to prioritize that in our work plan.
So there's the aesthetics portion of this, right? We're pushing audiences to a different social media account than ours. And then there's also outdated photos and just different aesthetics that matter, but we hit on the compliance part, right? There are financial issues that arise and where you could get dinged. So when you think of the, dollars that you might spend for not being in compliance, you've got to weigh that into, what it would cost to actually update the website. So something to think about and ponder on as you consider those options.
Should you just shut it down?
Well, we can't because that's our main info for all of the rules, the vendor info, all of that stuff. We don't have another place at this moment where we can push all that to, unless it's to the.
PalmSpringsVillageFest.com?
What's that?
Would you like PalmSpringsVillageFest.com domain?
You're
Guess
suggesting.
who owns it?
You own it?
Yes, of course. I used to do the website before this
So you're giving it
website,
up.
But I used to
She
do it
wants to
for
sell it.
for many years.
Sell
I'm
it,
just
baby.
telling you though, I thought that it was a mistake, a misstep to not have the words Palm Springs
Yeah.
in the name. And
Even
they
just
went
PS,
with
yeah.
just villagefest.org, sounds like.
Anywhere.
There are other
Anything.
events that are called
That's
Village
good.
Fest.
That's
Sorry,
good
but I
knowledge.
do.
I didn't know that. We've also we've been trying to grab a whole bunch of other URLs and domains. We haven't seen that one yet, but like social media channels, because we want to grab as much of that as we can so the city maintains ownership of it so that no one else is impersonating Village Fest or Palm Springs Village Fest. So yeah, we'll chat.
Great. So, and now on to the creative phase of our plan. Our goal for branding was to really honor the legacy while enhancing the experience. This is not an evolution. This is an evolution, not a reinvention. So we specifically remained rooted in Palm Springs' iconic mid-century modern look and modern flair. We retained the original Village Fest logo, but we expanded supporting visual identity and weaved in the action-oriented tagline, P.S. Meet me at Village Fest. So we created key creative assets for the city to use to support storytelling, as well as developed a Canva-based toolkit to empower the city staff long-term and well past our contract. So the goal here is consistency, flexibility, but also sustainability. We developed a simple and flexible approach that could grow with Village Fest. We highlighted key landmarks such as the iconic clock tower and the Memorial Library downtown, along with imagery that evokes the event. We also tried to create more of a modular grab bag so that staff could be empowered again to create their own imagery based on their needs. And we've seen that within today's PowerPoint, as I saw. So I love that that's being utilized currently. Using our concepts, we help build the foundational pieces of a overall asset library, which you can see here. We use the orange from Village Fest logo and colors from the website, but we really expanded out the color palette to be more supportive, more versatile, while maintaining a focus on fun and vibrant colors. So the graphics are used flexibly to create different picture looks. Think something like a sticker book, right? Here you can see all of those graphics are utilized in multiple different ways, but they're unified, they're consistent, and that's really the feel that we're going for. We created consistent font style as well, using two different fonts, one for headers and one for the body. The header is a casual, retro-inspired script font that really harkens to mid-century modern, but it still maintains a fun and playful look. The body font matches this by being clean and sleek, with some curves that give energy and movement to the text. So we sought to combine a couple different approaches here to create graphics that could be used in a variety of purposes on social media. The cadence of the feed was important to make things feel authentic, but also while using those templates to provide a little bit of loose guidance for the city to play with. So we opted for heavy use of real photography for our social media to engage authentically with the look and feel of the event, to highlight different performers and vendors, because we know real faces tend to perform better on algorithms. So this allows the team to insert those real photos and weave them into social media in a more cohesive and authentic way. These materials are editable for city staff post-project. Again, as I've already shared, we want to be sustainable. And this is really what we see the future of our social media to look like. So I'm going to now expand into the activation phase. Understanding the importance of clearly identifying the event space and embracing the presence as a whole, on-site branding opportunities were identified and have been implemented. So we recommended these on-site branding enhancements to reinforce the brand and further the attendee experience. These are tangible improvements that elevate the perception at the event, from wayfinding signage seen here through A-frames to a branded neon sign to light up the Village Fest booth, to branded t-shirts for the Village Fest team to encourage interaction, and branded shopping bags to encourage shopping throughout the event. Another opportunity, community engagement and outreach opportunity were our efforts developing the Village Fest survey. And we worked with Cheryl and the Palm Springs High School ABLE program for maximum impact and reach. We developed a QR code to easily connect respondents to the survey. We built out the Google page. We collaborated with the ABLE program to execute. We gathered 275 different survey responses, and we compiled those into a report with our recommendations, which you should have today. We also, this is really exciting, built out the foundations for a Village Fest newsletter. So through those surveys, we gathered 68 email addresses in order to engage with those survey respondents post survey. So please note I'm about to share high-level findings. We did provide a more in-depth report for you to simmer with, but the overall survey findings were really, really positive. The largest share of respondents were first-time attendees, followed by those who attend a few times a year. This presents a really strong opportunity to focus marketing efforts on improving retention and encouraging repeat visitation, particularly among those first-time attendees. So about 72% of attendees rated their overall enjoyment as excellent. 89% expressed a desire to visit Village Fest again. This really suggests that the event is successful. It's creating memorable experiences, and attendees rated food and art prices favorably, with most selecting good. Event logistics, including parking, restrooms, and seating, those were also rated as good or excellent. So the majority of respondents reported planning to shop at Village Fest. 33% planned to spend $26 to $50. About 25% planned to spend $50 to $100. And in addition to on-site spending, 65% shopped at nearby downtown businesses, reinforcing Village Fest's role as a driver of broader economic activity, which we heard here today. Food purchases were nearly split. 52% were purchasing food from Village Fest vendors. Most popular items included tamales and popcorn, churros and cookies. Really signals a demand for handheld options, as well as sweet treats, because we know that people are going to local restaurants as well. So 48% of respondents dined at those restaurants. Highest restaurants were Lulu's and Maracas. 81% of respondents indicated they'd stop to watch or listen to live performers, with over 50% rating the entertainment as excellent. So these results confirm that live music and performance are a core component of Village Fest and the experience, and a key driver of engagement. Interest in a kids and family zone was mixed. So 47% responded no, but the other percentage said maybe or yes. So this really kind of aligns with the demographic data that we saw. A large portion of attendees fall within the larger age groups. Our overall takeaways: Village Fest should remain the entertainment should remain a central pillar of programming and promotion. And I think family-friendly activities are worth testing, but maybe more so on a seasonal basis versus a weekly occurrence. The respondents primarily fell between 30 to 40, 45 to 50, and then 50 plus, as was the largest age group. 60% attended with family or friends, typically groups of 2 or 4. 36% attended alone, which was surprising. Among those family groups, it was split pretty evenly between young children and teens. 50% of respondents were visitors, while 34% were locals who attend regularly, mainly from Palm Springs and Cathedral City. Visitors reported staying in hotels and vacation rentals or with family and friends, and that was split nearly in equal proportions. Our takeaways are that marketing should continue targeting visitors while reinforcing appeal to local residents. So overall, Village Fest survey, in a nutshell, highlights here, it's performing exceptionally well, which is great news. First-time visitors are the largest opportunity. Affordability, quality, and ease are strengths. It is driving meaningful impact. Live entertainment is a core experience, but there is an opportunity for thoughtful evolution here. Limited testing of maybe new food options, culturally diverse vendors, select seasonal activations can enhance this experience without disrupting what is working. And so our PR foundation is in place, and our strategy remains sound. Future releases can quickly highlight and reactivate earned media while highlighting vendors and entertainment, which we know they want from our vendor surveys. So we'll continue to work with the city on disseminating this information. And now we're going to expand into the activation phase.
Can I just make a couple comments on the data, because I've spent a lot of time with it? Just to highlight a few things that I think are really interesting compared to maybe what some of our conventional wisdom was going into it as well. Because I think there was this feeling that the locals don't go, I've heard it said many, many times, locals don't go to Village Fest. 50% of the people were locals or snowbirds. 50% were visitors. So that, to me, completely disputes that.
And 30% of them are there minimally monthly, but best case weekly. That's an even more powerful driver.
That's great news.
Yeah, so I just think that that's really important for us if we're going to be advocates and ambassadors of Village Fest, and we hear that from people, right? And the reason that people who aren't going to come back say they're not going to come back is because they're not locals and they're not here.
Yes.
So it does also, first of all, it says that the locals are having a good experience with it, and it does reinforce that idea of reaching out to those first-time people, though, and the only way to do that is going to be through marketing of some sort to people who are coming into Palm Springs, to connecting with the hospitality community, right? So that when they check into a hotel or a vacation rental, because there was a lot of vacation rental, and also the vast majority said they heard about it through word of mouth. So again, having other mechanisms outside of word of mouth and just hoping that happens, where we can drive more people, I think is really important. So just for me, those were some of my really key takeaways from this. And I think, maybe we want to set some time up to go into the merchants with some of this to talk about it. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but I just wanted to share that.
Well, it would give us the opportunity, too, to work more on the bulk program of, businesses open late Thursday, and it's just a lot better to try to do it this time of year than in the summer when they're not open. So
enjoy the restaurant data, the restaurants that people are opting to pick. Is valuable data that Lulu should certainly be aware.
Yeah, anybody with a good patio, right? Because they really want to be in the event there. Yeah, it's great information.
That's my 2 cents.
Thank you.
On the data.
Thanks for doing such a good job.
Yes, big thanks to Cheryl.
I'd be glad to walk with you to Merchants.
I'd be happy to.
So to date, we've delivered a social media policy, a strategy, and templates for staff use. We also have video content and reels with captions, including vendor and performer spotlights. So these accounts have strong followings, which is a huge asset, and they continue to grow. So I'd like to present one of our efforts, solely captured off of my iPhone and delivered pro bono, if we can do that, just as an example of some of the content that we've created. This was back in August, and our video team edited and put it all together.
Sorry, one sec.
Can you go back to, what about entertainers?
She gave you such a good lead in. Come on.
Was entertainers one of the featured?
Yes, they were a core component for this. I mean,
I just think I
people
saw a slide that didn't say entertainers. I think it said.
Yeah, it was in the packet.
I think it says
Okay.
performers.
Okay.
label it differently, but
No, that's good. Thank you.
yes, of course. We've created. Again, this was shot on my iPhone when I was during August, and I tossed it to our video team. I just wanted to put something together to kind of generate excitement and just push some of our video content forward as quickly as we could. Okay, so.
We need to show that during the movie festival.
Oh, I love that. That could easily be.
Yeah,
that would've been great.
That would have been great. That's a great idea for next year.
Great idea. So social media, huge area of opportunity here. First, it's important to acknowledge that Village Fest social media accounts, again, are a very strong asset. They have healthy followings, consistent engagement, and they do continue to grow every year. So I really want to recognize Joy for creating and building these accounts for many, many years. It's a big job, and you've done a really, really great job. So I just want to take a moment to acknowledge Joy. That's a big, big deal. After reviewing these accounts, we see social media, again, one of the biggest opportunities for growth outside of the website. And particularly as the event moves into its 34th year and beyond, we do face some limitations to use these platforms strategically. So we really want to treat Village Fest as a city asset with shared oversight. At this time, neither the city or our consultant team have full access to those accounts. So there's some limitations there. It really kind of limits our planning and our long-term strategy. So our recommendation is based on best practices that we see across more than the 200 cities that our agency supports. In our experience, it's not a single city or it is not a single city or its long-standing event of this size is managed through a single access or informal structure. So Village Fest, in my eyes, has kind of outgrown its original social media model. You know, it's worked in past and when the event was smaller, but now there's an opportunity to really evolve and create something more structured and more strategic. So this is not about control. It's really about continuity and transparency and accountability. So we can really push this to the event as it continues to scale. Full admin access would unlock tools that are already included in our project scope that you have allowed us to or suggested that we do. So connecting those accounts to Sprout Social, which is what our agency uses for all of our other accounts across the board, really helps for centralized content publishing, customer support, which is really important, but the most important thing is performance analytics, enabling a more thoughtful planning, real-time engagement, and data-informed decision making. That's the key there, data-informed decision making. So without that proper access, the city can be, with that proper access, the city can begin running strategic ad campaigns, expanding our reach, promoting those special events, those seasonal activations, and highlighting those vendors and performers the way that they really want to be highlighted.
So what I hear you saying, just so I understand, the work that we've done so far and where we've gotten to today is totally driven by social media and what the public sees. And that requires a level of oversight and continuity to which there are many inputs from a lot of people.
Yes.
But we really need to have continuity and we need to have oversight so that the message is clear and consistent and reaches the right people. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly, and reaches the right people, I think, is really the target, the key component there, is we want to be able to place money behind these well-thought-out graphics, reels, you know, caption content, hashtags to target those individuals that are coming outside of Palm Springs, to really make sure we're targeting them specifically so they know Village Fest is an opportunity outside of the hospitality, outside of the word of mouth, outside of those regular advertising components.
So that will drive more than ever the importance of an investment in a new website.
Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
communication.
Absolutely.
So has there been resistance to that?
I think
Not yet.
And look, I don't think we're saying that there's any resistance on this. What we want.
Not yet.
Well, not yet.
But I do want to say, the one on Instagram, Antonia and I just took over, you know, because somebody else had it or whatever. But the Village Fest one on Facebook, I really started that to focus on the merchants downtown during Village Fest. It had a different reason, and I started that in 2011, and although there won't be resistance here in this meeting, maybe later we can talk more about that, because that's why I did it. I didn't do it really on behalf of Village Fest so much as the merchants and Village Fest.
But it is Village Fest. Help me understand. I hear
It
what you're
is, but-
saying and I
but I
understand your words.
own it.
And, well, but you are the link
Yes,
between Village Fest, which is the reason we're all here,
correct.
and your connection to the merchants who are very much a part of this experience.
But that is not the focus of this campaign. And so this will be something that maybe Barbara and whoever else, Faith, because she'll keep me calm, could have a discussion about it later. Just because I started in 2011. A lot of people maybe didn't even have social media then, but the purpose of it was different than the stated purpose here, and nothing wrong with having the two purposes, but will they still fit together then? And so that's a discussion I really feel that should happen offline and not in this meeting right now, and then we could bring whatever happens in that meeting to the
Sure,
board.
and I do want to point out is, for the purposes of this conversation, is that we wanted to bring an option to the board, because what I heard the board when we first talked about hiring a marketing consultant a year ago was to help us with enhancing the brand, right? And this is something that is a huge opportunity for us to do that. And we wrote it into the scope of work for Tripeppi Smith to help us create these assets and these video content and all of this great work. But we are unable at this time to schedule all of that because we do not have the access, because we don't have a clear understanding of who owns what. And also, it is not an asset of the city at this moment. And so if it were to become a city asset, or if you change it and it goes somewhere else and we create our own official Village Fest social media accounts, then it has to abide by the official policies, our IT governance, our social media policy, which is why we have something drafted for review, because we need to have an understanding from the board of how we want to proceed. Because right now we're at a standstill until with implementing this portion of the marketing plan. And so we have a better understanding of how you all want us to move forward.
I am completely confused.
Okay.
So I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
What I hear is that we have a website that is really not working.
Correct.
Okay, it needs to be improved.
Correct.
Joy has a social media account for the vendor, for the merchants downtown.
That's
That-
privately owned.
That's privately owned. And Antonia, what do you have? You work with
We
her?
have an
Antonio.
Instagram account.
Pardon me?
We have an Instagram account that is probably also technically privately owned.
Privately owned.
Yeah.
But
I don't
that-
know where it came from.
But
honestly.
that was created by Chris,
Chris, yeah,
who was
Chris.
on the board. at the
It was
time.
actually created by Heyday.
Oh, he did
It
it?
was, this was
Oh, the
Heyday
Instagram
originally.
Oh, okay.
But when he
They
left,
did the burger place?
Yeah.
yes, but when he left Village Fest, there was a changeover.
So we have all these different,
They need to come together. You understand perfectly.
yeah, and that
Exactly.
they need to come together. We've hired Giuseppe Smith to help us out with that. She's come up with this, and now who figures out how to integrate all this?
Well, we're gonna have some kind of a talk, because if you think about social media or domains, it's kind of like real estate. So you own it,
Sure.
you improve it, you develop it.
Sure.
It would be a lot better if somebody didn't want to just take it,
Sure.
unless you're Greenland, Trump. So, So that's just a conversation I would feel a lot more comfortable having with these people. And just as a disclaimer, I love Barbara, and she's friends with my daughter, and her mother lives next door to me. So
I didn't know that.
yeah. Okay, so I figured that's why she's our rep here from the company. But she's a very, very nice person. But I would enjoy having
Yeah, I
these
think that's fair.
conversations, not in this way, so therefore without commissioners, maybe Greg.
Yeah, for
But,
sure.
uh,
But the purpose of this was not to put anybody
Yeah.
on the spot. It's
It's
to
part
give
of
us
the
an
subcommittee.
update.
Yeah, we're just all
Maybe
trying-
the subcommittee could meet with you guys, because I
think it's
wouldn't
a sense
mind.
of understanding
Yeah,
where
sure.
we are
Trying to
and trying to,
understand.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I didn't understand it either, which is why I asked the question that way, like I didn't know all the underlying.
I was trying not to say some things here. My husband would kick me out.
But
Under the table.
I mean,
not
maybe
like
this isn't
violently.
appropriate, but I'm looking at the Facebook page and I don't see how this is focused on the merchants.
It's not anymore.
Right, okay.
Because Village Fest wanted it now, wanted more
Yeah,
input
okay.
on it. I'm just sharing the same stuff I'm sharing on Instagram and, but it used to be.
Yeah. And again, there'll be whatever offline meetings. And on the broadest level, it seems like their objectives broadly, and which are our objectives, is not very different. It's about driving more traffic to Village Fest at the simplest level, which should be good for the merchants and should be good for everybody. So if we,
Yeah.
if that's,
I
if we
would
keep
like
that
that.
part in mind, how it happens is a lot of what you're talking about.
Yes.
And for the first time in my knowledge, we now have evidence that the downtown restaurants are benefiting,
And merchants and stores,
and
yeah.
merchants, you said yourself, but at least the restaurants
Yes.
are benefiting from Village
Yes,
Fest.
no, the stores too. The question was in
No,
there.
definitely. I mean, we're in partnership with
Yeah.
you, the businesses in Village Fest. We know that. We appreciate that and love that and want to go along with that. We just probably need to talk, in a subcommittee
Sure.
first.
So we'll continue the conversation
Thank you.
in the subcommittee and then, discuss that further.
I just want to clarify, because I
Yeah.
heard that, it sounded like there was a little confusion, but despite this being privately owned, this is still a city asset. And I think that needs to be clarified, right? Because this is a city event, and therefore any representation of that is a city asset. So I heard differently, I just want to clarify, and I will continue.
Which attorney told you that? Because that is in conflict with mine.
Okay,
That's why we should probably talk about it offline, okay?
Okay, I will leave that conversation to offline. But as the communications and marketing experts, our role is to help expand brand awareness. We want to protect the legacy of Village Fest. We want to ensure its reputation continues to grow alongside attendance. So the vendor and attendee surveys really reinforce this moment. Village Fest has incredible equity, its loyalty and goodwill, and social media is one of the most effective ways to amplify that story. So ultimately, this is about honoring 33 years of success while positioning Village Fest into its new chapter, right? So with that structure, and there is needed strategy to sustain its growth. It's a time to reflect and honor the reputation and legacy of this event and our branding and our outreach. So I just visually want to show you how we can achieve this together. On the left, you're going to see Village Fest current social media, and on the right, you'll see an example of a municipal client that I actually lead. They have allowed us to fully support social media strategy, including we built out these templates for social media just the way we did for Village Fest. We developed their content, their execution, and their distribution, as well as monthly reporting. So on the right, there is a clear, cohesive aesthetic that is directly tied to the city's established branding. So we intentionally build social media templates that extend a city's brand and not replace it. The colors, the typography, the imagery, and layout are all designed to work together so that at a glance, when audiences are scrolling through their social media feed, they can instantly recognize who they're being spoken to, who is speaking to them, excuse me. That consistency builds trust. When content looks cohesive and professional, it signals credibility. organization as well as reliability, especially important for city-managed events. This matters more for a legacy event like Village Fest. With more than 33 years of history, this is no longer an event. This is a brand with deep equity.
That middle picture needs to be removed.
Is that you?
Yeah.
Can I just also point out, on the current feed, Barbara, we've got mistakes or differences. Village Fest is technically one word with a capital V and a capital F.
So
not
let me
two.
clarify, this is not a critique
Not
by
at
any
all.
means of the current feed. It's to showcase with the templates that we've hired Trepepi Smith to create an example of what that could look like. As we've stated, we still need to have an offline conversation about the management and the structure of our social media channels. But it's by no means a critique of anything that we're saying on our current structure.
No, I guess I'm just reinforcing the fact that we don't have a consistent
Right.
look and image and
When we run our
spelling.
social media, we run it by 3 different people before it gets posted.
Perfect.
Again, eyes all across the board to make sure no spelling error,
I
misinformation.
mean, these are recent ones too, that, 2026 Village Fest is closed on Thanksgiving, and that Bring a Sweater, those are relatively new.
It's a big job.
Yeah.
It's a big
Yeah.
job.
It's a full-time job.
It's a
Yeah.
full-time job, absolutely. So
Mostly just share whatever comes out of Parks and Rec that's applicable, and on the stories, I share everything that comes from a vendor, mostly.
So what I really want to emphasize with this is that strong brands are instantly recognizable, right? You don't need to see a logo to know that red means Coca-Cola or Green Mermaid means Starbucks. That level of recognition comes from intentional, repeated visual storytelling over time. And so Village Fest really deserves that same level of brand attention. This is an opportunity to really button things up visually and strategically so that the event really reflects its true scale, professionalism, and impact. A cohesive visual identity also helps counter outdated perceptions like the swap meet perception that we're trying to counter. So by elevating that look and feel on its digital presence, we can move away from any of those perceptions and reinforce the reality that this is a curated, high-quality, artisan-driven experience. So our goal is to build that brand in a way that feels intentional, it's polished, it's unmistakable, while still preserving the warmth and creativity that the community loves. So with the right access, we can do this. This is kind of some of a piece of the monthly reporting that we are able to pull utilizing Sprout Social. This is an example of one of our other clients. There's another example here. It really just shows some really in-depth data that we can use to target our audiences, know what's working, what isn't, and tailoring based off of that data. So to recap, we began with stakeholder and community listening, we built a strategic foundation, and we activated that strategy across branding, digital, and community engagement. But our area of opportunities still lie in social media, press releases and media relations, website updates, and I do see some on-site enhancements that could still be made. So I just want to say thank you. That was a lot of information.
Thank you so
But
much.
I am so grateful to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from the board?
Great job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I do want to say kudos to you all because, a year or so ago, you all made an effort to really make this a huge focus, right? And so you challenged us as staff to hire the right type of firm to help us with this process. And we've already seen a lot of engagement and increases in just everything that we're doing, which is helping to enhance the image and the brand of Village Fest from Barbara and Trepepi Smith. So, we're in contract until the end of this fiscal year, but we're looking to see how we can continue on the work in future years. And we'll take, as Barbara mentioned, this roadmap that they've developed to help us to really emphasize the brand over the course of the years to come.
Is the fiscal year the calendar year?
Fiscal year ends June 30th, so we're July to June.
And you did give an estimate of how much?
For the website audit? We did, yes. Or the website refresh, we did.
It
We
was
know that.
Would you say
I
14?
want to say it was like 15
Okay.
to maybe 16, but
1,000,
don't.
I'm assuming.
quote
Yeah,
me.
just-
Yeah.
We throw out numbers, I just
Yeah.
like to know.
Don't quote me, but that's
But
what
then
my
there needs to be
memory.
ongoing maintenance of it and
Correct.
support and all
course.
of that as well.
Correct.
Nick, do you prepare the recommendation for the Parks and Rec budget? Is that in
Yes,
your-
yeah, and Village Fest is part of the Parks and
Yes,
Recreation
yes,
budget.
so,
Yeah.
Okay, no other questions? I can phase myself out and let you continue to.
great job.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
Beran, Beran.
Okay, so we can continue on with 4B. This item, though, was just to talk about the next phase of social media. Thank you so much, Barbara.
Thanks, Barbara.
But if we are not at a point that we're going to have a separate conversation with the subcommittee, I'd say that maybe we table this item for a future meeting, just so that we can have an understanding of how we want to proceed. The idea here was that we were presenting forward an administrative policy so that we have an understanding of kind of shared goals and vision for the overall kind of operation of our social media channels, just so we have an understanding of like our rules and guidelines of what we wish to share and not share on our social media channels. So with consensus with you all, I'd say we table that until we have a separate
Just one quick question, so that is not an existing, there is not an existing social media policy?
Not for Village Fest, or not, yeah, not official, not from the city. And so,
Is there one for the city? Okay.
and it mimics something similar to that.
So wouldn't we just naturally fall under that?
We could, yeah. The idea here, though, was because we have external stakeholders, though, that are assisting with the social media account, which is why we would have a separate one tailored to Village Fest.
When we have that discussion, it would probably be helpful to understand what distinctions there would be and why from this.
Between the general city practices? Yeah,
Yeah.
agreed, okay.
I think there's two different parts of the social media policy, though. One is all to do with the Brown Act stuff.
Yes.
Super complicated. I'd love somebody to explain that better to me. And then the other is the policy here in regards to social media and et cetera. Yeah.
Right, because the Brown Act stuff is the stuff that we have no leeway on.
But now there's new social media rules, which are, I don't get it.
Yeah,
Honestly,
those have been in place for a while, but basically, you all as board members, if, what's a quorum, 4 here? Yeah, okay. So if 4 of you like a post on social media, then that can be deemed as a violation of the Brown Act. Same thing as commenting. And so we would advise that none of you
Just stay off.
you could share it, but you can't like or comment. Because that could be deemed as a violation of the Brown Act.
Good to know.
So you're just sharing. So,
Yeah, for the most part, we're on the account.
Yeah.
That, it's not for that, it's for individual accounts of board members.
okay.
Okay. Okay, the next item is the meat of this meeting, the rules and regulations. Do you want to take a break, or do you want to just dive right in? 5-minute break? All right, let's take a 5-minute
I
break.
have to leave at 12, so.
What's that?
I'm going to leave at 12,
Okay.
so.
Can I just ask for the only changes in yellow? I don't have a laptop to use right now. It's hard to see on my phone. When you sent them out, yeah.
Those
I'm
were
not-
the previous changes that we had received from you all
Oh.
several months ago. But we're going to go line item by line item as much as we can today. Yeah, so I'm going to pull it up.
Thanks.
All right, 5 minutes.
Do we want to mute it? So
Yeah,
that conversation-
mute it.
How do I do that?
On the thing,
on that
yeah,
one.
there, yeah.
Remember, people writing checks
And the
for
people
X
came
amount of
in
money, they
buses.
just
It was
cash.
just a whole thing. Just give them.
That's true.
Giving to them.
The revenue's the revenue. For Village Fest, and then you have offsets to it.
The incremental revenue that comes from the people showing up is
Just
a
a big
lot.
mess.
That,
Plus the application,
Yeah.
And it was on Thursday night.
but I say maybe
So
some
the-
of that is captured.
It's Christmas.
Operating expenses, parts and recreation.
I mean, I just see it as like the convention center. It's not there to make money, it's there to make everybody else money.
Oh, whoops.
It was there a minute ago.
I'm much better at technology. It seems like.
It's getting hungry.
Do we still park on Tockwoods?
Yes, yeah. You can give me a call when you come and make sure we open the gate for you.
Mitchell always looks so happy. Kevin.
It's like a drawbridge now with it.
I know, it is, it is.
I only ever walked to Village Fest, so I
Oh, you
wouldn't
do?
even
Well,
know
that's
where to go.
smart.
I live so
always
close.
walk
Because she lives close, yeah.
Mhm.
You walk also?
Every single week, yeah.
Yeah.
We live by, what is it? Chena Drive, so where the church is.
Oh, yeah.
It's a fun drive, 1.5 mile round trip,
Have they closed that
Nice.
parking lot yet?
tomorrow.
I'm super close, yeah.
Somebody moved it. Somebody moved all the stuff and like blocked it off this morning when I took my son to school. And then like when I came back, they were all open again. Like somebody got a little trigger happy.
It wasn't doing that before.
I know, I don't know why.
I'm like right at Bellardo and Ramon, so I'm super close.
Oh, you're very close.
Thursday nights, the traffic out of my development is dramatically impacted by everybody going to Village.
Was Handel Market or ice cream there?
They were, yep.
I went to the people next to Handel, which was the soft serve,
Oh,
and
that's
that
good,
was
too.
so good.
Good,
I'm a
glad you
big-
went to that.
Why?
Why?
Did they complain about being next to Handel?
Yes.
Oh, because
I
ice
was,
cream.
I was a little
Yes, they
curious
sure
about
did.
it.
It's an
actually.
understatement.
I was,
Okay.
The handles and,
Soft serve,
soft
yeah?
serve, yeah.
Oh, we pay some extra time?
Yeah. Well, where am I gonna put the big trucks? No other space.
the soft serve was so good.
Well, that's good. You should tell them.
I did. I'm a huge
So
soft
it's kind
serve.
of random.
Did Handle sell more?
I don't know, but they both were busy when every time I would walk by there to check.
One of the cool trucks that used to be out there was a big glass fire.
I
That was fun.
know.
That's like a vivid memory of me growing up going to
Yes.
those festivals. It was always that ran, and it was like we would just go in just to go in. Just
You could
for-
roast
was it?
marshmallows.
What was it?
It was a humongous. It wasn't a semi, but it was a pretty big.
It was like,
huge-
yeah,
It was
it
almost
was
like a semi,
huge.
just truck, and then you'd be able to walk into it, and it was a lot of displays for like glass fireplaces, and they'd set up a whole fire pits outside, and
Oh,
they'd give you
fun.
marshmallows.
That was
and
his patent he created.
the glass. Oh really? Oh yeah, I remember that vividly. Every Thursday.
The lady who did the sourdough, she said her brownies were the best ever, and they are.
They really
That
were.
was the
Yeah.
best
Amazing.
brownie.
I was like,
I didn't
ever.
love her scones though. I
I-
expected
yeah.
to, because she talked about her scones.
Wonderful. They were in the box.
Yeah, I didn't love them.
But that
You know what? I
brownie
like
was-
my scones to be a little harder.
That's what I
than
said. I was
that.
like,
They're too soft.
nobody's getting this.
My husband ate the whole brownie. I didn't get to taste it.
Yeah, that
I
was
gave mine to
unfortunate for
him
you.
too. I didn't taste it.
I didn't get to eat it.
I love the scones and I
ate
love
the
I
whole
think she
bread.
should be starting this
Bread was
week,
good too, yeah.
so I'll double check with her, but I think she was gonna start this week.
I have to say, I bought the book.
Oh, you did?
I did. I bought the book, but I was disappointed.
Oh,
I was. It was the most expensive book.
We should have done it.
And it just gave pictures of houses.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. All right,
Well,
so
that's good. That
what
was
we
really
wanted to
good.
spend the rest of our time this afternoon was to go line item by line item as much as we could on reviewing the rules and regulations. So I have this in track changes now. And then Jose and Faith will help me also keep track if I forget anything. But we would just want to do as much as we can to clean this document up. The purpose out of this is not to adopt a whole new rules and regulations today. We will bring that forward at another meeting. And then eventually, once the board adopts this, we make a recommendation to the council, and then the council ultimately adopts it by resolution. So it's not like this is going to go in effect really anytime soon. It's just to get us prepared for this to happen in the coming months. So this opening, these are our current regulations. This opening.
It's not really right, though, because why, the event doesn't, it's not on Indian. That's not the border of it, right? I mean, maybe at Gallardo now, but why does it say Indian? I think that that can make people misunderstand where the event is.
The perimeter, well, that.
Yeah, it says the
It's not,
perimeter.
it's Palm Canyon, though. I just think I thought
Well,
maybe that
when we
was
have
something
booths on
new.
Tockwitz
Look,
during-
I'm gonna start on the first line, so get ready, Nick.
Well, I was gonna say, we will fix,
I just don't think that that's accurate.
It is right, when we have
Yeah.
events, special events, and we spread out on the Tockwitz going east to Indian becomes the perimeter.
yeah, but I think.
I think it does get confusing.
I think it can get confused, even though it says, the first line
Perimeter?
says Palm Springs on Palm Canyon Drive.
Yeah.
We can clean this up. So what I was going to say is, I wouldn't focus on this first page.
Okay, you should have said that
Yeah,
first.
I should have. Because we will go ahead and double check all this factually. What we really want to get to is the meat of the rules and regulations. So let
These
me,
have not been updated
Right.
since 2018?
No.
it hasn't been updated since 2018, correct?
The definition of, I just don't like circular definitions. It says Village Fest, and then it says Village Fest is every Thursday. Village Fest is actually a weekly street fair and pedestrian event held in downtown Palm Springs, California, on Palm Canyon Drive every Thursday evening except Thanksgiving and weather permits.
Where are you seeing that?
ChatGPT.
Open.
Oh. Oh. Well, send me that then.
All righty.
Okay, so correct. It hasn't been updated since 2018, so that's why we're spending a lot of time focusing on updating that today. Table of contents, we will update that with whatever, the new kind of structure is, so we will fix that on our own. This is where we will start for the purposes of our conversation. So to start with the purpose of Village Fest is to create a weekly vibrant community street fair with a family atmosphere for residents and tourists alike. Are we comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay. The goals. Provide a venue for community activities and organizations, create a positive image of downtown Palm Springs, provide a diverse selection of arts, crafts, entertainment, and international foods, culturally enrich citizens and visitors to our extraordinary city, promote downtown as a center for social, civic, and retail activities, expose residents and visitors to downtown stores, services, and businesses, and enhance the community. Any changes to that?
I put that in case you didn't know.
Which one?
Should
The
Downtown
downtown
stores?
stores.
Are restaurants implied by that, or should restaurants be added?
Gosh, they're not on there. Whoops.
Store services and businesses.
I don't want to be
Sure, no, this is the
picky, but
time.
maybe to
You need to pick-
add restaurants too, to expose residents and visitors to downtown stores. Yeah, you probably should put the word restaurants, because why not?
Can we
I don't see
be
any harm in adding it.
particularly
Correct.
weirdly specific and say Palm Springs, California? In the second one?
It's already on the title page, isn't it?
It's fine.
Where we're at,
Good otherwise?
So nice.
Yep.
Yeah,
All right, moving on.
Did you write it in 2018?
maybe help, surely.
Structure, oversight, and schedule. So Village Fest takes place in downtown Palm Springs on Palm Canyon Drive every Thursday night. The street is closed to vehicular traffic and then transformed into a festive pedestrian street fair. The perimeter of the event consists of Indian Canyon Drive to the east and Bellardo Road to the west. Vendor booths are set up on both sides of the street, and visitors are able to stroll through the traffic-free event.
Okay, I think that it would be better if you said on Palm Canyon Drive from Amato to Baristo, so that people know where the event is.
Then they have to try and figure it out.
And just take out the Indian and Bellardo portion, even though there are some booths there. But I think that the north and south is really, I mean, that's one of the biggest questions on the website, on the social media really is, where do I park?
Right.
And then I tell them where the event is and that there's parking structures on each end of it.
That's the same here.
Can we add after traffic-free and put safe environment instead of the use of word environment invent because we just used it? Oh, we just took it out.
Where?
Where are you?
Sorry.
After vendor booths, the last line.
Vendor booths are set up on both sides of the street and visitors are able to stroll through the traffic-free, safe environment or something like that.
I wouldn't put that word in.
No?
I wouldn't.
There's
I
something
wouldn't-
happens.
I would-
Yeah, because
This
some
isn't a
happens
marketing
sometimes.
piece, so I'd be careful to keep this.
Just meat and
Pretty
potatoes.
straightforward.
You have
Meat
some
and
kind
potatoes, yeah.
of criminal activity happen and then we're, you know.
Casual
And David didn't keep them safe.
environment? Comfortable environment? I don't know. I just don't.
It's just
I don't know if
it's just
that's
black and white.
necessary.
It's black
Yeah.
and white, it's not marketing.
Can I just ask a real simple question?
Sure.
So is Village Fest a capital V and a capital F?
Yes.
Yes.
When did that happen?
That's always been since
I
I've been
think that's
there.
always.
After
No.
2018, I
We've
guess.
seen it.
Well, I
It's
know
been
it's been for a while, but
misused
is that the standard that will be used?
I'm
then?
going
Is-
off of the logo, which
Right.
has the capital V and the capital
Okay.
F, no space.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's how you want it.
Well, that.
I mean, that's
how
how
I was told.
No, I mean, that's how we should have it.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
how
yeah.
I've always
Okay.
done it.
Okay, second paragraph, Village Fest oversight is provided by the Palm Springs Village Fest Board and managed by the Department of Parks and Recreation. The Village Fest Board is comprised of residents who possess retail or tourism expertise. Members are appointed by the Palm Springs City Council and serve uncompensated for a 3-year term.
I don't possess retail or tourism expertise, am I out?
Should we just take that?
Yes.
line out?
Yes.
I don't know if that's
Yeah, it used to be
necessary.
that every member had, like, one was a restaurant person, two
I think
were
I'm here because of my marketing
retail,
background.
or just because you're a good community
That's it,
member,
people like me.
right? Yeah.
But I just, yeah, taking that out.
Okay. The Village Fest Board evaluates each application to ensure that proposed activities meet the purpose and goals mentioned above. Village
Sorry,
Oh, I'm
one
sorry.
other thing, that other paragraph, should it specifically say that these commissioners are eligible for a second, 3-year term, with 6 years being the maximum? Is that
Yeah.
true?
That is the
That's
truth,
Yeah, might as well.
Are we also technically commissioners?
yes.
Your board members, because it's called a board, but so there are commissions and boards.
Okay.
So yeah, you all are board members.
This feels like if
I just
that is
didn't know
the
the
rule,
difference.
that it's a 3-year term that could be extended for a second 3-year term with,
Yeah, I made a note, we'll clean up the verbiage on that, but I made the note to add it.
God, when did we get to the hard stuff?
We're almost there. Okay, Village Fest Board evaluates each application to ensure that proposed activities meet the purpose and goals mentioned above. Village Fest Board meetings are usually held on the second and fourth Tuesday of each month, except August at 5:30 p.m. at Palm Springs City Hall, located blah, blah, blah. Meeting notices are posted in advance. The public and interested parties are encouraged to attend.
I would prefer the word jury instead of oversight. Village Fest oversight, but Village Fest jury is provided by the board. So we jury the people coming in, right?
But it's more than that.
Just
though.
yeah.
With subcommittees,
business,
Mitchell,
yeah.
and stuff, it's more than just jurying.
It's all business.
Mitch, I think there's a point later when we talk about vendors where we can make sure that it's focused on juried, that portion is juried.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
I don't know whether, okay, location and contacts, we will clean this up. We'll add the streets. Event hours, we'll make sure that this is all correct, but we'll clean this up just to make sure it's all on there. We cleaned up all of this also. Instead of having specific names called out, because who knows when the next time these will be updated, we should probably just add the Village Fest email address, the generic one, just so that that's listed there.
What is that?
Village Fest at Palm Springs.
Oh, that's the easy one. Okay.
Seller's permit, this is the information. We updated the websites, health department permit info, and then fire department. Faith, are there other contacts that
Should the police department be there?
No, I think that should be it.
they don't review?
The
right?
fire department will, like, if they have questions about fire extinguishers and things like that with food, so
Yeah.
I think that's why that's on there.
What about cottage licenses for operating out of home?
Through the, that's through the health
Health
department,
department.
yeah.
And I think, it's the Department of Environmental.
EH.
Something there's like the other ones you work with.
That's
That's kind of it, yeah.
Okay,
It should be good.
all right.
Can you go back? Just the fire department, I just didn't have that number in my phone. I'd like to add it. So, thanks.
911.
No, for non-emergency.
You got it, David?
Yeah, okay, thank you.
All right, I think now we're going to get into the hard stuff. Process for new applicants. The following are the steps in the application process. Step 1, submission of completed application and payments of required fees must be provided at the Village Fest office. Incomplete applications will not be processed. The Village Fest office location is listed on the contacts page. The fees necessary for submission may be paid by cash, money order, credit card, or by check made payable to the City of Palm Springs. No out-of-state checks will be accepted. A valid California driver's license with picture shall be required as proof of identity. Why? We don't require that, right, Pete?
The,
Out-of-state checks? That,
no, yeah, require that? No,
I mean,
so,
I'm sorry, we accept
When-
that, right?
no,
Oh,
out of
right.
state, no.
Really?
Why?
So if you've got somebody who's a snowbird and they're in
No, they'll usually do a
Seattle-
credit card.
Oh, okay.
And it's not me, it's the.
It's finance?
They won't take out of state checks.
So it's a check.
Yeah. So, because sometimes they will send in their application fee on an out-of-state check, and I always have to call them and, yeah.
So this last sentence is basically if paying by check,
Yeah.
no out-of-state checks
Yeah.
are accepted and a
Yeah.
valid California driver's license. Everything else, paying by credit
And it
card.
doesn't have to be a California driver's license.
valid US.
It's just a valid, yeah.
Valid license.
Picture.
With an accurate picture, you may want to.
Specifically driver's license, or can it just be ID?
You have good questions.
It would probably just be valid, any valid state ID.
License are gonna be an ID.
They can do it.
I'm sorry, Mitchell, can you repeat that, please?
It would probably be any valid state ID,
Yeah.
Yeah, ID or driver's license.
state issue. It doesn't have to be, we don't have to define what it is. It's just
State is good.
valid state ID. Yeah. Could be a passport.
True.
Correct.
Applications must contain the names, addresses, telephone numbers, web address, if applicable, and signatures of the responsible persons.
Can you have
Social
social
media.
media? Yeah.
Great minds, there you go.
High five, girl.
Because a lot of people don't have websites, but they have social media accounts.
You learn a lot
you do.
about them from that information.
Should the letter of intent be here? Is that somewhere else, Faith?
It'll say something.
Okay. Okay. Step 2, review of application by Village Fest staff. The Village Fest staff will screen and review the application. If it is complete, the applicants will be invited to make an appearance and give a presentation at the next available Village Fest board meeting, which occurs blah, blah, blah. That's okay. Step 3, presentation by the applicant to the Village Fest board. The applicant presents their product or service to the Village Fest board during a 5-minute presentation. Step 4, approval or rejection of the application. The board will vote to accept, reject, or recommend modifications to the applicant's application based on the following guideline questions. The Village Fest board does not discriminate on the basis of race, religion, creed, color, gender, sexual orientation, national origin, or political persuasion. The questions are, does this vendor qualify under the approved Village Fest rules and regulations? Are the proposed vendors' merchandise and/or service beneficial to the purpose of Village Fest? Are the proposed merchandise and/or service unique to Village Fest as opposed to merchandise and/or services already offered at Village Fest? Is the proposed booth design within the guidelines established by the Village Fest board? Has a proposed vendor provided the Village Fest board with recent photographs of his or her booth setup, signage, appropriate signage including business name and a minimum size of 12 inches high by 18 inches in length? And has the proposed vendor provided the Village Fest board with recent photographs of the complete process of creating the merchandise?
Can you go back up to the sentence that says race, color, blah, blah, blah?
Yeah,
There.
there's some other stuff that's.
Gender, identity, and
Expression.
expression. Gender, comma, gender, yeah.
I think the third bullet point is the one that gives us a lot of leeway.
This is already offered at Village Fest?
Yeah. That's the one that we talked about earlier that I didn't think really was in there, where we could say, you know what, this is just like 6 other vendors.
Yeah, but I hate to bring people spending their application fee and their time and putting everything together.
No, I hear you, and I don't think it's something that we would use on a,
Right.
you know, on a
We
regular
always say the
basis.
street will take care of themselves, so if their products, sells, then they'll stay, and if it doesn't, then they
Yeah.
won't,
Yeah, no, I agree.
Any
And a lot of
other
them aren't.
changes?
I think that's good.
Nope, I
No, I
like
think
it.
it's fine.
Okay.
Back, just remembered, do we actually take cash? Okay,
Yeah.
just wondered.
There are people who pay with cash?
Yeah.
There are.
Uh-huh.
I think we need to keep cash in the system, so
Wow.
I think it's a good
Yeah.
thing before they take it away from us.
Okay, application process for current vendors. Current vendors may be required to submit a current vendor application to maintain his or her status as a vendor. The Village Fest staff will review the payment history of the applicant and determine whether or not the vendor consistently followed the Village Fest rules and regulations. The vendor received prior written warnings. The Village Fest staff has had complaints about the vendor's products or services. The vendor's necessary permits, insurance, and licenses are up to date. Okay?
Is this an application process for current vendors or like a reapplication? I was a little confused as I was reading through this. Because these people have applied already and been approved, these are now people who,
It's a reapplication.
This is really a reapplication.
So that's when we rejury, basically.
Jury.
Okay. And we'll fix formatting, so don't focus on that. The applicants who reapply must select which season they prefer. Annual, season 1, season 2, standby.
Do you want to go back up to has had, they have received? Do you want to say that? Received complaints about?
Oh, on 3.
Yeah.
had to receive.
Okay. C, Village Fest staff at its discretion or under the direction of the board may require the applicant to appear before the Village Fest board. Okay. Section 3, fees and permits. Vendor must pay an annual application fee and remain current with the following documents: Village Fest business license, City of Palm Springs liability insurance or private insurance with the City of Palm Springs named as additional insured, seller's permit, and health permit for food service vendors only.
There's an annual re-application fee, even if they're not being re.
No, that's when if we re-jury them, and we ask.
Got it, okay.
So
Yeah.
maybe that should be clarified. Vendors must pay a one-time annual application fee unless,
Well, it's not an annual
No.
fee, it's just a
Right.
one-time
but that,
application fee.
what
right?
that reads is that they will pay an annual, every year they're gonna pay another application fee.
Yeah, I agree.
It's vendors being rejuried must pay. Is what we're saying,
It's
right?
fees and
And
permits.
maybe you have to have two categories. One that says there's an uptime, one-time payment, and then if you're rejuried, there's another
I think that
application
there may
fee.
be an
If we
area
bring
for-
a vendor back to
wouldn't
rejury,
charge them.
we shouldn't
We
charge.
usually do.
Oh, we charge them?
Sometimes, yeah. We can. We can.
Why would we sometimes and sometimes not?
Oh, why would, yeah, I agree. Why would that be?
I guess my thing, if the board has a question by of a vendor and wants to bring them back to jury, we shouldn't make them pay.
I don't.
Right.
think We should, but.
Yeah, I agree.
that-
I agree with
But in
Especially
the
if
past,
we're
we have, there may be a rejury on here that talks about them having to pay that.
Then why would we have a reapplication fee?
This
I don't
isn't
know
just
why
the
that's
structure
there.
of this document,
Yeah.
because
I don't know why.
number 2 should be the reapplication process. You have like new vendors,
I agree.
reapplication for current vendors, then fees and permits. So these are separate, like, from each other?
What would be the purpose of a reapplication if we said it was for
It's not a
jurying? It's really not.
Well, I think like, so say a vendor that's been with us for 15 years.
Oh, and it's come back?
You may want, no, that you may want an updated application possibly, but I think, but they would already come, if they were adding new items anyway, they would already have come to you, so we would add those to their folder.
If it's at our request, we shouldn't charge them because we're requesting it.
Right.
If they were to request to change their booth to add items, then we would have that fee. But if we're asking them to come in, I don't think we should charge them for that.
I agree, but that's that Thomas, when he was here a long time ago, he put that into place.
I think we should just reorder this section, and
Yeah.
number 3 should become number 2. It's under, here's how we're gonna, approve a new vendor, then there's fees and permits for that new vendor. Then there's the possibility of needing
That
to
was his
be
thing. With the
reapproved.
rejury.
Repeat that?
It's just changing, frankly, 2 and 3 on here, right? Because you've got.
But if we're not gonna charge them because we're calling them in, that should be something we talk about in disciplinary action, if there's a section for that.
Right, so it starts out as you've got a process for new applicants, that's number 1. Then you've got
Yeah.
fees and permits,
That should be number 2.
should be number 2. Because it's really all about a new vendor, or ongoing vendors. Then you've got, you may also then have I think the rejurying, or the reapplication is probably the last thing in this section.
But I don't understand, when would we do a what would
So we were
cause
just
a-
talking about, there's this one vendor who has a big booth who would not fit today's guidelines because 75% of the stuff is not handmade. So we could say, we want to bring them back in and have them reapply because.
Yeah, so you'd have them show you documentation and pictures and videos and things like that of them making all the items
Right.
in their booth, yes.
Right, which they're not going to have.
But
we wouldn't charge them for coming back
But
in.
we
'cause
would-
we've been to that.
I mean, I'm fine with taking it out.
I agree.
That was in place.
I never understood why it was
I
there.
don't either.
I thought that maybe at that time we were gonna start reviewing everybody
Right,
again.
I think that was ideas to make more revenue for Village Fest
Yeah.
at the time when that was,
That's
that
fine.
was put in there, that's what,
That makes sense.
But, we don't you don't call everybody back every
Right.
year,
Right.
but you could.
we could.
I don't know when.
no.
But time. Yeah.
We could also have 8-hour meetings.
Just call back the food booths
Right.
at dinner time.
So make sure I have it correct. We're removing the annual, just making
Yeah.
it one time.
Yes,
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I think that makes sense.
This is tough.
It's really hard to go back and read, but you don't want to start it from scratch.
I know.
Maybe
we
just
can't.
say that, just an application fee. You don't have to say one time either, because there could be extenuating circumstances even to that. You're putting a lot of detail there. Like, for example,
Must
if they
pay.
leave for 2 years
Right,
and they
that's
come
true.
back.
Just
Can-
use the word, an initial $40 application fee or an initial
Just pay
application.
an application fee.
Yeah.
When we took out the word annual, that was fine, yeah.
An application fee.
Yeah,
Okay,
just
we'll fix
an
that grammar.
application. Look, easier. But it is government, I know. It's never easy.
I actually think that becomes step 5, under the 4th step.
Fees and permits?
The step 4 is we approve it. And then it says upon Village Fest Board approval and receipt of payment of applicable fees. So it's actually the next step. Vendors must pay the annual application fee and remain, I don't know, because then it says remain current.
Okay. I added a note. Okay, so compliance with federal, state, local laws and statutes. The acceptance and use of any selling space at Village Fest constitutes an agreement by any and all vendors, whether annual, season 1 or season 2 or standby, and persons helping or working with such vendors to comply with all Village Fest rules and regulations and all city, state, and federal laws. Village Fest vendors must comply with all federal, state, and local laws and statutes concerning child labor. Unlawful employment of minors under any federal, state, or local laws is prohibited. Such violation shall be deemed as non-compliance with Village Fest rules and regulations.
Do you want to be specific and say if it's a family member, they don't have to comply with that?
Is that legal?
No,
I don't think
that's
that's-
not true
that's-
either.
Right, I was like, you can
In
abuse
some
your own
cases.
children, just not somebody else's.
I got kids and grandkids at my place.
I mean, we're probably not truly abiding by this, because I'm sure there are vendors, and I'm gonna say we. I'm sure there are vendors who do have their kids in there helping out.
Yeah.
And then how do you distinguish between whether they're helping?
Right.
There's probably a
Or
lot of
they're there
other
because
laws
they
too
didn't have a
that aren't
babysitter,
on
you know.
here, but this is just like the basic,
Yeah,
Right.
this is
you know,
boilerplate.
skeleton of it all.
Boilerplate, yeah.
So should we also, in that first paragraph, the acceptance, move up, the acceptance and use, blah, 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 we say whether annual, comma, season 1, comma, season 2, or standby, we also have monthly and weekly.
Do you even have to include any of that, or just say by any and all vendors?
That might be better.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of details in here I'm not sure you need, and it leaves you guys without any wiggle room
Right.
of, you know, what it is.
Any and all vendors and persons helping, you know, these
Yeah,
vendors.
better.
Okay. We are at B. Village Fest vendors and their employees must comply with the Americans with Disabilities Act, which provides for equal access and opportunity for individuals with disabilities and public accommodations.
What if we took the word employees out and put employees or associates or volunteers? I mean, that, there's separate definitions for each one of those.
You could just say vendors and their staff.
Staff could be considered an employee. It's just typically considered an employee, but you can have family members and
You say and their
volunteers.
representatives?
Yeah, that's fine too.
And their representatives, yeah, that's better. And then how are we, you know, I look at some of our booths about this ADA regulations. Not every booth can a wheelchair get into. Not every booth, like the art booth, can wheelchairs navigate around. How are we compliant in that regard?
I think that's a good point, we're not.
But we're not the police for that.
No, but we're saying that they have to be. But how do we? We can't.
We must out and put should.
Well,
No.
no.
It's a month.
No, but
But we're not the enforcing agency
Right,
on
that's
that.
correct.
But somebody has.
we're allowing them. But we're allowing them to have a booth that we know is not necessarily ADA compliant.
Let us check with the attorney on that.
Yeah.
That's a big can of worms to open.
I know. Okay.
And the next one, it says they have to understand. I think we should say they just have to agree. Somebody can say, I don't know, my understanding and your understanding are two different things.
Well,
So all
especially
vendors
if you're
must,
saying not understanding, it doesn't count.
right, so all vendors must agree and comply with.
Well,
Could just
that
comply, they don't have to agree
language,
with it.
that language,
C.
C.
Oh, okay.
that language in blue and the last sentence
Mm-hmm.
came directly from Jeffrey Ballinger.
So I would take out, they
So-
must understand. All
Just- they just
vendors
must
must comply
Yeah.
with any and all blah, blah, blah.
Whether you get it or you don't.
Yeah, really, if you don't get it, it's too bad, but this is,
Right.
and this came mostly because of CBD and hemp products.
Same thing on the next
Yeah,
sentence.
Jeffrey Ballinger
For
suggested
example,
that
vendors of
language.
artwork must comply with all copyright and trademark. So, and then you end it with that statement of not understanding is not an excuse.
I don't know why they have that. That's a weird sentence.
The not understanding?
Yeah.
I don't know. Because you get somebody who says, well, I didn't
know.
understand
Yeah.
that I
Well, they might
couldn't
not
sell
understand
copyrighted
any of them,
stuff.
though. They
So
might
it
not
doesn't
understand they
constitute
have
breaking the law.
to
That's,
have
that is not
ADA
an excuse for
access.
not complying with the law. If you're
No.
speeding, you say, I didn't see the speed limit sign, they're saying, too
But
bad.
that applies to everything
Yeah,
here,
correct.
including, I don't know.
I think it just is explicit here because.
But
of-
the city attorney did actually go over some of that in this.
And again,
Paragraph.
we'll send it back once we have all your comments, just to make sure they clean it up. Yeah. Okay.
You weren't an attorney, right? Are you an attorney?
I was.
Oh, man, I'm sorry. I mean, I'm mumbling about that, sorry.
All right, vendors must work professionally, cooperatively, and reasonably with both the customer and Village Trust staff to resolve complaints. Vendors must also fully comply with Village Trust rules and regulations and are required to sign the acknowledgement contained on the application.
Do you want to pluralize customers?
No.
It could be,
Well, it says the customer,
yeah,
but, so.
I think that's fine.
Semantics. That's fine.
Change it
Okay.
or not change it. Oh my God, we're gonna do every word.
Vendors must participate once their space is allocated. Village Fest shall proceed as scheduled, rain or shine. There shall be no fee credit given to a vendor if he or she decides not to participate on any night for whatever reason. There also is no fee credit given should Village Fest be canceled due to city holidays, rain, wind, or any other unforeseen circumstances.
Is that first sentence correct? Village vendors must participate once their space is allocated? They don't have to show up if they don't want to, right?
They just won't get credit.
Right,
Right.
they won't,
They
they have to
don't
pay
have
for it,
to.
yeah.
But they're not required to participate.
Obligated.
Vendors must pay, is what we're saying.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
have to pay, but they don't, like,
Yeah.
if
We've
it's
had
raining, if
vendors
it's
that
drizzling.
got approved and it just never
they don't
showed
wanna
up.
come.
Vendors must
Right.
pay, rain or
Yeah, but
shine.
as far as paying their space,
They get their space once they pay.
they pay,
Yeah.
they pay,
Okay, well,
vendors must, once their space is allocated.
not a big deal.
They can be rephrased.
Yeah.
Just
So
to-
we're
to-
also saying it happens rain or shine, and then we're saying unless there's wind or rain that we cancel it.
It might be canceled, but they still, it's rain,
It is
they're not
raining.
gonna get their money back.
It is rain or shine, but if it becomes dangerous, like the gutters are flooded and they have electrical in their gutters, then we will cancel it. And or if the wind and tents are flying down the street, then we will cancel it, but it is a rain or shine event.
But the first sentence isn't really necessary.
I don't
Right.
think so.
Sound like you're
Yeah,
obligated.
that's what should.
I like that, yeah.
You could add the, no, forget it.
So we take out the village,
Yeah, I think that makes the most sense, just without that first sentence.
Yeah.
I think, good.
Okay. Section F, standby vendors are allotted spaces when current vendors will not be participating on any given Thursday evening. A standby vendor shall contact the Village Fest office no later than the Monday of the week in which they wish to participate. If space becomes available, the standby vendor must pay his or her space fee over the phone by contacting the Village Fest office. A space will be assigned the day of the event.
So literally, like every Monday, you get calls from people?
No, I mean, I don't have a lot of standby vendors.
That would seem.
No.
Kind
Well,
of
some of them,
convenient.
some
Use the
people that
phrase,
come like every
instead of
once a month,
his,
they're
her.
scheduled ahead of time, they
Yeah,
know
I'm
when
gonna
they're
recommend we
coming, so
change
it's
all that.
not like,
Yeah.
oh, all of a sudden they just want to get here and they want to do Village Fest, they know prior.
Okay.
We're gonna change all these pronouns, by the way, just to make it easier.
You mean every his, her, he, she?
So they-
The approved one is there.
She, they,
Okay. A vendor who wants to change or add products to his or her approved list must request an appearance before the Village Fest board prior to selling any new items. Request to be scheduled for a board meeting or to be made through the Village Fest coordinator.
So right there, shouldn't we say if they want to add items, there's a reapplication fee?
No, I think we took that
There's
out.
not, is there?
We took that out.
No, I took
Yeah.
that out.
No, but if they're coming in to rejury, aren't they paying again?
No, they're not rejuring, they're just adding something to their booth. They're not rejuring.
And they don't need
That's,
to,
but
They
that
don't
is
need to pay- they
rejuring,
don't
that
need
is
to
a
pay to add
rejury.
something to their booth.
and they don't need to show up to the meeting, right?
Sometimes,
Oh.
Yeah.
most, if they're adding sometimes if they need to just change like their booth, like the one vendor that just wanted to change it to a different setup with a
Oh, that's
trailer,
right. Got it.
it wasn't necessary.
But
for
this
them
is,
to come.
this says specifically
That's how. in case they-
adding to their approved list or selling new items. That they need to come back to the board.
Yes,
Yes.
yeah, so if they have soap and they want to add lotion, then they.
But
have
there's
to come
no
back.
fee for that.
No.
Right, got it.
Should we change it to Village Fest staff instead of coordinator? Since earlier in the document.
That's good.
Refer to it.
Yeah, probably wherever it says coordinator, should just change the staff, so it
Just
leaves
put
it open.
faith.
You're stuck with us
I know. Until we change this again.
All right, H, it is
Gives
the
you at least 8 more years.
responsibility of the vendor to notify the Village Fest staff in writing no later than the Monday before the next Village Fest if he or she will be absent from that event. A vendor who fails to notify the Village Fest coordinator prior to an absence shall be charged with an unexcused absence. A vendor with one or more unexcused absences in 1 month period or 2 or more unexcused absences within a 3-month period shall be subject to suspension and possible revocation of his or her Village Fest permits.
Do we enforce that?
They're really, most of them are pretty good about letting me know. I mean, if it's like they're driving there and they get in an accident, they'll, on the way to the hospital. I mean,
But if they let us know it's not an unexcused
No.
absence.
Do you have like, do you have like an attendance roster? So that-
Every week,
okay.
yeah.
maybe it should say may be subject to suspension instead of
Yes, shall, yeah.
Because maybe.
Kind of harsh.
Yeah, I mean, it's not always happening that way.
Yeah, and if somebody's able to say, well, you didn't do it then it's not shall, it is on our opinion.
Yeah, some of them may contact me before, like after I leave already, you know, they send an email and I won't know.
Okay. I, when a vendor has decided to terminate participation in Village Fest, they must notify the Village Fest coordinator in writing before the first Thursday of the month of the departure. No fee, credit, or refund shall be given if a vendor notifies the Village Fest staff of departure after the first Thursday of the month.
So that means if they pay for a month, if they pay for a whole month?
Correct.
Okay.
J, sales privileges and spaces cannot be sold, sublet, or transferred. K, power
Wait,
cord.
can I ask one, I'm
Sales.
sorry,
Sure.
but about the no fee or credit, what if it's a annual vendor and they've paid 6 months
Right.
ahead and now they want to leave because,
That's why we tell.
They're moving.
Yeah, that's why I do tell
so
them.
how does that work for
They don't
you?
get-
Does that,
Annuals don't get, that's why I tell them, because you pay 6 months in advance, so it's only the monthly one. So if you don't want to do the next month, then you don't pay for it, but that's why I always tell vendors, like, some people will want to start as an annual vendor, and I always explain to them that, well, once you pay, there's no refund. So if
Okay.
it doesn't work
So
out,
there's-
we encourage you to make sure that it works out for you before you pay
Commit
that
to
chunk of
your-
money, because there's
so
no
no
refund.
refunds,
Yes.
that's a big thing
I
to
was
think
gonna- I was
about.
thinking the same thing, Joe, like, should there
Yeah.
somewhere in here almost explicitly say, like,
No refunds.
yeah, like, all fee, because we're basically saying that your fees are non-refundable,
But I don't think I
are
like
there
that.
exceptions? I don't know, I haven't heard of it yet.
I think that we could be challenged on that in court if somebody said, I had a catastrophic incident that I couldn't continue on, and they're going to keep my 11 months of money. That wouldn't really be reasonable, I don't think, from a court standpoint, whether or not we said there's no refund. We would be like if you were a renter or a landlord and somebody left outside your lease and you didn't mitigate your damages.
Yeah, but I think.
We would be mitigating our damages.
So you receive a very reduced rate to have that longer term, the annual vendor. Is it half?
It hasn't happened before, it's
It's
almost
like-
half, yeah.
Yeah,
So-
it's about half price,
And
so.
most of the vendors that are with us annually and they do decide to leave, they'll leave when it's that 6 months. That's been, I haven't had anyone say, hey, can I get a refund for my 6 months? I've never had that happen, so.
But I mean, even essentially that could be an appeal, right, back to the board if we're saying in our rules
There
and
may be an
regulations.
occasion where we say,
Yeah.
you know what, it's fine because of that situation, because we're not inhumane, you know.
Right,
like-
exactly.
Right.
But it's better to have.
At that
option
point,
way.
I would approach,
Yeah.
you guys to come up with
Tariffs.
that, yes.
Yeah, it does feel like we should
Like,
somewhere
hey,
in
this
here
is
just
a
make it really
situation and
clear
I'll talk to you.
Yeah.
that fees are non-refundable.
You're explicitly agreeing to it.
Subject to a board.
I mean, it sounds like it's not been a problem.
3 decades,
Right.
what is precedent?
Document?
Yeah.
Can you just make a comment then in that section?
Are we at J yet?
We
were.
we were.
Can we add sales and/or,
It's a spaces.
I'm thinking about people that are giving things away, or brochures, or candidates, or religious organizations, or entertainers even. They're not necessarily selling things.
That's spaces.
But the space can't be sold or sublet to anybody. And that's like a separate rule. Just like you can't get approved and then just give somebody else your booth.
We would
I
add
think
on
that's what
permits,
they're
because we're
trying to
giving
say
people a
there.
Village Fest permit, right?
Well,
Yeah.
sales privileges could actually be taken out. It's about the space.
Just
Just
privileges.
spaces,
Yeah,
yeah, you're
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Spaces
Right.
You could
cannot
just
be
say
sold.
spaces cannot be
Yeah,
sold.
I think
Yeah,
so.
yeah, good one,
Yeah,
good
that's
one.
good.
Just, sorry, I meant do these things for a living.
Okay, K, power cords must be completely taped down to limit liability for the vendor and conform to City of Palm Springs safety requirements.
To limit liability, period, and to conform, or comma, and to conform with the city. I don't think for the vendor needs to be in there.
Yeah, good.
Additionally, power cords must take the shortest routes from the receptacle to the booth to minimize tripping hazards. Power must be supplied from public light poles rather than private connections. These power poles have a maximum limit of 2 amps per vendor. Should a vendor's connection cause consistent power outages, the vendor shall be required to redesign their power needs to be self-sustaining and utilize the power poles for lighting only.
I mean, I always tell people 300, but I think probably 2 amps equals 280,
I
but
think
I
it
do
does,
tell
yeah.
them 300, but I don't.
Does that
think it's just a
include generators,
orientation.
people who have generators?
No, they don't plug in.
They don't
So
plug
if they
in.
go
And
over
instead-
that,
So what's a private connection?
we have trees that you can plug into, but it's up high, you have to get on a stool, because you're not supposed to plug into them.
And maybe somebody who has a store, who has a booth outside of a store.
We've had people run.
Saying they
run
couldn't
across
plug into
it,
the
yeah.
store.
We have had that before.
So they can use their own generation. So private connection, meaning from inside a retail space to the street.
Yeah,
Oh,
or in a
is that what
tree.
that
Should we just say unauthorized connections?
Yeah.
Unauthorized connections.
Except like, what's a private connection?
Can I go back to,
Yeah.
can I go back to J and just say approved vendor spaces cannot be sold?
Is everybody
Or
okay with
vendor
that?
So
space,
they're
or maybe just vendor spaces
just
cannot.
approved.
Or just vendor, I mean, you have
Well,
approved
they're gonna,
and
well, they're approved if they're there, so vendor spaces cannot be sold.
That's fine.
Yeah, okay, that's good.
Okay, M, all vendor lighting shall be fluorescent, LED, or low voltage
What other
halogen.
options are there?
Only the in
Candles.
California. I don't think you can do fluorescent or halogen anymore in California,
I
can you?
know,
I think it's just
I think
LED.
you can- Yeah, it's just,
It's because of how much power it takes up
It
otherwise.
does, it takes too much.
I think I've told you before, we used to light my booth with 2 car batteries I had to carry to my booth every night. There were no electricity and
How
light
about it
posts
could just be
then.
low wattage? Because it could change with, you know what I mean, like just low wattage.
Let's,
Yeah, we gotta find out what, yeah.
Yeah.
Solar panels,
Well, whatever
windmills.
works,
Windmills.
whatever works. That's
Turbines.
not gonna blow out those lights.
all right, N, crock pots, rice cookers, coffee brewers, electrical skillets, heat lamps, portable air conditioners, portable electrical heaters, or anything a city employee deems to have a large wattage draw are not allowed on the premises.
I would,
So how does a rice cooker have a large draw of power?
so I would say, something about.
I
the
mean,
jobs would have to have a generator in order to, they are allowed if you have a generator, like refrigerators and things like,
I wouldn't
you
call
know
them
what I
out
mean?
specifically, yeah, or just put
Just
anything
anything a
that.
city
Yeah, we can
employee
require
deems
different
to be
things that aren't.
Anything that pulls more than the 280 agreed, yeah.
Right, you should have a generator for, something about a generator, a quiet generator.
Yes, please. Quiet and not stinking into a clothing
To
store's
be
open
considered
door.
Yeah.
a high draw is
Maybe
kinda
back
like-
then.
And how do you make
It could, yeah, it could have just been like when they first came out.
I know.
2007, the one I found online said 2007, so maybe back then, but energy efficiency is crazy now.
Yeah. Okay, we'll get the right verbiage there. O, all booth lighting shall be confined to the booth and designed to prevent spillage into other booths or glare into the eyes of visitors. Can that combine with M?
Yeah.
It's all lighting, so.
It's all
Yeah.
lighting.
Yeah, it's back to lighting.
Bye-bye, oh.
What program are you doing this on? Or is this a in
The Word
city
document.
thing?
This is
It's a Word document.
Really?
Yeah.
Looks different to me than mine.
It's a shared document with
like
Jose
it.
and Faith, so they can live see our edits.
Oh, go home and learn it.
Do you want to add under P,
So can we. It's a bit of what you put in there. I can see-
Oh, you can see it too? It's shared?
Yeah.
I can just click on the comments thing and see.
And then share it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you guys share it as a doc instead of a PDF.
Cool.
Be careful what you put in the comments. What is she talking about?
no alcohol
sorry, did
beverages
you-
or illegal substances are to be consumed or sold within a booth.
Well, if it's illegal, I would hope they wouldn't have it in
Right,
there.
we're already-
Faith for historical knowledge, is there a reason why we just called out alcohol?
Because pot wasn't thought of legal back then.
But it is legal now,
I know,
but
but-
not in Village Fest booths.
Yeah.
And you're not allowed to smoke up in a restaurant, or, I don't know,
What
just,
if you come to my store? 3 bathrooms.
Yeah, you can. Not pot. I don't think you just smoke pot. You can smoke cigarettes and vapes. I don't, people don't a lot.
I think that was towards the restaurants maybe, that it,
Yeah.
because it's saying not, that
They don't wanna
can't
compete
sell
against,
alcoholic
yeah.
beverages. No, just that it's not allowed, that's just the way that this event is with the ABC.
I mean, I don't
Have to get
feel
a
like that's
special
really
permit.
necessary, but I mean, I don't know.
I'm looking at it from an HR workplace
Alcoholic
experience.
beverages or illicit
Well,
substances.
that's why,
I think-
right?
yeah,
You're
sorry.
at work,
Illicit
don't be
substances
getting drunk. Dang
To
it,
be consumed
But do you need to
sold
add
within a
high?
booth.
maybe.
Is Palm Springs gonna turn Palm Canyon into a event?
There you go, illicit substances, good job.
That was in so
I
bad.
like that, okay.
Yes, thank
I
you.
like those,
NyQuil.
sorry.
NyQuil, Dayquil, whatever.
Okay, Q, merchant's window may not be obscured at any time by vendors, boards, banners, or other large displays or equipment. Vendors are not allowed to prop up or hang any merchandise on any wall, building, or tree.
So this is where because we encourage vendors to have this banner size and that to me, it's like a conflict, right? Because we tell them, well, you have to have this size of a minimum size of a banner. And so some people fit the whole banner across they'll do it, because minimum size, right? So they'll do a whole
Well-
banner across the back, and then that does come into play. I do take that into consideration when I do place them, so that they're not blocking.
But they also have tents that they could have siding on that's gonna be just as blocking as a banner. So,
But they're blocking the merchants, the booths next to them as opposed to a merchant. I just don't like when they block a merchant.
but if you have a tent with a back.
That's
Yeah.
not what I
Okay,
meant.
this one was
But
mine.
It's brick and mortar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant, like, I meant for a merchant, like, yeah,
Merchants'
downtown merchant.
windows may not be obscured at any time.
Maybe downtown merchant windows?
Brick and mortar
Yeah,
businesses.
brick and mortar, something like that.
You want to also add, what about signage, like a stop sign or a no parking sign or?
We don't even have those in this, in this,
I'm just,
In the front
Yeah.
area.
well, a tree may not belong to the vendor, right?
well, it
No, it's-
does for this, but, let's see.
I'm just wondering where tree came from.
Wouldn't we be better to say no booth can block above its, what a tent is typically 10 feet tall, so 10 by 12 by 12. It can't be higher than 10 feet, wider than the booth space. That would be their piece of their booth. So if they have a backdrop in their booth, that technically blocks the windows.
Yeah, but usually Faith, when she sees that somebody has blocking like that, she makes sure that they have a space that isn't going to really impede the brick and mortar merchant.
Yeah, or I'll approach them that night and be like, hey, you're in front of this open
So a
restaurant patio,
so
so can you take your backdrop off, you know?
a vendor can't have a backdrop?
Not if it impedes a business.
Yeah.
So that would be every business on the
It's
sidewalk.
different if it's if it's a closed business, right? So not all of them are open, but if it is an open business, I ask the vendor to maybe not put their backdrop on. That's just what I do on the street.
But you're saying maybe not put it on. Are we telling them they can't have it?
I tell them that if they can do without their backdrop, and if not, I'd have to place them in a different space the next week.
Okay, and what if there's
So
no
they have to be in
additional?
front of a realty office.
That's closed, that's fine.
Then they can have a
That's
backdrop,
fine.
but if they're in front of
It's-
Joyce
But if a
Correct.
vendor,
They can't.
if a merchant complains to Faith, then sometimes she'll either tell them to remove it, or she will try to find them a different space
For the
that
next
isn't
week.
going to be a problem.
Yeah, except if I walk up and, like Lulu's restaurant, they have like full sides, I'm like, we can't do that. Like, you'll have to place you in a different spot, or if you're able to do this, then I'm able to keep you here. If not, then we'll have to find another spot for you.
I mean, there
What
are
if there's no other-
rules, and this is the rules and regulations, but sometimes there has to be some flexibility.
Sure.
That's up to staff to make those changes.
But this doesn't allow for that flexibility. This is a very
Well, I think
specific.
Yeah.
And you either can say, merchants who have a backdrop may be moved to other locations not to obscure other, merchants, but we're saying here, you can't have it, period.
Right. Yeah, we'll work on a rewrite for that.
That's
Open
exactly
businesses,
correct.
exactly.
Whatever.
Yeah,
Perfect. Yep.
that's correct, though.
Yeah,
The
okay. so-
Intent.
Yeah, the intent
It's
is
for
to
open businesses, yeah.
make sure that there's visibility to open businesses. So we'll rewrite this section. Okay, our vendors are not guaranteed a specific booth location. The Village Fest staff has the authority to assign and reassign spaces. Any vendor requesting reassignment of booth space, this template, must notify the Village Fest staff in writing. The Village Fest staff reserves the right to refuse assignment of space to any vendor or applicant. Okay,
Pretty clear.
all right, you wanna pass out lunch
Yeah.
real quick?
Okay, wait, no, let's, all right.
We're taking 2 minutes.
We're taking what?
2 minutes.
To get our lunch.
Lunch got here, sorry,
You're
Mitchell.
missing lunch, Mitch.
I have to take care of a 91-year-old. I have to make his lunch.
Be kind and
We
loving.
need to.
I am very kind and loving.
I think so too. I'm just putting that out there.
Nice and warm.
Nothing after this, right?
Well, the details of each vendor, I think that's gonna take a little bit.
I do not have clean hands, and I'm gonna pretend I'm on a picnic. Thank you, ma'am.
The city says there's no garbage. So, I don't know when you can. I'm just.
Okay, we'll tip you too, so.
The sidewalk isn't impeded.
Mention.
That is Cheryl.
But yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Seems like T could go into that other one we were talking about the booth space and the merchants. That seems like that's a bit of a duplication
That's a
there.
good question. That's something that we
Give Jerry an inch, man.
need to sit down and tell them, you know, look, here's what,
Give Jerry an inch, I'll take a mile.
what you're
Love that guy.
gaining.
Keller, the
what
owner
you're
of
doing.
You show.
He's quick.
The other is to go to the other restaurants and say, look, what can you do to increase your business by walking out on the street and say, hey,
Samples.
10% off, come on my slowest night, you know, and any of them, you know,
I don't think.
crazy guy at Humphrey.
Tell me what's
But I told him I didn't want it. Sure. So if I'm eating somebody's,
That was like
just tell me.
You want to have vinegar, garden salsa, and sea salt, and barbecue.
Sea salt,
Garden salsa.
Which one?
Garden salsa.
Garden salsa, okay.
sea salt.
I'll take barbecue.
That French bread is so good.
Sea salt and vinegar, is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
What a great tip to do
Barbecue,
the
yeah.
inside out on the bread.
Right?
Right?
I didn't get it inside out. I mean, if I get cut up, it's my fault.
Okay.
The best way to
Oh, I
do
do
it,
want regular
right?
sea salt.
Cut your gum.
You gotta have that, okay.
Always have
So,
it.
I don't know, what's the difference?
Vinegar's can be a little. The good bread,
The Dutch French
the
bread.
French bread, it's very crunchy. But you can order it
They have
inside
it
out.
Inside, they're ordering it inside out, so they turn the crunchy part inside.
Oh, that's smart.
So when you chew it. That's a good
It
tip.
doesn't rip up your mouth.
I gave her that tip.
I didn't know that.
That's right, that tip came from me.
It's a good tip.
I know we said that.
So
I was like,
far,
what does
that's
that mean?
But now you know.
But now I know,
You
yeah.
have the Dutch crunch.
Yeah.
You'll see. You might want to get it the other way sometime.
Yeah. Okay, I figured we can still like work through this. S, dimensions of the space allocated to each vendor are 12 feet wide and 12 feet from the curb. Booth height, 12 feet maximum unless an exception is granted by Village Trust staff. Vendors shall not move into the middle of the street with their booths. This is a violation of health and safety regulations.
Period. This is a health. After booths, it should be a period.
Oh, I gotcha.
Do we address signage anywhere? Or is it an extension of their booth? Like when people, every once in a while, see an A-frame in the middle of the walkway?
Yeah. I mean, that's just like I always monitor that on the street. Like, it's okay if they have an apron, I don't mind it, but when we get too crowded, I'll tell them. Yeah, I always, yeah, because people walk, trip right into it, right? When it gets so crowded, you can't even see, so I always like move, like, when it gets busy like this, you guys have to put it back in your booth.
But isn't T kind of a duplication of the one that we just discussed about merchants' windows?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe that one's better. It's a little broader.
Q, it would be
I
merged.
don't remember.
What does T say?
Yeah.
That's right.
trailers need to be approved by the Village Trust Board and shall fit within the Village Trust booth dimensions of 12 feet wide and 12 feet from the curb. One additional booth space may be purchased to accommodate a larger trailer. Trailers should be clean and must present an attractive professional image consistent with the goals and purpose of Village Trust.
Is that the same for food vendors as well as other vendors? Is that for everybody?
Yeah, other vendors can have trailers.
Yeah, but I guess my question is also, so the food trailers are also that 12 by 12?
No, they're usually
Some of
a
them
little
seem
bigger.
bigger,
They
yeah.
are.
What does that mean? I literally don't understand. 12 feet wide by 12 feet from the curb?
So the space, most people have 10 by 10s, but we mark the space as 12 by 12.
Okay, so 12 feet from the
Wide.
curb is how far
And
the
then
booth
12
can
feet.
come out? Correct.
So we don't make the food vendors buy an additional space, but is that already accounted for in the price for a food vendor? Is that the way to
We
handle
make those
that?
spaces a little larger for the food vendors because most of them they have to accommodate the grill and they have to accommodate tables. Yeah,
Right.
so there's a lot of other factors that go into it.
Does this need to specify then that food vendors are
That's why I'm asking.
an exception?
Are food
It's not a certain,
in a different line here somewhere? No?
but when we paint the streets, we just make those spaces larger. And the food, it's just like a staff level.
It's just one of those things where if somebody who's not a food vendor comes and says, oh, but I use this truck all the time in other places and it's bigger, and you're not making these guys pay for more space. Again, it's one of those.
The food vendors do pay more,
Okay.
a lot more.
Well, then, yeah, I agree. I think if we're gonna have a food vendor, they either buy one or two spots based on the size. We don't, just because another regular vendor wants to expand out, we wouldn't let them just do that freely.
Well, food vendors, they can't fit everything in a 10 by 10. We ask them to bring a 6-foot table and 6 chairs and to have their grill outside of their tent.
So then let's change the size of the booth to be a 15 by 15, or it's 12 by 15, or,
I think we can just, yeah, with the exception of food vendors, we can just add that language in there. Vendors must stay within their assigned spaces and out of fire lanes at all times. It is a vendor's responsibility to be aware of the fire lanes. Okay. Vendors shall identify their booths with appropriate signage, including business name, within the dimensions of 12 inches in height by 18 inches in length. The signage with a drawing, photograph, or sample for review by the Village Trust Board should be included in the application.
so if a booth is 12 by 12, why are we saying their banner can be 12 by 18?
Inches.
Inches.
Oh, inches, all right.
Okay. X, all tables used within a booth space must be covered. Farmers market vendors may use table skirts in lieu of full table covers. Covers or table drapes should be neat and clean and should not touch the ground. Y, a weighted canopy is recommended for use by all vendors. Nails or anchors cannot be driven into the pavement, structures, or trees. A canopy without the top or a tent is not allowed to be erected without approval from the Village Trust staff.
We're not requiring on the tents.
Well, what is a canopy without a top?
Some people take the top off of their tent.
Just for lighting.
The metal structure?
Yeah, they'll just be the
Oh,
They
So they have to-
when it's
So
windy
ugly.
sometimes, so that it doesn't create,
Yeah.
and sometimes we do ask them if it gets windy, we do ask them to take the tops
All the
off.
farmers markets require weights on their structures.
Maybe a canopy frame without the top might be more.
yeah, I think maybe a canopy frame without the top.
A lot of people used to just do that. It was so ugly.
It is. We didn't like it. That's what we put
Yeah,
on
they
it
just
there.
used it for the lighting,
Is there a
but
reason why we use recommended instead of required?
So I'm saying, like, all the farmers markets require, not that I didn't require you to have weights on your fence, whether it's windy or not.
Yeah, it should be required.
Would you require?
You should.
They should. I feel like there is a part where it says they should, if not, they should at least have their weights there, so if it gets windy, they
They
could
can
use them,
adjust.
but I would say it's required for all vendors.
All the time.
Especially the wind that we get.
Yeah, exactly.
No rolling clothing racks will be allowed without approval from the Village Trust Board.
That sounds very specific. It's something.
They're ugly.
Is that what it
Yeah, it's
is?
for the clothing vendors. They wanted to get creative.
But what are they hanging their stuff on if they're not? They're racks to begin with, right?
Say that again?
I said the clothing vendors are already using a rack. Why are we specifically saying they can't have wheels on them?
You think it was more descriptive than anything else?
But I mean, because a lot of them may even roll them right in from their vans off the side streets. So I don't understand why we have a specific category for no rolling, because we allow clothing racks.
Yeah,
So-
so that goes with their approval of their booth when they bring it to you.
But that's why I'm asking, what was the point behind having a specific thing about a rolling rack versus a regular clothing rack?
The board didn't like how it looked.
Just because it was ugly, but with approval, you could have it.
No,
But we say it will not be allowed without,
no, not.
I don't, so what would our guidelines be that we would allow it or not allow it? Why would we not allow it versus allow it?
It'd be easier to steal if it was unrolling.
It's not really our concern.
I can't recall
I
it.
mean, they're identical in
Previous
their
board
look.
that didn't like how they looked, so they got rid of them. They felt they had too many clothing vendors that used rolling racks and didn't like the way that they
But
looked.
but clothing racks look exactly the same with or without
That was
wheels.
it.
That was it. So, I mean, if you guys don't want that in there, I mean, I think that's up to you guys.
It's never come up as far as I can
I
recall.
mean, you guys,
But
but
it's
it's
in
in
the
the
rules.
rules.
But you guys never come up.
Nobody's ever asked, are your racks rolling or not?
Well, you see it in their booth, right?
Yeah,
You see it in
so
their
why
photo,
have
so if you
it?
like their photo,
Yeah.
you're not gonna be like, you know what I mean, but you approve it, right? So I would say the other one was the vintage lady, when she came recently, Hong's Vintage, you guys approved her, and she had rolling racks, but you guys liked the way her booth looked.
But that question,
You've never thought
that
about
never came up in, yeah.
So it does, you don't have to keep it in there, if, it's up to you guys, but that
I don't
was the previous board that.
Is it an issue? Does anybody care?
No.
No.
take it off.
No.
Or take it out.
Can be an issue.
When?
And you could make
6
the
years ago,
choice.
that I know.
I mean, the rules already give us the ability to say, no, we don't like that
Yeah.
route setup.
But why, but that prompts the question, why would we say to vendor A, they can have a rolling rack, but vendor B can?
Because we don't like it. There's subjectivity as a board.
But a clothing rack is a clothing rack. There's nothing unique or difference except for the wheels.
Let me just say we're taking it off.
I think we're spending way too much time on this. Do we
Yeah, I
really
think you
care?
can take it off if you
Do
like,
care.
you know.
Taking it off.
You had the power to address it.
Okay.
Right, yeah, when they show you their booth, you're like, can you work on this booth? I don't feel like it meets this, like, the standards of what we like, so.
Okay.
It can look sloppy.
A lot of bigger issues in rolling racks.
Vendors must remove all boxes and containers used in the transportation of their merchandise before Village Trust begins for the evening. Empty boxes may be stored under tables as long as they are not visible from all sides.
Good, all right.
Vendors must display a valid Village Trust permit card at all times during setup, operation, and teardown.
Yep.
If the booth involves food sales, the vendor must also have all relevant documents or permits demonstrating compliance with Riverside County Department of Environmental Health regulations. All right, outside standards of conduct. Village Trust vendors, employees, and family members shall be appropriately dressed. All vendors are expected to dress in a Palm Springs casual manner.
I don't know what that is.
Yikes.
Take that out.
That was Martin
Well,
Danielson.
part of Palm Springs.
I would take that out.
Clothing
I
must
would take
be,
it out too.
Remember,
yeah, clothing must be neat, clean, in good repair, and appropriate from on-the-job appearances at all times. Employees shall not wear on the outside of their clothing anything obscene, distracting, or may cause disruptions to the Village Trust environment.
We replace
So-
employees with representatives, Ken.
Yeah,
I
to
thought it should be
representatives.
appropriately
I agree,
dressed.
just the first
Yeah.
sentence.
Yeah.
Yep,
Because we can call them on it if it's not.
yeah,
I agree.
yeah, you could go with that. That tells the story.
And it should be associates.
Yeah.
Or is it associates?
I'm sorry, Mitchell, what did you say?
Vendors and associates, not employees and family members. Because we changed that earlier up. Or representatives, yeah. And remove family members, yeah.
I got the family members.
All right, that's good.
That was what I
No,
had.
no person shall deface or otherwise abuse the downtown buildings, plants, trees, or city property.
Good.
Should go without saying, but sure.
You gotta put it in there.
Yeah.
No person or business participating in Village Fest shall state, imply, or otherwise suggest that the city of Palm Springs endorses, sponsors, or supports the views of their organization, candidate, product, or service. No person or business participating in Village Fest shall advertise Village Fest as a pickup location for items that may be ordered from the business website and/or social media sites.
Yeah, I never understood that one.
Why don't care
I
about
never
that?
understood that one either.
That came up,
Against it.
we had a vendor who had a website, and on the website, they said you can order from us and pick it up at Village Fest on Thursday night. And we said, no, you can't use the
But
name.
why?
I know, I don't.
But why it brings
Don't
people
bring
to the,
people down.
brings people in.
We said, at the time, we said, you can't use the name Village Fest on your
Was it for stuff that was not approved at Village Fest?
I
And
don't
now
know.
they wanted to do that business
That
even
may
if
have
they
been it,
weren't showing
Joy.
it?
There was something more to it, and I don't quite honestly remember what it was, but we said, no, if it's not for sale in your booth, you can't sell it on your website and say, come pick it up on.
I think that, it
then we
makes
should
it,
clarify that.
there's like maybe one vendor that does that.
Well,
And
it's
it
just
just
one
makes it
vendor.
easier, and I agree, it does bring more people down to Village Fest and they maybe shop and do something else and, it's the way it's done.
Specifically, but I mean, I don't think.
So is this also saying that that Village Fest vendor can't say, come see us at Village Fest?
No.
It
Well,
was
it
because
says-
somebody had items, Mitchell, that the Village Fest board said weren't appropriate for Village Fest, but they were still gonna sell it on their website and have people picking it up. But I don't know that it's happened enough to actually have a rule that I know of.
I mean,
But
if
I'd
part of our
rather
goal is,
That if they should not be doing business at their booth with anything
Other than what they're
that
selling.
was not approved at Village
Right,
Fest.
well, I think that, because they try and save people shipping fees and things
Yeah.
like that, so they're like, oh, I'll be here on Thursday, you can come grab it.
As I recall, it was a clothing vendor, and they were selling clothing, but then they had other things like belts and things that they weren't.
You can clarify that here.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, this doesn't even address that. It just says you can't do it.
but we couldn't validate whether they made the stuff or not, that they were selling on their website.
No, it wasn't that vendor. It
You
was-
can be clear on here.
Yeah,
You can be clear and say,
it was the soap vendor with the.
Oh.
you could basically just add in a phrase that says, no, nobody participating in Village Fest shall advertise it is a pickup location for items that are not regularly sold at Village
Yes,
There you go.
Fest or
That's-
not
that's
been
it.
previously
That's it.
approved
You
for
got it.
sale
That's-
at
Yeah,
Village
not
Fest.
approved
That
to
works.
sell at
I
Village
don't know how we
Fest.
would ever know that, but put it in there.
Well,
Endlessly if we had to, and it also allows us to get more people.
Well, if they get
Right, it
caught.
creates a
Well,
little more
because-
flexibility for people, because, let's say you're there, because that says, I'm there 1 week.
Yeah.
I see something I like, and I can't come pick it up the next week.
I can't
Remember
tell
the
you.
woman
if
who's
I'm
doing tie-dye?
Right.
She will make custom
Right, and they'll
tie-dye
come back and
stuff.
pick it up. That's such a mess.
I honestly would rather take it out altogether, and if the vendor wants to say, ordered it, well, I'm leaving. Let us move on. We're good.
All right, item D. Non-entertainment vendors shall neither use amplified sound nor play music or make loud noises that can be heard outside their assigned spaces.
well, they already use amplified sound.
Say that again?
Well,
Some do.
yeah,
non-entertainment, Mitchell.
Some of them do.
Sometimes.
Some do. I do go talk to them and they can't be interrupting other vendors and things. Like, it's gotta be like low in their
so then we should have it as a decibel rating.
background or, or play a video or something, right? So.
To just be considerate to your
Correct.
neighbors.
Exactly. And to other entertainers and things like that as well.
But so you could add in there a decibel rating that says if it's above this decibel rating, we can, you know.
I would highly advise against that.
Can you imagine how loud Village Fest actually is just from people talking? Like what that decibel is, it's just so much. It's like,
OG mentions decibels, so.
It does mention decibels in the next one, yeah.
Well, that's for entertainers.
Vendors shall not solicit customers from outside their selling spaces. Hawking, selling outside of booth, loud or aggressive behavior is strictly prohibited.
You could put those two together
That's
if
what
you
I was
wanted,
thinking,
because
too, yeah.
that was what the
It's kind
problem
of the same
was.
thing, yeah.
And it was actually a nonprofit booth that wears hats. And
The
they-
baseball team.
No, it was the Shriners.
Oh, them too, yeah.
They were very aggressively
They came back and they're
soliciting.
they're teetering right now.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
So
You
that
saw
was
'em?
why, they were
They stop
just
you and say-
stopping, yeah, they were stopping people walking by, and
Are they doing that now?
people were trying to avoid the
Oh, they did.
area.
I'll have to talk to them, because I noticed like they left for a while and then they came back, and I'll just have to go talk to them, because they have a lot of people eager right now. They've been gone for a while.
Okay, any entertainer performing on the street shall maintain the volume of the music so as not to disturb their surrounding vendors. A maximum decibel level between 60 and 80 shall be enforced by the Village Trust staff.
So why do we have a 60 to 80? If there's a maximum, it should be a maximum, 80.
Okay, maximum of 80.
Well, and keep in mind,
We're not
vendors
required
are
to
a
do
very
60.
popular category, or entertainers are a very popular category, so,
We haven't had a problem, right?
yeah.
It is each vendor's responsibility to report to the on-site Village Trust staff any hazardous condition they observe in or around the vendor's booth. If the problem cannot be remedied immediately, the vendor shall be relocated temporarily to another space.
So just before we go on that, real quick question, Faith, on the decibel, do you actually have a decibel meter that you can
I bet it's on
determine sound
Police
level?
do.
Police
And you
do.
can get on your phone.
It's on your phone.
Yeah. It has been mentioned.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering how you enforce that.
Well, I usually, if they seem loud, and so it depends on if they're echoing around, where they're placed, then I will go speak with them.
But
Does that apply if we have a band performing? They'd never be below 80.
Sometimes.
Are you saying, Mitchell,
Right.
though, maybe that there shouldn't be a decibel limit specifically, because it would depend on what location it is and where they are in
Well,
respect?
that's what I'm kind of thinking, because like Greg said, we have bands that come that would never fall under that 80 decibel in the center street. So
Oh,
If you have rules, you
I
can't really have exceptions.
So if we're not actively, like, monitoring either, unless it's a complaint.
Yeah.
Has it ever been a problem? Has anybody complained about a?
They have
Oh,
complained
yeah.
about
And
it.
then I just go speak with the, and
they turn it down.
They turn it down, yeah.
But do you know what decibel level that was?
Oh, I
Well, I don't, I think that maybe leave out the actual decibel level, because it could be different depending on each space.
Because it can echo.
So maybe
Yeah,
that
maybe your
decibel
neighbor's
level
wearing a
is-
hearing aid that's like,
And we
it's
also-
driving
we-
them nuts.
We're
Well,
not the enforcing agency,
That's-
that would be code compliance.
Yeah.
Everyone's really good about it, so.
So you
yeah,
take
I think that's good.
decibel settings.
States to use judgment.
Where were we?
H. Basically, if you see
You're on
something, say,
G.
Okay.
You
Yeah.
hear something.
that's what H, no, I'm talking about H.
Oh,
H is if you see something.
G.
So we're on I now. Nonprofit vendors, in accordance with California state law, may conduct raffles with approval from the Village Trust Board.
I think that it should be.
So in
on
California, raffles,
Proper state of California, which department is it? Like Department of Justice. You have to get a license from the
Yeah,
Department of
But that's
Justice.
the only way
yeah,
that they're.
there's a very specific way to do raffles for nonprofits. Yeah.
To that part?
No,
It says you have
it's-
to have a
it's-
501.
It's actually the
No,
IRS.
I'm
that
talking
issues them.
about them
Oh,
having
the
the
raffle,
raffle.
that the raffle
You
has
have
to be.
have a license from the,
State of California.
I think it's the Department of Justice in the state of California in order to have raffles. So a lot of people don't know that you need that.
Yeah, they're very tightly controlled, like churches even, yeah.
I didn't understand that.
Got it. J, vendors are responsible for the actions of their representatives working for them. Vendors shall be courteous to other vendors, the public, and Village West staff and management.
Don't we already say that somewhere else higher up?
Doesn't hurt to put it twice.
Whatever, it's fine.
No.
Okay. Booth setup. Setup begins 1 hour prior to the event start time. The city begins barricading the streets at approximately 5 p.m. during season 1 and 6 p.m. during season 2. Vendors must not park on the closed street after that time. Vendors may unload vehicles half hour prior to setup onto the sidewalk as long as they do not impede safe pedestrian flow or vehicular traffic. However, they may not begin to set up or unpack items on the curb.
This whole section is for Faith.
Vendor vehicles may be unloaded and then moved and parked outside of the event perimeter prior to the scheduled event start time.
Wasn't the time changed earlier?
Well, this is just for the vendors, not the towing cars.
Oh.
By no later than 11 p.m., vendors are to be packed up and out of the traffic lanes. Vendors shall be fined $25 if their booth is not ready for business at the start of the event or if they close down before 10 p.m., the official end of the event.
I didn't change with this.
Is that enough, or do you want to, I mean, we just raised the prices.
We don't,
Not for that.
They don't do it.
Right.
But they might get written up, which is worse.
Come back to you guys.
Vendors shall receive one vendor pass for their vehicle. The vendor pass must be displayed in the front windshield to gain entry to Village Pass. Setup and teardown shall go as follows. Vendors must park their vehicles in their assigned location and unload onto the sidewalk. Vendors must move their vehicles off the street immediately after unloading. Vendors may not set up their booth while their vehicle remains parked on the street. A vendor's canopy or tent must be dismantled and their booth items must be packed up and on the sidewalk before their vehicle is allowed on the street for loadout. Vendors shall enter the closed-off sections of Palm Canyon Drive from the intersections of Amato, Talkwitz, and Arenas. Is that the same?
Yeah, we're working with Public Works to.
And
clean
Arena's
it up
not,
after that.
not Barista?
Yeah, Barista
I'm just
seemed like
asking,
it
I don't know, I
Oh, they
don't, I'm
can't,
not
Baristas
usually
are,
there.
if you go the
It's a
wrong
one
way.
way.
Yeah,
And don't we have those new
Southbound.
roadblocks that take a minute to get, quite a minute to get down?
Motto,
Yes.
Talkwitz, and Arenas.
Mhm.
It says all of them. Except Andreas.
So Andres needs to be added?
We're trying to
Let
figure
me
that out.
confirm. We're working with Public Works on entry points and exit points for all the vendors, to make it
They
a
want to
more
make
smooth
Arenas
transition.
not an
He said-
exit now. They
Yeah.
don't want them to use Arenas, which I feel like that's 2 whole blocks of, anyway, it's a whole nother conversation.
Okay, so we will confirm that. We will confirm the section with them. Vendors and their employees shall park outside the perimeters of the event. Farmers
So that would be associates.
We're changing employees everywhere.
That's why we put the Indian thing in there, I remember now. It was because we wanted the vendors to not park in the parking lots. We wanted them to park outside of the
Oh, that's
event.
why Indian Canyon was considered the perimeter. There you go.
I remember now. But it's, they
It
do
is
what they
really
want anyways.
confusing. Yeah, it's
Well, it's okay.
Well, we don't enforce.
Probably impossible
It's
to
okay. They're
enforce.
taking half of my lot anyways.
Farmers market vendors who, in their application submitted to the Village Fest coordinator, have demonstrated a need to park inside the perimeters of the event and have received approval may be exempt from C above.
Wouldn't they be farmer, not plural?
Don't,
We always
the
farmers.
category is farmers,
Yeah, we
right?
call it farmers,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
E, no vendor shall bring their vehicle onto Palm Canyon Drive from the time the event has started until the time it ends. The Village Fest staff shall notify all vendors in advance when changes in event hours go into effect. Vendors must not at any time move any traffic control devices such as barricades, bollards, signs, or delineators Citations shall be issued to the violators of these rules.
On F, I'm putting, even though I'm not a lawyer's hat on, where we say in advance, like when reasonably, possible, or with as much advance notice as reasonably possible. Because otherwise, it's like, what's in advance mean?
Oh, I do it like 2 weeks out.
Yeah, I'm just saying, it's to protect you if for some reason.
I got you, yeah. H, vendors must police all streets, curbs, sidewalks, and areas surrounding their booths and remove all litter and stains that result from their activities. When removing or dismantling setups, all vendors must clean their own spaces of all debris. If a space is left in poor condition, the vendor will be charged a $25 cleanup fee.
You guys could be making a fortune on these extra.
How are-
A lot of that, like people that dump their oil from the food booths.
So how are these fees assessed? Does Faith come to us and say we need to be assessed?
I'm sorry.
How are fees assessed?
By staff?
So we see a vendor that doesn't pick up their trash. Is it the Village Fest office that sends them a bill, or does that come before the board?
No,
No,
it
we
would be
just,
the office.
yeah, we just write them out.
Write them up. So you have a citation book.
Yes.
Okay.
Don't charge them more than
Officer Faith is.
All right, section 7, emergency procedures for inclement weather conditions. The Village Fest staff shall inform vendors if the event must be canceled due to dangerous weather conditions. Village Fest shall remain open until emergency weather conditions are declared. Vendors are prohibited from driving their vehicles onto the closed street early or depart early due to weather conditions unless directed by the Village Fest staff.
Can we add emergency, weather and/or emergency? Like if there was a shooting or a accident or
Earthquake.
earthquake?
Well, that's just one of the emergency procedures, all right?
The decision to call an emergency shutdown at Village Fest is at the exclusive discretion of the City of Palm Springs City Manager, Police Chief, Fire Chief, or the Director of Parks and Recreation, or their designees.
Perfect. I was like,
Credit?
who does that?
Who does that?
I'm like, who does it?
I
It
look
always
at the
changes.
weather app
I
and
like
I
this
say,
though.
oh.
It's
we're
like everybody's
open.
got hats on for that.
Right. Credit and refunds shall not be given to vendors for a weather emergency. When an emergency has been declared, vendors shall immediately cease operations. It is the vendor's responsibility to provide their own coverings to protect merchandise and products from weather-related conditions.
Why don't we want to refund them if we shut Village Fest down for an emergency?
Act of God,
It's a rain or shine event.
Yeah.
force majeure.
It doesn't happen often. I don't even remember the last time it's happened. It's been years.
Well, there was the terrorist bombing last May.
But we didn't
But
shut
we
down.
didn't shut down.
No, I know, but I'm just saying similar, maybe I'm,
Something
They
could
said when they
happen.
closed, I don't remember.
Again, we can always make the decision to do it.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. Well, this is just letting them know, don't expect it.
Well,
I guess the only thing I would add is this whole section not just about inclement weather, but is it also about
Emergency situation.
emergencies and inclement weather?
I added that.
Like to the whole section.
Yeah, to the whole section, I added
Yeah.
emergency on there, yeah.
Great.
Okay, section 8, health, fire, and police regulations. Cooperation with local health, fire, and police departments is essential. Vendors must be aware of and comply with code requirements. Specific questions regarding the interpretations of code should be directed to the appropriate agency listed in the location contacts list page. Any furniture or equipment used within the booth space must first be approved by the Village Fest staff. Any vendors selling compostable products using propane or other compostables or performing open-air cooking must provide a fire extinguisher and receive approval from the fire department. Propane users require a fire department permit. All use of propane in conjunction with cooking, heating, crafting, or demonstrating gas-fueled merchandise must be pre-approved by the Palm Springs Fire Department before a permit can be issued. Compliance and enforcement.
Do you deal with other generators, and would that be the place to put it if you do? Just that, generators are only allowed, but, because they're not all propane, right?
No, some of them are like, I mean,
Yes.
battery and.
But really, all, in my opinion, all generators should be approved by staff. For sure. Because they're really loud and some of them are really stinky.
Yeah,
and-
some of them are loud, they do emit a lot of fumes, especially like the older trucks that'll.
It's a nicer way of saying stinky.
Okay.
But I
Make
usually,
a note to possibly.
but I do,
include
if it is loud,
paragraph
I'll
about
talk to them about
generators.
putting a box around it, because that can help with the, and then I'll talk to them, because I know they are expensive to get new ones, like $1,000 before you get a quiet one, so
Yeah.
I do talk to them about it.
Well, or you move them to a.
I move them or I tell them to put the generator on the other side. so
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
not
I mean, we have that a
interfering,
lot
yeah.
in the food
Something
court
about-
area. It's
Something about
a
generators.
problem. Yeah, something about generators.
There you go.
Compliance and enforcement. Village Fest vendors must comply with Village Fest purpose, goals, rules, and regulations. Village Fest is an event for the enjoyment of citizens and visitors who contribute to the area's tourism industry. Vendors shall not antagonize or offend residents or visitors and shall do everything possible to encourage and promote the festive nature of Village Fest.
Can we take out citizens and visitors to just be people?
Of everyone. who
Patrons
atta-
or
Yeah,
Something, because
attendees.
citizens just raises all kinds of questions. these
Yeah,
days.
yeah, right now, let's
Oh,
not be
God,
talking
yeah.
about citizens.
Non-compliance with any Village Fest rule or regulation, including offensive conduct, is grounds for suspension or revocation of the Village Fest permit. A suspension or permit revocation of the Village Fest permit shall be issued by the Village Fest staff in writing specifying the effective dates of and grounds for the suspension or revocation. Products not approved by the Village Fest board are prohibited. A citation will be issued for violation of rules and regulations, and all non-compliant items must be removed immediately. Vendors who receive more than one written warning in any one season shall not be permitted to operate their booth until they appear before the Village Fest board for review.
Great.
Appeals for application denial. If an application is denied, an appeal may be made in writing to the Village Fest board, who shall reconsider the denial. The appeal must be filed within 15 days of the denial date. If a vendor desires to appeal the Village Fest board's final determination, an appeal may be made in writing to the Palm Springs City Manager within 15 days of the Village Fest board's denial. The city manager shall review the appeal and issue a decision. The city manager's decision shall be final.
Is
Oh,
there
wow,
a
that's
fee,
good.
is there a fee for that? For
I-
that? You might want to check on that, if going to the city manager to appeal
I don't think
something,
we
there
have
could be
a
a fee.
fee in our fee schedule. I know like planning commission has a fee.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we have one, right? Yeah. But we'll check. Okay, appeals for suspension. Upon suspension of a Village Fest permit, the vendor shall have the right to appeal this suspension to the Village Fest board. Such appeal must be made within 15 days of the issuance of the suspension, and any such suspension or revocation shall be effective until or unless overturned on appeal, sorry. So repetitive. After receipt of an appeal, the Village Fest staff shall schedule the matter for hearing at the next available Village Fest board meeting at which the matter can be presented. The Village Fest coordinators shall provide the vendor with at least 10 days written notice of the time and place of the meeting. The vendor shall have the burden of proof as to why the suspension or revocation shall be overturned. Following the hearing, the Village Fest Board may approve, modify, or reverse the suspension or revocation. Notice of the Village Fest Board's decision shall be given in writing to the applicant within 15 days of the hearing. If a vendor desires to appeal the Village Fest Board's final determination, an appeal may be made in writing to the Palm Springs City Manager within 15 days of the Village Fest Board's denial. The city manager shall review the appeal and issue a decision. The city manager's decision shall be final.
Have you ever gone through this entire process with somebody?
Oh, one's the application denial, one's the suspension.
Not often.
That's my third one. Oh, the rules or that one?
No, that specific, like that whole
No.
process of the appeals,
Yeah, this is what we're
30
supposed
minutes.
to spend
Oh, we have
Yeah,
had
this is-
some.
Huh?
We have, yeah.
We
It's
have
been
had
a while,
people
but
that
yes,
appealed,
it
the
does happen.
CBD booths.
Yeah, 30 minutes.
All right.
Okay.
Each Village Fest vendor must meet the criteria of one of the following categories.
Okay, our favorite.
General vendor. 75% of any art, craft, jewelry, or wearable items offered for sale must be the handcrafted work of the artist who will be selling the wares at the booth. Artisan craftsmanship will demonstrate technique, precision, control, and mastery of materials. It will show originality and creativity using quality materials. It will reflect the artisan's personal style and vision and will be original and not mass-produced. An artisan will demonstrate alignment with their craft and a knowledge of the production process and materials used. Items that are merely hand-assembled and comprise only of commercially available manufactured parts shall not be considered handcrafted for the purpose of Village Fest. The artist must be present unless a representative of the artist has been approved by the Village Fest staff and the Village Fest board. In the case of artificial intelligence, inspired artwork, artist craftsmanship must be demonstrated through creative intent, as a photographer would by shaping a scene through the lens and light. The work should show stylistic choices and depth and a sense of meaning. The work should also demonstrate craftsmanship and how the AI tools are used, much like a paintbrush or camera.
Can I say something about the first line here? Would it help people understand if it said 75% of each art, craft, jewelry, or wearable item instead of
Yes,
any? Because they
yes.
think it's the whole
Booth
booth.
and
This way they
25%,
understand each
yeah.
thing
Right,
has to be
because sometimes they think
75%.
25% of their booth can be not.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Right,
So
That is a
each
good point.
item.
Very good point.
I thought about that one at home. Because it doesn't make sense the way it is. I could see that people don't.
I'm still not really comfortable with the AI section. I don't, we're asking somebody to tell us what their creative intent as a photographer would be. But if we don't agree that that's what their creative intent was, or that's what ended up, how are we deciding that that's not their creative intent? I think it's I don't think it's well versed. I don't think, who wrote this? Because I no offense to anybody, but I just don't think this really covers AI properly.
I wrote it, and it was really driven by ChatGPT, defining what AI artwork was and how you would differentiate it as an artisan craft. And the whole point of it was, they used the photographer demonstration as someone who would compose and use light and meter settings and so on and so forth, but who would still use the computer to correct and change and so on and so forth. The whole point of it was to demonstrate that the user is driving the computer is not driving the user. I mean, that was really what the gist of it I got. But I'm not comfortable with it either, to be quite honest, Mitchell. And Antonio and I were just discussing, maybe AI is just something we say because it's really good fast. I don't know, but.
I mean, I know we asked to get,
Well, that's different. Because you can that's the paint.
I know that we asked for the city attorney to take a look at what AI, how we label it, or because I agree, Greg, either we say you just can't have anything AI generated, but that really doesn't fall within the times that we're in.
What we wanted first was an understanding of where the board wants to go, because we still don't have clear direction of how you all are interpreting this AI piece, right? I mean, so if you're saying that you are welcome to including AI into the arts and crafts category, then we can go back and take this as a starting point, work with this city attorney to clean it up, and then come back with a recommendation. But we need to know, are you welcome to including it or not?
I think it's AI derived art. Because I think at this point, everybody's using it for something. I use it for my business when I'm tweaking recipes and I don't know the exact understanding of a certain ingredient. I'll be like, hey, da-da-da. Does that mean that my product is generated by AI, even though it's a food product? It's an assistant tool,
But the
I don't see
city-
how you
It's not,
ban
it's not
it.
derived.
So what was your word?
I'm not saying-
Derived
I said
versus
derived, meaning,
inspired?
so like the instance where we had somebody who just tells a computer, hey, I want an image of, I don't know, Palm Springs being attacked by a dinosaur, right? That's derived through AI, even though you're prompting it to, you're not doing anything except pulling it from there.
But then maybe you're changing it and altering it and having it, we did have an artist in here.
So we would have to actually say to the person,
You made a whole
tell me
nother-
what you, tell me your, write out your, show me your work that created this image. Show me what you asked AI for help with, so that we can tell that you added some creative inspiration into your request.
Yeah,
But-
you know, I agree, Mitch, you can do that, because somebody who's using AI, like my son is a graphic designer, he uses AI a lot now, and he will
Right.
fight tooth and nail, though, that it is not his creative process, and will explain, and actually in his portfolio shows the steps and where it comes in. So just like we expect a vendor to show us their steps, we can do the same thing here and expect to see where AI comes in and make our
Well,
judgment.
even the 75% requirement can be extremely subjective.
Right.
You know, and this all came about as for us to make decisions where we treat everybody fairly and equitably in as much as possible in making our decisions. We don't have the guidelines or the criteria by which we can make a decision. That's the piece
I
in
think-
my mind that's missing.
Sorry. I think the one thing about AI is that right now, the city really has a push towards it in the creative process with these AI seminars that they're doing, trying to gather creatives for it. So I think that we need more direction on that, because is that where the city's going? Then
But
I
Village
think.
Fest is different.
Yeah, it
artists
is.
and-
But I would say, aside from where the city's going, it's where the world is not going, it is.
It is.
But we're asking artists to create 75% of their artwork, their paintings. They sit there for hours and painting it and creating jewelry and soldering and wiring and all the other things that they do. Do you feel like them sitting in front of a computer giving prompts is 75%? These people are hands-on, they're doing, you know, that I don't feel, I feel like it takes away from Village Fest, like the Village Fest.
Artisan aspect of it.
Yeah.
So I would venture to say in,
That's
That's
my
the problem.
suggestion, but is it fair that
But
the
you
artists are
limit it.
required to have 75%, and I don't feel that it's fair.
What do you allow
Like-
in there? Prints? What would you allow in there?
You allow
Prints?
prints.
I would venture to say that some of the marketing pieces that have been presented probably had an AI piece involved in their creation. So, you know,
Artisanship like we
Yeah.
are, but that's the difference.
But-
Our
but-
main core and
but
pillars are
we
artisan.
can't,
But there've been some very cool
I mean, we
ideas.
can't
The
present.
guy who came in with the 3D, were you here, like the 3D sculptures of people, and it was.
But he-
Yes,
He
yes.
carves them, so he doesn't, he may use that part of it, but he's also using his hands, like AI people are like.
So
they've hit
maybe we have a new category that's an AI-inspired category.
You say items that are merely hand assembled. Why not say, or AI derived?
I think if you're gonna add AI, it should be a separate category, because I don't feel it's fair to the artist, I really don't.
But an artist, but a category and then allow what in it?
I think that's,
Do we
if you
give 'em-
wanna
do we give
allow
'em
it,
a
I
little
think
bit?
personally, I'm not a fan
I
of
mean,
it, I
the-
think that our event is really special, I feel like the La Quinta Art Festival is not gonna have AI artists there printing things out, so I
I don't
feel
know, they
like.
might, and you
I
may not never
don't
know
think
it.
so, I don't,
The
I think it's.
Southwest
Right, you
just
might not
happened,
know.
doesn't.
They don't, you know, I feel like we take away from artists, and I follow a lot of artists online, and they talk about how AI is coming and trying to take over what they do, and they're really frustrated because they've been working years at their crafts. They take hours and hours making it, they put all this in, and then someone just comes along with AI, and it's like, oh.
I mean, I hear you, I have
Takes
this
away from
discussion
them.
with my son constantly,
support
like, I go
faith.
up and back, but.
I
but
feel like,
also
I
think
feel
it's
like
the
we're.
right-
I don't think that we
I feel
can,
like we are full. Do we need to allow that element in? But again, that's, I'm not voting.
But is that, so number 3, is it derived or generated to specifically say you can't, that can't be your starting point? We had a vendor that came in to try to pitch some pictures, and when I started probing, what was the original design?
Right.
It was, well, no, it started here. It'd be a difference if they hand drew something, turned it, and then said, hey, I need you to clean or fix or
Exactly.
change.
And I do believe that that's what some of the artists do, but yeah, I think if you're
We
just
haven't
sitting
been
there
presented
like,
with them so far.
And-
So far,
and
it's been
yes.
100% AI generated.
I feel
But
like
it's moving towards that, isn't it?
But
I
I,
can say, take an Asian woman and make her an African-American
Careful here.
Well, no, but that's what happened. So the first AI that came before the board was that. He was just asking it to do things. We are still, one of our pillars is that we are an artisan fair. So we don't have to just say, oh, just because it's happening, we have to allow it. We can continue to hold true to be like, we allow artisan vendors only, and while it's a tool, it can't be derived for a starting point for your product.
And this is, when that vendor did come before you guys, you did a great job to show me how this is 75%. And that is the criteria that we've always had, 75, and I think that's a great criteria.
So why don't we say something like artificial intelligence can be used as a supportive tool for inspiration or reference or planning or minor editing, something like that. But the AI-generated artwork may not be presented as original handmade work.
We need to find some verbiage.
I don't know who said it, but somebody said, you'll never know. And that, in many cases, you won't ever know. But if I was an artist who
You're speaking to them.
hand-painted on canvas and did all this beautiful work next to somebody who did AI, I would be insulted and I'd leave.
But we also
It's
have
no
the
longer
luxury-
artisan.
We also have the luxury of giving them the burden of proof to say, hey, how did you do it? Show us,
Exactly.
like with the images from the spinners. I asked,
Right,
what is your
exactly.
starting point? Show us your
And
starting
it
point.
was AI.
And show us your final
That's the
product.
metrics of objectivity versus subjectivity. You know, how do we measure it?
And that's also what you guys are here for, right? So you ask those questions and then you ask them to show you the proof. If you don't feel that it's 75%, you make the decision and.
So maybe that's where
what
we
you've done.
include it, is it somewhere in the language about the 75%, does not include.
I think we need to get some, I think we need to have some legal advice before we start putting a rule in. I don't think we can just come up with something that is, there's nothing clear about that rule at all.
Just like in the arts and crafts, items that are merely hand assembled and comprised of commercially available projects, we can have verbiage like that for AI. Items that are merely
And
prompted or derived.
Based on AI.
Prompted or derived from
Yeah, that's
AI
true.
do not
Right.
meet the criteria of artisan, yada, 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 and then that verbiage just says we're at the discretion of seeing,
So maybe we say something like it's, our Village Fair is based on human creativity, lived experiences and community expression, and that we can use AI as a supportive tool, but you've got to be able to show
It has
that
to be
you
black
had a
and
starting
white.
point.
if it's gonna be a rule, it has to be black and white, and I think
We have to somehow say that the 75% doesn't include AI.
I think what
25%
said
said
that.
It's kind of like,
I think if we can find verbiage that says items or products or something that are merely derived from.
hand-assembled,
That are,
built
no,
by
that are,
from AI.
that are hand-assembled, comprised,
Yeah.
or do something specifically for AI that says it can't be derived or simply
Right.
prompted. There has to be some kind of artisan.
Yep.
Yeah. Because, if I tell.
But we don't ask every artist to show us the beginning, start, and end of every painting that they've put up in their booth. We don't ask, so we don't know how much that artist actually painted that entire picture.
But you see the final product, and we can ask them to see it, and we have had instances where we ask people to show us videos, their products.
Of
them
every
actually-
piece.
No, I mean, at some point.
If you're an artist and if you're painting, I would hope to think that you're not using AI like that.
But we do have artists
But they're still painting, they're
who
still
do
creating,
original
adding-
works and then make prints of those
Well, yeah.
original works. And that's not 75%.
But it's their
That print in
original.
and of itself.
Agreed.
But it's
But it
their
is their
original.
original art and they could
Right.
demonstrate.
But if they come in
it.
with AI, they just have AI and they're making a print of AI.
I don't think we're to the point where we're ready to make a decision. I think.
Yeah, I don't think we're ready to put an AI rule in.
You do or do not?
I do not think we're ready to put an AI rule
We
in.
don't want to force this in.
Yeah.
And we don't want to, our pillar of being an artisan fair,
Yeah,
we
and I
don't want to
think
make
our-
this
right.
fit if it doesn't. And I
I
don't,
think you guys do a great
we're
job.
unsure.
I think we get some
Vetting it.
really good quality artists and I don't.
think legal is going to give us an answer.
Well, that's why they're not going to, unless we give them
Yes,
direction. on
unless
how
we give them.
The state is barely ready to touch on it.
Okay, so we will
86.
take it out. Well, I have a question. Why do we call this a general vendor and not an arts and crafts vendor?
So general, we have because we have general vendors, we have body wash, like the beauty.
They're in there too.
They're all encompassed in there too, so they have to make 75% of their product also.
Clothing's in there too.
Clothing, candles, all that has to be 75%. So that's why,
The
it's
metal
not just
crafting,
arts,
the
exactly,
knife,
like jewelry,
the
all that
pen
is
people,
encompasses
yeah.
in that, yeah.
Got it, okay. But that's why then on the agenda, you still call it out as like jewelry,
Yes.
arts and crafts.
Yeah, exactly,
It's a
arts and craft,
subcategory,
yeah, yeah.
Okay. Got it.
So going forward, when we have some of those AI-generated art pieces that come in, like we have before, are we comfortable saying, no, I'm sorry, we're not going to include?
Or would
in
you
this?
stop?
And that's what
I
I
think
did.
Faith would just stop it.
I can't, yeah, I did tell her, I said, I don't think they'll approve it because you're not,
That's
it's
appropriate
not
for you,
75%
yes,
handmade,
yes.
like handmade, it's like your hands are on it, like your hand, and I explained it to her, and she's like, well, I just want to try anyway.
At that
But she
point,
knew
she's
going
paying
in.
the fee anyway, knowingly paying the fee.
Correct,
that
and I tell them,
there's a
you risk
chance.
your application fee,
Yeah.
it's not refundable if you don't,
It's the same as the person who does the jewelry.
I'm comfortable with you doing that, and then we can just look at it.
75%
same thing.
if they're just stringing it, and I tell them, just like some of the jewelry you'll approve, and some of it you'll say, I only want the wire wrap stuff, but not just the strung jewelry.
As I'm saying, if we were to move forward, at some point, it would be like that,
Yeah,
your final
merely-
product can't be derived from, just like if you're just buying,
Yeah. I think eventually you're going to have to call it out, just so people are forewarned that, yeah.
Sooner or later, but it's,
We've had one come before you guys, that's not like, there was two? Oh, that's right, with the.
There's been a couple, yeah.
with the
everybody go
stickers,
home
That's
and
right.
chat GBT. And come up with.
Okay, so moving on, a vendor's merchandise shall be reviewed and evaluated according to the goals and guidelines of the Village Fest, by the Village Fest Board. The board shall also evaluate the quality of the items, raw materials, workmanship, uniqueness, and appropriateness of the items for Village Fest. It is within the discretion of the Village Fest Board to deny applications based upon these criteria. A vendor may not receive merchandise directly or indirectly from any current or former vendor who has been suspended and/or had his or her selling rights terminated.
Yeah, we know that one,
Yes,
that's in there.
we know there's a reason for that one, right?
I'll need to hear that later. Farmers market vendor. The farmers market operates under California Department of Food and Agriculture regulations.
Can you put California apostrophe S?
California's.
Yeah.
Certain guidelines have been established by the farmers market and the city of Palm Springs with respect to specific needs of the event. Permits must be current and displayed at the point of sales at all times. All people wishing to sell their crops directly to the public must contact the Village Fest staff. Permits and space assignments shall be made after the application review is completed. Vendors shall not display or advertise items that they are not permitted to sell.
Does agriculture come?
What's that?
Does Department of Ag ever come out?
I've never seen them, just the health department.
Vendors must clean up their assigned spaces before leaving the event and must provide their own refuse containers. City trash containers shall not be used for vendor debris. All fruit and products to be sold shall be subject to California's Department of Food and Agriculture regulations. Any vendor reselling produce or nursery products must obtain a permit from the California Department of Food and Agriculture. Photocopy of a valid permit must be turned into the Village Fest staff with the vendor's application. This permit must also be posted in the vendor's booth and clearly visible to the public. Any questions regarding the permit? We'll look at that. Any vendor selling products by the pound must have a scale certified by the Riverside County Department of Weights and Measures. Without a certification sticker, no vendor may sell products by the pound.
Is that an address you want to put up with
gonna
other
say.
vendors?
At the
Yeah.
top, those
Can you
two.
make a note of that?
I don't think anybody does, do they? Nobody uses a scale.
Do we have anybody who sells by the pound?
I don't think so. No, not anymore.
We have what?
They usually have everything
So they sell
prepackaged.
Cells by weight.
But I guess in case they do, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could recall from
Specialty foods pre-packaged. Items that do not fit as typical farmers market products fall into this category with the following criteria. All prepackaged specialty foods must comply with every state and federal packaging requirements. The only items that will be considered for Village Fest are those produced and packaged in the United States of America. For the purpose of Village Fest, distributors of products are excluded. Specialty food items must relate to each other and fall into a single category. No prepackaged nuts and salsa unless they have a common branding. That's weirdly specific.
There's only one, there's only one piece that's missing in this, and I've been contacted by sustainability, and I've referred them to staff. They want to get on our agenda and come talk. But nowhere in our rules and regulations do we talk about sustainable packaging.
Yes.
Because that, since we've done this, that's come into play, right?
Yes.
Since it's been
So
since
I don't know if that's
2018.
something we may,
That's
Nick, you may want to
true,
make a
yeah.
note to
I
get.
think that's-
Food waste, trash bins in the food area?
They're supposed to. I think they're
Maybe.
supposed to eventually have that, but right now we just have trash.
Been exempt from that.
Oh, we have? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you
Well,
have?
well, no. That
oh.
just during the past few years, but we need to move towards
Okay,
it.
got it. Okay.
We just have problems with sorting.
Yeah.
And staff being able to, because we only have an hour to clean up the whole
Right,
area.
right.
It's extremely challenging.
You don't want to go out there and sort all that.
Even if you have the separate bins, doesn't mean people
And that's the
use them
problem.
properly.
Yeah.
We're
Correct.
saying under the specialty foods, there should be an entire item about
Well,
sustainability.
sustainability even for
They
the.
did.
As a whole,
Yeah.
as a blanket
With the
statement.
packet,
Yeah.
yeah, you're right.
They're
So maybe get with
Forks and
sustainability about
packaging
that. I think there's only
want
one
to be
person now for
sustainable.
sustainability, right?
Yeah, they just hired someone.
Oh, they did hire someone?
Oh, she left?
LP left, yeah, a while ago. All right, nonprofit organizations. Applicants shall be assigned space at the events on a first-come, first-served basis and allowed to have that space on a rotational basis. Nonprofits must provide proof of their current nonprofit status, including nonprofit number. Verification must be provided at the time of application. Nonprofits may pass out informational materials promoting the nonprofit, and nonprofits may accept donations on site. Nonprofits must obtain Department of Justice letter for any
That's your point
raffles
from
conducted
earlier.
at Village Fest.
Yay.
And nonprofits may sell event tickets for fundraising events benefiting the nonprofit. Nonprofits may sell merchandise items at their booth that represents the organization, i.e. calendar, mugs, t-shirts, etc. City-sponsored departments or organizations are exempt for nonprofit regulations as approved by the Village Trust Board, i.e. Palm Springs Police Association and 1PS.
Could you say on the nonprofits that sell merchandise that only represent the organization? That was really
Yeah.
what happened there is nonprofits
Artists.
coming, they want to sell art,
Yeah.
that people, it was not,
Candles,
What- yeah.
that they're,
but yeah, it was weird.
somebody's making.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay.
I mean, if they want to come in as a nonprofit, otherwise they could maybe
You could have down,
go
right.
to the street fair in Palm Desert,
Yeah.
swap meet.
Downtown retail merchant vendor. Retail merchant.
I'm sorry, is there a difference between a charity and a nonprofit? Do we?
We define it by, as long as they have a 501c.
C3.
C3 or C6 or
C6,
C4.
yeah.
Okay. It's just something I attended a couple weeks ago on nonprofits, because I'm the treasurer of a nonprofit. There is distinct differences between the two. Do we support, for example, animal shelter? Are they considered the same as religious organization or a profit, or not profit,
Yes.
a candidate for office?
Candidates, I think.
Animal Shelter is a nonprofit.
Can we just change this to always say nonprofit and charity? And charitable
I would just, I think it would be helpful to add that.
I think that
Those
the
extra
reason it
words.
says nonprofit though is because you have to have a nonprofit
Yep.
license. You can't
Charities
just
do
be
not
a
necessarily
charity.
have
You
to
have
have to, yeah.
to be a bona fide, filled it out with the government
Right.
nonprofit.
And a charity, what are you saying, David, a charity, difference between a charity and a nonprofit is?
I didn't look it up yet. I just wrote these bunch of words down when I attended
Oh.
this thing.
Yeah, I don't think there's a
but I
difference
think,
between, if you're distributing funds out to, as an organization to, and you're bringing those funds in, you're bringing them, a charity is not a,
It's
is
a
not a,
nonprofit,
Yes.
A charity
and
is a
they're
nonprofit,
501c3.
and they help support,
Six.
raise funds for a charity, which is the school.
Yes, but they are the nonprofit
Okay.
themselves.
they
so
are the
the
nonprofit,
question.
yes.
Right.
The money
What the
flows through them.
nonprofit does
Something
with
I
their
heard today.
money isn't our business.
Class.
As long as they remain nonprofit. Does anybody need a Pepsid besides me?
So-
I brought a little
All right, we have
bag
5 minutes.
For instance, Palm Springs Pride supports GSAs. you know, so it's not, the GSA isn't out there raising the money we are, right? Or Safe Schools. Yeah.
I never hear people say charity anymore.
Okay. E, downtown retail merchant vendor. Retail merchants located within the designated business improvement district shall be allowed to sell items regularly found within their stores. No downtown retail merchant shall be given a preference of location. All items sold at Village Trust must be listed and approved by the Village Trust Board. No downtown retail merchants shall be allowed to sell items obtained from any other Village Trust vendors who have participated in Village Trust within the previous 6 months. The number of vendors assigned to this category shall not exceed 10% of total number of Village Trust vendors on any given month.
So number 4, what's the point behind number 4?
That you could only sell things that you would normally sell in your regular business.
So why do we have the 6 months in there then?
Because there
I
was
mean-
issues in the past. There was
Because-
issues in the past of vendors going in a store so they could get a better price to sell on the street. So,
But that's not what that's saying.
merchant, just using that as to get half price, right? Selling their own booth, right?
Yes.
So that's why.
So if I'm a downtown merchant, let's say there's a person that's on the street and they go out of business and I buy their stock and I bring it into my store, I can't put it out in that booth before 6 months because another vendor sold it 6 months prior?
Yes.
Yes.
So Joy, if you were to buy, there's a crystal company on the street and you buy their crystals, you can't put those in your own booth if they're gone now?
She regularly sells crystals in the store, so yes, she can.
But but if she's purchased them from another vendor who's no longer on the street, but she did it in the last 6 months, she technically couldn't sell those items on the street.
Has this come up recently?
No,
No?
I don't,
Oh,
it came up with
in the
something on
past, that's why.
Indian.
Yeah.
Maybe it was Palm Springs
The
Homeboys
homeboys,
or, yeah.
yeah,
Huh, you have a good memory.
non-issue.
We have 2 minutes. What's the
Yeah.
most important thing we should cover in the next 2 minutes?
Commercial vendors, but I don't think
Yeah.
that's.
We're almost done.
I don't think that's.
Doing so good, doing good.
Okay, so this was previous conversations about commercial vendors. Been note to merge it with commercial merchant category, but currently there's a moratorium on commercial vendors. We're not accepting any commercial vendors. Staff had recommended previously that we put a limit similar to how we have in some of the other categories. Last time we brought this up, we needed more discussion on it, and so we wanted to figure out again with the board on how you wish to proceed.
I just think commercial vendors don't bring in the feel of what Village Fest is. I mean, they're the car dealerships, they're the big real estate companies. I just don't think that is part of the vibe.
I agree. I would can all commercial vendors.
So then, our recommendation then would then just to be remove this category. I mean, if we want to, and just not allow it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay with just removing it as a category.
Do we have commercial vendors right now that then
No.
eliminates? Yes, so then take the category out.
I mean,
Who would be
I
an
think there needs to
example
be
of a
further
commercial
discussion.
vendor, and who would be an example, what type of business, not
oh, like,
specific?
Auto
Car
dealer.
Car
A
dealership.
car dealer, a car dealership, a big real estate company.
It's just so not the feel of what Village Fest is
Yeah,
supposed to be.
it's not, but it is community.
yeah.
That-
There's a lot of things though that are community, I don't know, I just.
You can limit it though, like you do
That's what
downtown
Yeah,
That's what
merchants,
we-
like
that's
at
what we
five.
said.
suggested
That's the
that we
suggestion.
limit it, or
To
we
five,
put
like maybe
we put
five.
an activity component.
I just don't think we should have any. I think we should just get rid of the category.
Could it be limited to just the area of the 9 cities or whatever? Like Tesla couldn't do
Sure.
it, but Jessup could do it because.
It says Coachella Valley businesses currently.
Yeah, but that doesn't feel that, I don't know.
I just don't.
I think we need to have further.
Yeah,
conversation.
Further discussion.
Yeah, it could be cool like to have a
So we're
car there
almost-
though.
I say leave the category.
I know.
Let's keep a moratorium for right now. Being that we're full, I don't know that there's a tremendous value add
But that doesn't say in the future, it may not make sense for us to think of.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm fine with that.
Okay. There's just a couple items left that we will still review, but we'll have to do that at the next meeting.
Can we just add it to like our next meeting agenda?
Yes.
And we'll just do it that way.
I won't be.
We're not meeting tomorrow.
Oh, Nick,
I'm out
I
for the
heard
next 2 weeks.
you.
What?
Nick's
gone
gone
for the
for
next
2 weeks.
Okay.
Okay, if we're done, let's stop recording.
Oh, yeah, we need an adjournment.
So we're in tomorrow
Oh,
for the
are we
meeting, right?
adjourning?
No, there's no meeting tomorrow.
Well, we needed to have a first and a
There's
second.
no meeting
A
tomorrow?
motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to,
Is
okay.
there a second?
I'll second.
All in
Okay.
favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Adjourned.
So we don't have a meeting tomorrow? It was on the calendar.
I seconded.
I'm sorry, Mitchell, I can't hear you.
We have no meeting tomorrow?
No meeting
No,
tomorrow.
there was no vendors, so Faith sent a cancellation.
No vendors.
Oh, I didn't get that. Okay.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you. Thanks for setting this up. It was really well
That was
run.
a really good meeting.
It was.
Well, actually,
I thought this was gonna
I
go
know
like
now
this.
more about my role by having sat through this, so I think
Oh,
it's really
good.
useful.
Oh, great.
Thank you.